Good morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you are. I'm Rosauer, here joined by Soev, and yeah, welcome back to the BPL 2 Beta 2 Brawl.
Yeah, it's day 3, Rose. We've been through quite a journey to get to this point, and it's been a lot of things that I don't think we expected, but also some things we expected, and I think we're all just happy to be playing the beta and just get these new toys and get them playing in a system where we feel they belong, right?
Yeah, of course. And, starting off our stream today is going to be a pretty important match. Solar Snack versus Kingpin in the first round of the A-League playoffs. And these two teams, they've had a pretty interesting journey here. Both of them facing a pretty similar strength of schedule, coming out as the number 4 and 5 seed in their groups, out of Swiss, rather. Yeah, and I don't know. I have a lot of faith in a lot of the players on both of these teams, and it's definitely interesting to see them come head to head.
Yeah, both of these teams put in a lot of work. We kind of looking through it. Kingpin had a rougher start. They took that first game loss, but just never really stopped the momentum. And on the other side there, the Snacks have, they've been kind of up and down. They were easy enough to set 3, and that was kind of enough for them. But it's really hard because there were some standout players from both of these teams. I mean, Wi-Fi put in some incredible work on day 1, if you were joining us then, but a lot of that energy is there. And then yours, mine, and the internet's worst casts, friend of BPL, playing over on Kingpin, who, Chef Billy gave him a pretty thorough roasting and some Subtilliance, but Worst put in a lot of work on that tank role. So there's a lot of good players to keep an eye out on both of these teams, and they both definitely earned this spot here.
Yeah, and this is only the first of several electrifying matches all the way through to the A-League finals today at the end of the day. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're ready to jump into it, but one thing I really wanted to quickly touch on is the tank head-to-head. Dust and Worst are probably two of the most standout individual tank players that we've seen coming out of the Swiss stage. For both these teams, been such solid, consistent players across the board.
Yeah, we gave Kingpin a little bit of a hassle prior for bringing 3 tank players in a 1-tank game, but Worst has really put in a lot of work across multiple heroes and put in a lot of work, and Dust has never really, from the games I saw from Solar Snack, he never really looked contested in a lot of ways. So these tank roles, being especially if there's only one and they're kind of a little bit more oomph behind them, are going to be really, really important. So maintaining those tank dominances in some ways is going to be really important here, Rose.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a fan of BPL, you know Dust. Dust has been around a long time, been winning for a really long time, and is looking to continue that dominance here on Solar Snack. But Kingpin have looked equally scary. I mean, I believe they took down Fruitbowl, who is Solar Snack's only loss in the Swiss stage. So does that hold any pearls of wisdom for their matchup today?
I think it means either maybe Solar Snack that was a matchup they weren't really expecting, they weren't really ready for. Maybe there were some curveballs there, but what that does tell me is that Kingpin, they really don't want to take any more losses. They took that 1 loss and they knew right away that was going to be the case. But I mean, I think it's worth noting that otherwise both of these teams are very, very strong. Both of these teams have kind of had their ups and downs. They've had moments where they can play, but I think this is definitely, like you said, this is 4th and 5th slot. These seeds are not teams you want to come up against this late in the tournament.
Yeah, and again, it's these sort of level of teams where they may have had 1 or 2 trip ups along the road, but that sort of setback can propel them that much further in the tournament that they can become really scary dark horses for really deep runs.
I agree completely, and considering we are the first round of the winners bracket, there's going to be more. The rest of the action is going to be over on BPL 2 and 3. If you haven't seen those, if you haven't checked those streams yet at all, there's definitely some good matches going on there, but the rest of those are going to be over there. So if you want to check and see if there's a moment in downtime and you got friends in the other leagues, go check those, because you'll catch some of the losers bracket games, you'll catch the other round 1 games there, and those are going to be very, very important to keep an eye on, because one of these teams is going to fall down into that losers bracket. We won't see them in game 2 on the A stream here, but it might be worth, if you're a fan, checking out and following them wherever they end up.
Lots of games, lots of really exciting matchups, and right now into Solar Snack versus Kingpin. And why don't we talk a little bit about the comps we're expecting to see here out of both of these teams?
I mean, this is kind of rough. We've seen a lot of teams really like and favor the Reinhardt. Sigma came out here a lot. Of course, everybody wants to play Junker Queen. Junker Queen is just the queen of Coliseum in some ways. It's very easy to get in. She's very strong. Rampage is such a strong ultimate, just being able to get in and negate that. And why? We're seeing two things that I was going to allude to eventually. We learned this on day one. Junkrat is still very, very strong. Like, it might seem like a cheesy pick, but Junkrat can put in so much burst value. There's so much to take away from that. The Lucio Moiras look pretty par for the course, and we're kind of opting for the variations on this Brawl. The one thing I will say is Deflex over on this Sojourn seems like the correct choice here. Genji is not bad, but Sojourn just puts in so much work, and you can get so much value if left uncontested, and right now it's going to really come on Yahoo to come on and contest that Sojourn.
Yeah, Kingpin's DPS having to put up really big performances here in order to meet the ground that Solar Snack are going to be taking really, really aggressively. And we see Yahoo on the Genji looking for some early poke damage. Not a whole lot around the cart as this sort of early skirmish commences. Both Moiras are going to be trying to look for, are going to try to look for their coals as quickly as possible, as that sort of can determine the pace, the all-important pace of this matchup. As Kingpin swings in, Worst finds a little footing with the Junker Queen, and Wi-Fi opens it up with two. The answers back with a pick onto the Moira, but Wi-Fi establishes a third kill. Dust finds a pin onto Yahoo, and just like that, the first team fight's over in favor of Solar Snack. Wi-Fi halfway up to his first Rip Tire.
Yeah, and that's already so much damage in. Those 3 kills has put it a big difference ahead. That's going to do so much more. Coalescence battle's about even too, so there's not really much healing going on, and that's kind of tough when you give these Junkrats so much space to play, and all it takes is 2 bombs and a concussion mine to really get some pressure on it.
Yeah, the Junkrat, as you mentioned, definitely a standout pick from this in this tournament, and Worst dives right into the backline, takes out Wi-Fi. Yahoo brought low as well. Jonathan will manage to connect onto the Genji. Dust. Both Lucios now out of the picture as he continues to pump in the damage on the Junkrat. As this fight breaks down, it's up to Kingpin to really sort of try to close it out quickly. Jam will clean up Dust, and just like that, Jonathan has to fall back.
I'm not sure about Dust with this Reinhardt pick. You have Shatter, it's available for you. You can get value with it, but it is really rough going into Worst, into this Junker Queen. There's not, you're going to spend more time almost holding your shield up because that shotgun's just going to keep firing on you. So this may be a give this up after this point, but if there can be value had with this tire coming in, Dust can turn this right back around and keep this bot going.
Yeah, Yahoo looking to far bomb with the rest of that blade, but Worst goes down fast. Dust dives right in with the help the speed boost to Jonathan. Yahoo trying to find any sort of purchase on the Genji. Will just get taken down, and Solar Snack sustained through this fight. Kingpin are forced to peel back, and Solar Snack will be getting more pretty much free push.
Yeah, no real contest here, and it's taken so long for both of these coalescences to get online, unfortunately. But Wi-Fi did hold that tire, and there is going to be a couple things on, so tires on both sides, and there it is. It's ready. Kingpin sends it, but it gets... Oh no, but Wi-Fi is 3!
What a tire from Wi-Fi. Manages to catch the opposing tire as well as the Junkrat, and both DPS go down. Dust finds the pin onto Jam. Mahir freely coalescing without an answer in the back line, and Solar Snack off the back of a fantastic Rip Tire from Wi-Fi. Take away another fight.
Wi-Fi just quite literally cranked it up to full bars on that, and there is just so much they can do. They're rewarded. They only won it with 1 ult, so they'll have a support ultimate, they'll have an attack ultimate, they have a little bit to do with that. But so the question is, what are they going to use this blade for? Is it down? There's that blade too.
Mahir going down means that Solar Snack is down a lot of sustain, but it doesn't even matter as Dust swings through for 2. Yahoo and CLCO taken out of the picture. Worst falls as well. Thee manages to connect onto Wi-Fi, but it's just the Junkrat alone on point.
No, the pushbot will continue to move it, but they still manage to keep onto that, and Deflex will have that overclock available. They still also have yet another Shatter, so Solar Snack looking good to get a full completion here, but if Worst can come up huge on this Rampage, that's going to be good. If they can take Silco out, that'll be the good opener for Solar Snack.
The beat comes in, Jonathan finds the kill onto Worst, and Kingpin might just have to fall back. Another fight beat invested to no avail as Thee goes down as well. Dust swinging through with the Reinhardt. It's all collapsing down around Kingpin right now as Solar Snack run away with a load of early momentum.
No, but they did force out all those ultimates there, so there's not much. I mean, Wi-Fi's already halfway to another tire, so that really speaks to the quality from this Junkrat. But Kingpin has tools, and that's a Rampage in. That's going to open that up.
Yeah, Yahoo and Jam respond off the back of that aggression. Find 2 and 4 kills. A quick team wipe looks like it's coming through here. As Solar Snack lose what feels like the first fight they've lost in ages, and Kingpin has so much ground they have to make up now.
Yeah, there's so much, and there's the forward spawns are still active, so they'll get the chance to kind of fight this quicker. All Solar Snack has to do is now sit and play a little bit more defensively, and this is not a comp you can run into. If Dust just keeps up that shield and gives Wi-Fi positioning, there's so much advantage we have. As Yahoo's going to fall way short on that Sojourn, finally matching it. I think it's a little too late though, Rose. I think this Sojourn needed to come out a while ago.
Yeah, the adjustments for Kingpin not coming in as quick as they would definitely like. Solar Snack are going to be walking forward, but the now on the Torbjorn does manage to connect onto Mahir. Dust down that Moira healing. Won't be able to sustain much longer as Kingpin crunched through another fight.
Didn't cost him too much to do so either, so the bot's going to keep moving, and Jam will have Coalescence, but it looks like... yeah, it's just be less cleanness, but that Coalescence and that Overclock available versus the 3 on Solar Snack, it's going to be tough because these Coalescences are going to be used offensively, so whoever can kind of get more value, who can save a few more ultimates going into this next fight is going to make the difference here.
Yahoo trying to look for an early pick with that high charge railgun, not gonna find anything right away. Dust drops. The Reinhardt isolated and enfeebled. The Shatter comes through to no avail, and tons of ultimates invested here from Solar Snack. Wi-Fi drops into Tire, does manage to pick up both supports. Worst follows quick succession, and just like that, another heroic tire from Wi-Fi to swing momentum back in Solar Snack's favor.
Wi-Fi has just been uncontested on this Junkrat. There's been no stopping them, and I think the answer that Kingpin has tried to present, which is we're just going to brawl and push in on this Reinhardt, is just constantly getting punished. Wi-Fi continues to grow these tires and continues to get this value, continues to just kind of be left alone, and you can't let that happen. Kingpin needs to keep an eye on Wi-Fi to keep this value going, because they do have this Molten Core, but it's only going to buy him so much space in these close fights.
The beat comes in from Seal CEO, the now investing the Molten Core as well. Worst will manage to find Mahir, and Solar Snack should be peeling back off the back of that. No health available for them. And Deflect's going down as well. Seal CEO falls in suit, but Solar Snack actually answer back into it. 2 for 2, now 3. It won't be enough, but still Solar Snack do manage to walk away with a little bit of extra ultimate charge and leading Kingpin without enough members to really take another aggressive fight.
3.5 minutes. They still have a chance to kind of get this bot back into position. It's going to be tough, though, because all they have is a Rampage. So if played well, if the Torbjorn activates well with that, they can make this work. But that's going to be the Overclock to kick this off.
The Overclock is in. Deflect's looking for any sort of purchase. Will manage to connect the headshot onto the Junker Queen. The anti-though comes in really big from Worst on the Rampage. Deflects will fall, but the health pool for both sides looking extremely slim. However, Solar Snack with a superior sustain do manage to pummel it through.
They're out there. They managed to make it work, and it really just came in down to those Sojourn's plays. And again, this Solar Snack comp is not one you can really just walk into. Like, the Rampage was good, it got 1, but the second you get in deep, and even if you enfeeble a little bit, it's still really hard to try to close out those kills, just given how much damage you're taking from the Junkrat. These enfeebles need to really connect onto that Junkrat of Wi-Fi to get this real value. I think you need to keep an eye on that target to win this.
And you talked about the presence of Dust in this server, and the Reinhardt so far looking largely uncontested. The trend continues. Yeah. Wi-Fi now with another Rip Tire available. We'll be investing that right away. It's hanging out behind the bus for a little bit, and Seal CEO goes for a little off angle and instantly punished. Worst falls as well. No Lucio to kite the Junker Queen, and Solar Snack win yet another fight and get that. We'll be getting that barrier ever closer, and they lost it flawlessly too, so they don't even have to regroup and try to take a 4v5.
Yeah, just smart play out of Solar Snack. You can see why they got here with only that 1 round loss, and they're still to be had. They have this defensive sound barrier. It's going to be great versus this Overclock. So Yahoo, really the pressure's on to get value. There's that Overclock to kick it off. Let's see if they can find it.
Dust pins in, does manage to connect onto Worst. That's going to be taking away that commanding shout, extra HP. Deflects, finds the, and Dust just gets so much free swing here. Yahoo will manage to find something. Jam with the Coalescence does take down the opposing number, and just like that, I think Kingpin managed to hold their own doors, but for how long?
I mean, the damage.
And Jam actually overextends. The Shatter's in as well.
The Shatter. No,
so
nothing value.
For Kingpin.
Wi-Fi coming up.
Could connect to something. Will eventually get cleaned up, but that was scary there for a moment for Kingpin.
Oh, that was concerning. I mean, they saw the opening, and I can't blame them. I would have taken that myself, but it was a great play. We're going to give up that Reinhardt. We know we need to play a little bit more defensively, and yeah, I think enabling, putting our resources into Wi-Fi, who has had a fantastic map 1 with less than a minute here, is a great place to be. Those 2 ultimates on the other side. You can probably save sound barrier, so Kingpin plays this smart. They can possibly get some space, but that's Seal CEO down early, and that's not good.
Yeah, Dust building up a lot of charge super early as well. The Zarya burning away. Jonathan finds the The Zarya pushes past through the Torbjorn turret, and Solar Snack continue to whittle away at Kingpin. And
there it is.
Seam ready, and yeah, Dust 98. Although to Jam.
Wolf, although they've got control over it, the bot's still moving back, but there's still almost 100+ meters to go here. It's just too much, and Wi-Fi is already in position on this high ground. Literally, again, no contest on this Junkrat, and those 4 ultimates for Solar Snack. This is looking like game over, Rose.
The moving over to the Widow will have to make some magic work. Now it's this all-important Graviton Surge. Worst on the Rhine is going to have to do his best to keep his team safe from the Graviton right into the back.
Oh,
Wi-Fi
okay.
dances the Tyron over to the E. CLCEO solo, the only support left for Kingpin. No sustain left on the board as Solar Snack will close out the fight in solid Brawl fashion.
They handled that well. They showed they had a great mastery of this, and they've learned this Junker Queen matchup. You had to have learned it by this point, right? Like, to make it to this point, you've seen nothing but people playing Junker Queen and trying to figure out how to beat this. That's how you beat it. You punish the aggression. You run the Junkrat, you run the Sojourn, you run these characters and these heroes that can really punish, and there's no more punishing character in a close range than Reinhardt. I think there was some question is who is really the royalty of this Brawl comp, and if you ask me, I think Reinhardt is still king in a lot of ways of these Brawl comps.
Yeah, that extra health, that abundance of cleave damage that Reinhardt can provide really propels Solar Snack through a lot of those mid fights. The added durability of having the shield and all that extra armor also, gave Dust so many more opportunities in the mid to late fight, as he would just be on consistently higher health than Worst. Kingpin really couldn't make their death ball work out in the way that they wanted it to. They couldn't establish their pace in fights, and you saw Yahoo and Thee were having so much more difficulty finding any sort of purchase.
It was really hard in this game that now punishes positioning a lot worse, right? There's a lot more need for natural cover and a lot more need for your ability to kind of play smarter in the space around you. And that's the one thing that this Reinhardt really enables, is the ability to just kind of say, I know I need to get my Junkrat or in my Sojourn in a position. Let me make that cover. I have that cover. Junker Queen doesn't really enable that. The extra rallying cry and that health is great, and it's good in the middle of the fight. But if you don't make it to the middle of the fight, it sure doesn't do you any good, because you've just already been run over, you've already been hit because you've just been out positioned. So great spatial awareness from Solar Snack to keep themselves in these positioning and these various high and low grounds here going into this second game.
Yeah, and obviously the supports for Kingpin as well felt that more than anyone. CEO and Jam got pretty consistently caught out, especially as Jam would try to go a little bit deeper on the Moira to get a little bit of extra health in on Worst. I don't know if that was a call from Worst for help, or whether Jam just really felt the need to make that play on the Moira. But whatever it was getting him pretty consistently punished, and thus, Kingpin didn't really have, when Jam would get picked early, Kingpin wouldn't have a lot of sustain through that first fight. It's a double-edged sword, right? You can't face Dust's Reinhardt head on because he'll just outlast you, and you can't push past him because then you just die.
No, there's no place you can do with that. But we're just gonna take a quick break for a moment just to fix some issues on our end. So hang tight. We'll be right back for game 2 into this opening match of 2 Beta 2 Brawl Day 3.
Welcome back. An exciting first match. Solar Snack pretty dominant in the Rush v Rush mirror, opting into the Reinhardt instead of the Junker Queen. Dust putting his strength on the main tank to full display.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a diff there because I think the team around the Reinhardt made a lot of work there too. Really just keeping the team enabled and everything going into that did a lot of work, but there is a lot to be had for the team play, and especially in this next map as we go to map 2, we're going to Hybrid, and it looks like we're going to be going to King's Row, everybody's favorite scrim map. So this used to be the home of Reinhardt. I don't know that we're still going to see that here. Recently, we've seen a lot of Ball, we've seen a lot of Winston comps, and I think that you can push the Rhine, you can push these kind of Brawl comps through here, but I feel like you just have such good quality DPS on both these teams. I think now's the time to dig into those hit scans and let's see who we got on the Sojourn, who we got on our Widows, our Hanzos. Let's dig out some long range hit scan, because if you're Kingpin, you've kind of already gotten the message that I don't think we can win this Brawl. I don't think we're going to win this offhand, even if we mirror it. So maybe that's your change of pace here, I think, Rose, is you change it up, you change the game plan, and you play a long range and see if they want to keep trying to run that Reinhardt, because Reinhardt can't hurt you if he can't get you.
Yeah, I think Kingpin need to make some executive decisions when it comes to how they want to approach their game, like you said, and whether that'll be in the form of a substitution here or there, or just a fundamental comp switch up. I think, like you said, King's Row offers a lot of opportunities to really sort of make that fundamental change, opt over into a dive look instead of a rush look.
Yeah.
Or if you want to approach a rush look, you do have a lot of unique avenues of setting up that first fight, at least on attack. Yeah.
I hesitate to wonder if we're still going to see these Junkrats though come the second set, because King's Row you have a lot of walls you can kind of get bounce off of. There's enough high grounds that you can just kind of lob these in on. You don't really need to bring in a Pharah, but at the same time, you also have these medium to longer ranges. So I have a feeling that if Wi-Fi is really feeling strong on that Junkrat like they have been, there's no reason not to change it. Like Snack has no reason to change it. They are looking good, but the question is do they feel that is going to be a viable comp here for King's Row?
Yeah, I mean, the Junkrat definitely has a specific place on Colosseo, with so many of the fights either taking place in really tight, narrow corridors or in tight, condensed corner spaces where you can really abuse the high ground. So that will be an interesting thing to look at as to whether or not the teams will continue to opt into the Junkrat just for the strength of the character, or whether it was more a map-specific pick.
Yeah, but I do think that all things considered, yeah, no, we were right. They're gonna try it, but Kingpin wants to mirror here, and I think that was an executive decision, maybe not the most executive decision, because we do see Yahoo still on that Genji, and I don't think that that's too bad of a pick. That may come out and change as we go. It's probably going to go back to that Genji eventually, but I think, again, you've kind of already lost this fight. Even if you're worse and you think you can take out Dust in this Rhine duel, Solar Snack kind of already showed you that they can beat you in this. So they have to really, really be feeling this rush comp to think they can beat what they've already lost to. And I guess that's a decision that, I'm not playing in this league. They know these teams have played a while to get here. They know better than me. But if I were them, I would be second guessing this and maybe thinking, how do we outrange Solar Snack here?
And I mean, even on the other side, you have some substitutions. Pandemon and Silvertel's coming in for Solar Snack. That team really just feeling like they can spread their wings and flex it a little bit. But Kingpin with the same DPS lineup approaching into the Junkrat Sojourn. A lot of early damage comes through for Wi-Fi, 20% to the tire already. Hotel looking for an off angle. Not quite finding the same amount of purchases. Wi-Fi blows up his opposing number. Silvertel's does fall, but Worst is so low, Jam. The Immortality Field invested, but Worst super isolated. Yahoo, though, dives at the backline, finds two. The trades are good for Solar Snack, but Kingpin with the closer spawns and the bigger health pools as the Reinhardt, 57 HP to his name, swings through trying to connect anything onto Wi-Fi. And it's like, yeah, we're Wi-Fi now trapped in Hotel. We'll have to be playing a little bit of a bullet hell into the opposing Junkrat's minds, but is still alive somehow, and 96% of his tires. The re-engage comes through for Solar Snack.
And the Shatter too. Shatter's on both sides, so Shatter tire is gonna be huge. But these falls, Wi-Fi goes. That means push is almost over, Rose.
Yeah, Kingpin with a fantastic hold on the to weather the re-engage beautifully. Worst is going to be pinning in for a little bit more just to try to maybe clean up the stagger onto Pandamon. It looks like they will be getting away by the skin of their teeth, though.
Yeah, I think Solar Snack needed to get out there. I think Wi-Fi was trying to find a way out, and when they realized they were stuck, I think the answer was they just needed to get out. They just straight up and down needed to just retreat, get the regroup, and give that up, because now they've already dropped A. It's fine. There's 5 minutes on the clock. You expect to give that up here in this, but there's going to be a lot to go. But Wi-Fi feels a tire. Oh, that's high.
Going over the top. Going over the top. Skirts past the Emo and connects onto the plenty of damage coming through, as well as Dust is now totally free to just swing on the front line of Kingpin. Worst under so much pressure here. Wi-Fi on the Junkrat really making his presence known. Jonathan cleans up Worst and his opposing number in Seal CEO. Solar Snack will be able to hold the choke here, but Jonathan maybe overextends just a little bit too much into Jam.
All right, the Lucio will be back quick. You're not too worried about that. That's a little annoying, but it's still going to take him a couple seconds for Kingpin to get back, so that's fine. But Solar Snack has moved as an absolute unit. They've looked really good. The calls to move into action have been great, and they are playing well. So if they're going to hold this B section, now's that time, but not with Silvertails.
As the find Silvertails, Tire is now available as well if they want to really push their advantage. Worse, though, will find Dust, and Kingpin with a beautiful re-engage off the back of a nice pick from the Junkrat. Yahoo cleans it up. The dash resets ever clean.
Okay, I take my words back. Kingpin definitely can handle Solar Snack in this mirror now that they've known it. So that was a great call from them. Those 4 ultimates. They just have to figure out how many they need to commit to really complete this B run. And in theory, if they can get it with just V on that tire or with just this blade, that would be the best they can be. Wi-Fi going over to that Mei now, trying to put a little more pressure. But there's a lot of pressure coming from this tire. It's in the back line.
And that's Wi-Fi. Dust falls as well to the mounting pressure. B cleans up another, and Kingpin lock in the second point with 4 minutes 50 on the time bank.
They've never really stopped. They won it with just those 2 ultimates, and yeah, Amplification Matrix is a little bit of a throwaway. You don't necessarily need it, but it was good, and the value was got there. So Wi-Fi's a little behind with this Blizzard. The Blizzard is really going to be the kind of stopping point for Solar Snack if they're going to put this, and they're going to open up that.
The Dragon Blade into the backline, nets 1. Dashes away to the high ground, trying to play his life a little bit. Will find the second in Jonathan, and Kingpin with off of a nice re-engage from Yahoo. Just straight into the backline with the Dragon Blade as soon as the Coalescence gets popped, isolating Pandamon and really helping swing momentum continually in Kingpin's favor. The pendulum is doubling back hard.
And Kingpin's not stopped. They've just been on this payload. It's never really stopped for a moment. But that,
Pandamon!
Oh man, that's a big pick. Pandamon came up huge there.
Coming in with the Sojourn, the Overclock online, Dust and Pandamon continuing to clean up the rest. The falls as the damage from the Overclock is so good. Worst is low, but should just be kited effectively and will be going for the reset. Yeah.
Just for the reset, yeah. There's no way for me to stress how important that pick on a Seal CEO was. That was holding Sound Barrier. That was their answer to the Overclock. So getting that basically just gave Solar Snack the chance to finally put their foot down and hold this. It gives Wi-Fi the chance to get the rest of the way to Blizzard, which is going to be their next point to holding this, if they can make this work. But Worst has Shatter, and they still have that Sound Barrier now.
Worst is isolated with the Mei wall, though. Invest the Shatter, will connect onto Silvertails. Cleans it up, the Amplification Matrix in as well. Jonathan trying to make something work in the backline, but all of Solar Snack is so low. Dust falling deep into spawn to try to get a little bit of healing. And it looks like Solar Snack will have a recontest, but without the Lucio, and Kingpin meets them at the door. Dust pins in, swings for 1. The sound barrier in from Kingpin. These Tire hunting for something, waiting for the Emo to drop. Will manage to clean up Wi-Fi's. Cleans up Silvertails. Kingpin looking strong and steady on this point. Seal cleans up his opposing number. Dust tries to go for something, doesn't quite stick, and just over 2 minutes 40 on the time bank. Kingpin complete the map.
Those changes across the board for Kingpin. Kingpin looked like an entirely different team. They are not happy to take that loss, and the changes that they made to match this on King's Row, I think, all worked according to their plan. This was a different team. Seal CEO was not playing as aggressively, was a little more toned back, a little more refined to keeping Worst up. Jam was very uncontested and just the ability to keep those heals going. Solar Snack just really couldn't get into the backline like in the previous rounds. And because of that, they just really were never able to stop it. You could argue that Pandamon hit an important like that was an important stop to get Seal CEO with that sound barrier out sooner, but it kind of only delayed the inevitable. Eventually they were going to get there just with how they were playing. So now the question is what adaptations does Solar Snack make, and do they think they need anything? I like that May adaptation, but I don't think you're going to stick with it on attack. I don't think it's going to get you the value, and I think the question is what is Wi-Fi going to feel needs to change here?
The choice to opt into the BAP jam, I think, was really, really, really smartly played, because it allows your supports to sort of sit back a little bit more passively and let your DPS and your tanks take the brunt of the damage, and then farm up that amp matrix real quick, which can turn fights, even though it's considered a bit of a throwaway ult. Yes, the extra burst healing that BAP provides through it is undeniably important.
Oh, and not to mention, like you said, the positioning changes that it allows. The Doomfist? Yeah, we're going for a full dive comp here. Okay.
Yeah,
Solar Snack want to dive. Yeah, they're looking to dive here.
This is what we talked about a little bit with the early dive looks being really potent with how you can maneuver around this first point. Now, Dust on the Doomfist. Early power block as Wi-Fi goes down instantly to the charged up Rocket Punch, looking to find something as the anti-nade connects onto Worst. But it looks like Kingpin should just be holding this fast as Dust falls isolated in tower.
This is going to be a tough point to stay on, though, especially if you're Dust, because you are playing into Junkrat. You're playing into a lot of things that can counter you. It's hard. Like, the Doomfist does counter the Reinhardt, but the Junkrat's there to kind of help keep you. If you get stuck, if you fall into that trap, you're suddenly just really stuck out. I think this can work. I think it's just going to take some patience out of Solar Snack instead of just trying to rush themselves into this like they've kind of tried to that first time.
There was also so much pressure on the DPS for Solar Snack to find any footing here, as that's what the dive comp is meant to do, and it looks like that'll just be the case as Wi-Fi cuts down the Solar Snack under a lot of pressure. Pandemon brought low as the bend and not break, and the re-engage as well into Kingpin doesn't seem to quite work out as the counterpin comes through from Worst. Dust falls in the wake of it, and it looks like Kingpin will be able to walk back right onto point here. Pandemon looking for a pick around the giant shield. Worst though gets antied though, dropping the shield just for a second. 100 HP less, will get healed up, and V connects onto Wi-Fi in the meantime. Yahoo finds Silvertalls, and Kingpin with a fantastic re-engage. Yahoo in particular stepping up huge.
Great call to swap to that Torbjorn again. Just a little bit more pressure. You didn't need the Junkrat, but the Torbjorn gives you a little bit more pressure versus the Genji. Another extra way you have to look, creating those crossfires. I think it's a great place to be. Pandemon, they'll have this overclock. They'll have a couple ultimates. If they take a little bit more time to poke, they'll come into this fight with some winning ultimates. But Kingpin is willing to throw their ultimates at it, and there's that amp matrix.
So much early pressure on Dust too. Yeah, Dust forced to make a play there, brought down to half HP super early. Solar Snack not really able to set up. They're getting blown up as soon as they walk through choke. Yep. With the turnaround right click one tap onto Wi-Fi. Oh man, this guy's a Torbjorn menace, if ever there were.
But even worth pointing out here, already almost has Molten Core, so there's going to be a lot to play around on the side of Kingpin. They'll have 4 ultimates going into this, including the defensive, but Solar Snack has both their supports, and there's a blade to kick it off.
Yahoo falls, the early blade not finding anything as Pandemon reactively pops the overclock. Worst forced to peel back to point, and Jonathan tries to invest a V, but it looks like this fight might just be a done deal with V going down, and Worst and Seal totally isolated on point.
Yeah, they will unfortunately be the last to fall here, and it will fall. But the positive to it all is you bought a lot more time. If you're Kingpin, they'll have approximately 3.5 by the time it gets there, and just going to clean up those last staggers. Yeah, you'll have about 3.5 minutes going into this beast section, which is a lot better defensively, right? Like Kingpin had almost 5 on their attacks, just doing well.
Yeah, Kingpin want to take this early fight here with the extra durability and that sort of sustained poke damage that the Torbjorn can provide. They want to pressure out Solar Snack into really trying to take the first step and running right into their open arms. They're trying to bait a fight, and it doesn't look like Solar Snack are playing. Dust tries to punch in, Meteor Strike out, hovering over, looking for a big connection. Doesn't quite find it onto Yahoo. No power block available. Forced to pop it. Wi-Fi does fall in the meantime, and Worst slept up. Might be an opening for Solar Snack, but it doesn't look like it will be, as Dust is just trapped in the backline here. Resources getting thinner and thinner. Power block online if he really needs to get out of trouble, but he's getting pinched by He gets pinched by Kingpin. Yahoo cleans it up with the dash, doing so much work on this Genji on this map.
Yeah, and Kingpin has done so well about controlling the pace of this game. They've set the fights every single time. They've controlled exactly where they want people to be, where they do not want them to be. The great control of this map out of Kingpin is really what's helping them to the success. Solar Snack they've looked good, but they've been struggling to kind of get fights on their terms. If they want to turn this back, they need to engage with Dust and Wi-Fi at the same time and ready to do it. And I mean, they already have this Hanzo who's almost already the dragon, so it's got to do some work here, Rose.
Such nice shots there from Dust with the hand cannon. Will it be enough though? CLCEO cleans up Pandemon, who tried to pop a Storm Arrow in the off angle, and it's a 4v4 on cart, but worse. Swings through for Jonathan. The point presence so much stronger for Kingpin. Nano will come through onto the Doom Fist of Solar Snack, and it might just be enough as Dust dives in, takes out the worst, misses the pin. That gives Dust an opportunity to come back in with a charged up Power Punch, and Solar Snack managed to whittle their way through that mid-fight. A fantastic Nano onto Dust there from Silvertalls.
It did a lot of work there, and it gave him control of that fight in a lot of ways. But Kingpin's ready to flip it right back. 4 ultimates, ready to throw out anything they need to. Minute 30 on the clock. They have the tools to win these next 2 fights if they play this appropriately. So if Dust and Wi-Fi can engage and create the chaos, they can keep themselves going and alive here.
Pandemon's Cassidy needs to find purchase on this off angle. Dust hunting for a punch, doesn't quite dodge the pin. Wi-Fi executes Yahoo in the back line. Just blade to the neck. The assassin from Japan really, living up to his name. Worst though, does find Jonathan in this fight. Maybe not going the way Solar Snack wants. That Molten Core being such consistent pressure, but it looks like... Wait, Pandemon? Solar Snack's falling apart at the final hurdle. However, 3 players on card should be enough to get it in before Kingpin have time to recontest.
Yeah, I say they will get to there. But there's a touch. Can they make it last though, Rose?
The re-engage, it looks good. Dust not quite finding any purchase, and the Amp Matrix is going to force Solar Snack to back off. I can't help but wonder if, as was told into my ear, if the cart pushing the Molten Core into Pandemon was enough to determine the fate of that fight. The sound barrier in from Solar Snack does so much work to mitigate the shatter, but Dust will get pinned regardless. Worst pushes into the back line, getting spaced a little bit, but the chip damage is so good, and Kingpin bend but not break as the overtime wick starts to burn away. Jonathan will be able to get a last-minute touch in, but the Reinhardt swinging around on point will be enough to close it out and even up the map score.
Yeah, Kingpin took this very handedly. They really took control here in merry old England, and they made sure that they knew we run these streets. We're going to set this tempo. We might have been thrown off on that first push map a little bit. Maybe they just weren't expecting it, but they really took control of every single fight here. And Worst, yeah, has been looking good. I like this Reinhardt more. It's going to be the play near the end. I like this Reinhardt out of Worst way more than the Junker Queen. It was just getting kind of outclassed, unfortunately. And this was it. This was the changes they needed. The calls that came in from the side of Kingpin were the right one. Yeah, it's not 21. Don't worry. No 21 games here. But Kingpin came up huge there, and that was great. Just great changes and adaptations across the board from them, really showing why they deserve to be here. You know, that triple Swiss format that you're getting into before this cut was not easy to play through, and considering they took a loss early and then won 3 in a row, yeah, they are hungry. They want to win here, so this is gonna go the distance. I think, Rose, this is gonna be probably one heck of a game to close out the game 1.
Yeah, going into Control, both these teams currently flawless on it. It's going to be a very interesting look at how the pace, which has been sort of bounced back and forth, exchanged hands throughout the course of this series so much, will be sort of tossed up in the air and left for grabs. The pressure now is back on Solar Snack to really reassert themselves, because obviously the substitutions not quite working out. Pandemon and Silvertall's not finding necessarily the purchase that they needed, and Kingpin took full advantage of that momentary lapse in synergy from Solar Snack.
And Solar Snack heard you. They're going to revert back to that map 1 roster that did them so well, and I think that's not a bad take. I think giving the other time to your players is not a bad look, but I think Wi-Fi just there was something a little off in the cohesion. Maybe it was just we thought we were going to play that dive. It looked like they brought in those players to play that dive comp, because when they played that dive, it looked effective, but just playing into that mirror didn't feel like that map 1 win. So we're going to Nepal. It's going to be a little bit of a tougher stretch here. This is probably going to be the return, depending on, map, a little bit around consistency based on, like, we'll probably see those Reinhardts again. It'll probably be more Brawl based until we get maybe to the village, where we might see some ranges open up. Maybe we'll bring in an Echo. It's very possible they even want to try to bring back that dive comp, but I think both of these teams feel so very strong in this Brawl, and I think that is something they're going to stick to. So I think Solar Snack needs to keep just enabling Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi has continued, kind of put a lot of work in on that round 1. So enabling Wi-Fi is going to do them a lot on that Junkrat. And meanwhile, Kingpin, they just need to keep control of these fights. If they can keep themselves dictating when they happen and where they happen, and enabling Worst to swing as opposed to playing defensively, that's going to be their consistent key to winning here. So I like both of these comps. There's no reason not to change anything. I think these are both exactly what I would have expected from these teams. So as they come up the gates, this is going to be anybody's game here, Rose.
Yeah, and like you said, Brawl has been the name of the game, and it looks like it's going to be the finishing salvo as well. Kingpin coming out the gate with that Tor Baptiste adjustment, and Solar Snack sticking true to their guns with the Junkrat Moira. And as these two teams meet on the side, Wi-Fi instantly takes out Seal. Only Jam's healing available, but Dust falls. Yahoo enfeebled in the back line as Deflect finds Jam, and that's no supports left for Kingpin. Solar Snack can choose to re-engage this, take this fight as 4 if they really want to. But Seal CEO will be coming back quickly, and it looks like both teams just sort of pulling back for a more neutral re-engage, trying to outposition the other on point. Solar Snack will be the first to get that touch in. Dust back fast on the Reinhardt as well. He's turret taken out of the picture, and both teams just dancing around the point right now.
Solar Snack had the advantage there. I think they needed to press it. Now, they're not going to lose out for it, but they will get it pressed onto them.
Yeah, Kingpin happy to take the fight early, but all the while, the percentage is starting to tick up, starting to accrue. Worst tries to swing through, but gets enfeebled early, and that means so much damage can come through from Dust. Fee, though, finds a response. Both supports fall for Solar Snack, and Kingpin can just walk point now.
It's over. It's basically over. They'll flip it 27, 28% probably by the time it's done. Maybe, well, it looks like there's going to be a little bit more of a contest to stagger this out, but it's there. They'll get it to 30 before it flips, and I mean, the Enfeeble is getting value, but it's not getting who you want. Mahir is getting the Enfeeble on the main tank. You need to be getting it deeper. You need to be getting it onto Wi-Fi and onto Deflex to really negate this damage that's coming into you, because that Junkrat is just getting so much value into that. So it's gonna kind of fall onto Worst to maybe hold on to the Shatter to play for these ultimates coming in.
Worst hunting for the Shatter, doesn't quite find anything. The opposing Shatter will be online. It's hard to see through all the particle effects, man. You just wouldn't get it. Dust now swinging through with the Reinhardt, looking for a Shatter of his own. Not quite finding any purchase yet as Riptire comes over the top, pops the ammo field, and that's so low health for Kingpin, but they might be able to kite it as Mahir pops the Coalescence, Yahoo falls, and now the Sound Barrier forced out from Seal CEO. Jonathan doesn't have his own to respond just yet, and Worst tries to make a gamble for the point, taken low and brought down for it. The will find Mahir hammering away on the point, finds the second! Are we looking at the start of a clutch from the Torbjorn?
Oh no,
Wi-Fi falls off the map. Seal with a heroic boop. That might just be enough to swing things back in favor of Kingpin as he connects onto Jonathan, and just like that, Kingpin flipped back the point off of some very impressive creative play.
Very, very great recovery. Worst, I don't know about that Shatter, my friend. You gotta, that was ambitious at best, but who, man, he was expecting it. Like, I respect that, but I think the answer is now you got to support Yahoo, because Yahoo's getting ready to go.
The Shatter right in from Dust will connects onto 2 in the back line. Not a whole lot gained for it though, as he just pops the Molten Core right away, and as Solar Snack try to engage, they cook themselves to death.
That was once again a small area, but unfortunately the Junkrat got punished there. Those ultimates, it cost both DPS ultimates to win that, but you're fine. You built Worst Shatter, so you have that. The Sound Barrier has to be there for it though. Otherwise, there's an Amplification Matrix to really pair with it and make it work. So just make sure you save that barrier right for Jonathan. Ooh!
Worst instantly makes up for it with a huge Shatter in response. Dust taken down in the counter pin, and Solar Snack's under so much pressure, but Kingpin just in kind. And it looks like the thin razor thin health advantage for Solar Snack might be able to pull them through, but Seal with the solo beat on point, trying to make something happen, but the Tire just waits it out. Yahoo will be forced to back off, and at the final bell, Solar Snack wrest it back.
I'm not sure that we needed either of those things there, but I guess that worked out for the best for everybody. Like, I'm not mad. Look, I can't
Seal,
talk, but like, I don't know.
I can't help but wonder if that was a fat finger on the sound barrier, but you know, there's no real beat advantage as Dust pins in and finds Jam. Deflex goes down and just Seal remains for heals. As Worst gets taken low, Dust swinging around. But the turret for V doing so much constant pressure that Dust really can't go for anyone for free and will get taken down for it. Kingpin just walked back to the point for free off the back of the Torbjorn turret, just getting so much free damage in. 99% overtime ticking away, and I don't even think Solar Snack have a recontest.
There's not quite there. And again, Kingpin is just doing well to create this space and this chaos for each other. Worst gets the support from the supports to go in, be able to swing, causes everybody to look at the Reinhardt. Meanwhile, you're just getting picked and pinged from this Genji in the background, and Yahoo's getting value. The DPS line from Kingpin really coming to life here, and you got to give it. Kingpin looks like a very strong team. They're able to make these calls, and they're able to make these plays that clutch themselves out here. So 1-1, Solar Snack on the edge. They decided Wi-Fi wants to play the Genji game now, but they are going to be a little bit surprised to maybe see what's coming, because I didn't see Yahoo on the Junkrat in my future. So
yeah, Yahoo saw that he was getting loads of free dash resets and decided, what if Junkrat?
What if?
Because well, it's just because the comp for Solar Snack couldn't really punish these turret, and so Yahoo was just feasting on the low health targets. But now looking to Brawl in the mini room, the Symmetra for Solar Snack will give them the point first. But if Kingpin can find an answer for this and answer back into Flex, falls to Seal. The turret taken down in kind isn't going to be enough, and Wi-Fi falls, and yeah, with no Symmetra now, you lose out on so much damage that just really can't make up the difference, and Worst cuts him down to size.
The Symmetra May comp on this particular round is like a known entity. We know how to do this. We're so used to seeing this. But the problem is just if you need to isolate with it too. This requires a little bit more teamwork than what Kingpin is showing here. Kingpin can kind of just surround you and overwhelm you from different angles and keep you guessing as to where you're looking, where Solar Snack really needs to find and isolate a weak point.
Yeah, Solar Snack needs to commit hard onto a single target, and that's not purchase they're finding right now.
Oh.
Yahoo cuts down Wi-Fi before Wi-Fi can build up a lot of charge on the Sim, and that's, again, so much damage lost out early on, and Solar Snack will have to peel back as he can continue to build up that percent.
It's just not this is just not a comp that you can run into if you're Solar Snack. You can't just run at this Junkrat. He's just going to spam you to death. And you can see he's already got this tire. There's already 3 ultimates. This is a tough comp to run into, and Wi-Fi gives it up, goes to the Sojourn. I think that's fair. I think you can't. I think you needed to adapt because you're running out of time. You're already halfway done with this, and you need to make a move now here.
Dust is taken so low so early in these fights, and Wi-Fi will fall because the supports are invested elsewhere. It's just this pressure that comes in from Yahoo and the Torbjorn turret, the silent carry of this composition. Finding so much damage so consistently, also scouting out things very effectively. Like, V's turret is like actually putting in work.
It's putting in so much work. It's actually the MVP here, and I mean, it's 3/4 of the way done, 75%. They won't get to the point, but there's several.
There it is.
Worst walks through the amp field and pins right in. The response from Dust is significant, but will it be enough? As all of Dust is the last man standing, and Solar Snack falls, and I don't even know if they'll be able to get a recontest here again. Worst comes up with something big at the
Jonathan will get there. Jonathan will make it.
Wi-Fi just manages to touch recall, forced out. Dust coming back on the ball. Will get trapped by the Junkrat, though. Wi-Fi has to once again gamble his life to get a touch in, and will fall for it. Deflects 3% away from that Blizzard, but it won't even be close to enough to swing this fight back in their favor. Jonathan comes in with the sound barrier, and Deflex doesn't even get the Blizzard off. Dust managed to pick off Yahoo, but there's so much sustain here for Kingpin on the point. Thief finds a second hammer kill. And the turret.
Egregious.
The turret closes it out.
Turret, the real MVP. The real Kingpin, as it were.
Yeah. The early adaptations from Kingpin really sealed the series for them.
1000%. I mean, this Torbjorn seems like a niche pick here, but definitely put in a lot more work. Like, definitely. Has the no. That's looking again for another one. Couldn't find it. No, I mean, name a Torbjorn part that didn't get used there. Like, between the turret, between the actual work, the great molten core shatters, Yeah, I think unfortunately for Solar Snack, they just read this situation wrong and never really were able to catch it. They tried thinking this worked in round 1, maybe we can beat them in the brawl. Nope, you can't run at a Junkrat. The conventional wisdom of let's try and isolate and make this work just wasn't enough here, because when you run at a Junkrat and a Reinhardt, it's just not enough. There's just not enough sustain half the time. That's why people opt into Junker Queen for these kinds of comps, because you have to try to out sustain the burst damage, and there's just not enough. Even in the Rein mirror, if your Rein is going in and not swinging, you're losing damage. So the adaptions were good, the thoughts were great, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. So Solar Snack is going to fall down into the losers bracket. We'll see them again. There's still a chance, but Kingpin still, this is 4 in a row for them. They're looking great. They're looking on their way to take this this A bracket.
Yeah, like we said in the beginning, Kingpin definitely scary up there if you're looking for a dark horse candidate. And these turret lineups, as always, come through, ring true. The Torbjorn again is like you mentioned, it was the early adaptations from Kingpin to decide to pivot their composition. And Solar Snack never really had a response to it. They couldn't close the gap onto the Torbjorn, and as soon as they lost that first fight on that second point, it was just cooked. They couldn't close the gap. They couldn't get in close, and now Crabapple having fallen 2-0 to Demon Mode means that Solar Snack will be meeting them down in the lower bracket.
Yeah, but we won't be seeing them, unfortunately. We'll be seeing that game 6, so whoever loses between game 3 and game 4, and it looks like we've got, what was he cooking falling down there, and 2-0 eventually. We're waiting on the result from game 3, but you'll see that here. Crabapple and Solar Snack, I think it's going to be over on the B stream, C stream. I don't know. You have to check the schedule to keep up with that, and we'll see Demon Mode and Kingpin down the line. But stay on here. We will be catching up for that loser bracket, that 6th game, that lowers bracket game. But we're going to take a quick break, I guess, and we're going to catch some water and re-prepare ourselves mentally for this next game.
As I'm searching for the break of a day to follow away to you. 'Cause at the end of the day, I ain't looking for no reason to change. 'Cause everything is good for you. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night, so we can see the end inside. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better life, better life than love. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night, so we can see the end in sight. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better life, better life than love. We're gonna shout it out to the sky.
I got him. Run off.
Nice.
Massive.
Oh, you're off. Nice wall.
Done.
Don't touch, don't
Lucio
touch.
dead.
Oh, Lucio point. Lucio one. First, one.
Jump point. Look at more first.
More first.
More dead. Jump dash.
Jump back. Jump.
Please, one.
He shot it. I got shot it.
Dash is one. Nice. Run dash. Run. No. He's on point.
He's off. Dumbass. He actually threw.
Lucio.
I'm peeling.
Coming back and chase it. Actually, get.
One. Moira's here. Stay with me. I beat three. Look, more. I need Omega care.
I'm tossing left.
Beating. Oh, fuck. It's fine. So what about?
Mine.
Throw him now.
Junk is low.
Peeling.
Oh, I hated people. Okay.
I'm looking at bottom.
It's okay. They had to swap. To touch. Get out.
Do I just go Reaper here unironically? They've
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that.
I have no idea what they used.
I have no idea what they have. I think they have tire.
Yeah, tire probably. Tire and coal, I think.
Yeah. What do you want to go? White? Or left?
Yeah, white. Definitely white.
Okay, guy. I'm walking
In. Everyone in.
I'm not in.
I'm just gonna keep you across.
They have full rail. Alright, no rail. Alright, go, cross. Alright, walking.
Yep.
What a window.
I'm on point.
Lucio looking for boops on right.
I took tired, that's fine.
Good.
They beat it, tired. They called, nothing else, safe.
Yeah, just don't use. I think we just wipe. Yep, just wipe.
Come off, this time. That's 3 ults, that means they have nothing actually. Maybe overclock, that's it.
Oh, you just gotta jump off.
They might just have overclock, and that's it. You know, I think they just have overclock.
Okay, we have an overclock of our own, and we
Yeah,
have a
that's-
shatter.
And that's if she farmed as much as I did. We used our last overclock at the same time, and looking at her damage,
Alright, let's go.
Let's go.
Go. I wanna make sure we have enough to fight.
Trap there.
No rail. No shield.
I hate Junkrat.
I'm speeding.
Trap there. That's fine.
Sojourn!
Jump.
That's nice.
I'm unlucky.
Lucio won. Nice.
Nice job.
Good fucking.
Not over.
The Moira will be back first.
Yeah, the Moira might touch.
No, she can't.
No, I think it's over.
I'm watching window, they can't.
Nice.
Good job.
GG's.
Yes, baby! Woo!
I'm gonna be honest, guys. First map, threw really hard.
That's
Turned it
fine.
around,
Holy
though.
shit.
I flashed off. I kind of showed up.
Terra. Huge shadow at the end, Kaku. That was fucking amazing. That shadow won us the point.
Oh, it's so fucking big.
It's massive as well. I thought I killed the monkey there.
Holy shit.
Oh, every time I tried so hard to break these walls, I'd always be afraid to lose myself and fall. And when I took this path, I never ever thought it'd steer me wrong. No, beauty doesn't last forever. The memories I'll always treasure. I didn't know when I found myself I could do anything, and you stand there thinking about what should be without me. Boy, you can try, but I'll only ever be true to my heart. I've always been who I really am from the start. I lost you, then found me. Baby, I don't need your sympathy, I lost you, then found me. So who's the one that wins the game?
They're falling. Look. No.
That's a pair of clocks if I've ever seen one. Spawn comes out. This could actually go any way. Lily's pulse could be massive here. It gets one. Reborn got a pick as well. Reborn bottom comes out. That's going huge as well. And now, somehow, Lily's killed 4. Man's gonna have to do more to be able to protect.
Oh, the barrage cuts out a fight. 4 and the back. They're going in with it. Lane. He's gonna get the break. And absolutely distracted. Back on the back line. Dragon comes out. It's just.
My lord, it's so much damage, but here's Lamb instantly vaporized this one match, and Upper Clockwise finds a nice 3k barrage there. Oh my lord, 4! Shoot out and draw 4. The Goliath of today. They will stop David and be your BPL Winter Snowdown champions.
This is going to be it. The polarity with the reverse sweep to win the BPL Winter Showdown.
Pico's Prison Break S League.
Your S League.
Your S League champions. Your God Gamer.
I lost you, then found me. Baby, I don't need your sympathy, I lost you, then found me. So who's the one that wins the game?
just happens. That shatter just happens. Up to the top, there's the death block with the lamp, really good to kill it, and there's Roadsaw with Green.
Also finding Gavin and Bosworth. What a Widowmaker.
Another glove!
Gonna go puddle rage off that road. If they do get the wave ball, it's like a scream. Everyone's just juggling them into the air. They get 3 kills. The Monkey Club is still slowly progressing. The bomb on the side of Blue Skin keeps by.
Shatter.
And the remix, this is just it. Blue Screen have swept it. They've absolutely swept Sub Tournament 5. They haven't dropped a match.
I lost you, then you found me. So who's the one that wins the game? I've been learning how to love again. It's like a rush of blood straight to my head. I've been learning how to love again. I can feel it crawling under my skin. Just don't know why it's taking me all this time. Mending all these worn out feelings in my mind. I just wanna love me like you do. I just wanna love me like you do. I've been chasing all these feelings, but I couldn't even hear my truth. I've been running from emotions every time I feel something new. I just wanna I've been learning how to be a friend. I'm not the same like when I used to be. 'Cause now I'm better than I've ever been. Just being me now, you can call it a sin. Just don't know why it's taking.
Welcome back. Now we're on with our second game of the day, an elimination match between Yo What's Poppin' and What Was He Cookin'.
It's time to answer one of the two eternal questions. Yo, what is poppin'? Are they poppin'? And what is he cooking? Because it has to be a victory. One of these two teams is going to go out. This is their last chance. So loser here goes home. They're out of the bracket. Winner hangs on. They stay in the losers bracket, and they get to go on against whoever wins in the next round, or whoever. I'm sorry, it would be whoever fall in that semifinals round. So still a long road ahead. And considering both of these teams, 6 and 7 seeds, kind of middle. It was almost expected that they might be down here, but there was a long road to even get here. And I think getting to this point in itself is a lot. So to go out now would just be, the heartbreak of it all. To go out in round 1 of playoffs after making it through the triple Swiss, it's a heartbreak just to get to that. So let's see who has to deal with that heartbreak, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these rosters, Yo What's Poppin', the team crafted by Tomathan, pulled out of the depths of the underworld, and What Was He Cooking cooked up in the hot pot of the auction, going interestingly.
Yeah.
But yeah, both these teams have struggled to sort of really pull away from the rest of the pack, but both have shown us signs of being able to put up really consistent fights with some of the upper echelon of the teams, but not quite edge it out. So it is going to be interesting to see who will continue to go on and get those rematches if there are any.
What is it they say in Overwatch all the time? The talent is there, and I think that still holds true, right? The talent is there on both of these teams. That there's talent on both these teams. They've had wins. They cleared it through the triple Swiss. Granted, both of these teams before today, 3-2, like they barely made it here. But the fact that they did out of that field says a real lot. So I'm not exactly sure who we're keeping an eye out for, but I know that both of these rosters have a pretty decent amount of depth. So any calls that need to get made and any changes that should come in shouldn't really be a problem. But I still expect they're going to be a lot of probably what we've seen today based on that, because we are opening still on that push. I don't think it's Coliseo, but like still push. It's still going to be Rush. We're still probably going to see Junker Queen or Reinhardt. It's very unlikely, but possible we see maybe even like the Winston come out. But if I had to guess, I mean, Junkrat's still just been a tour de force along with that Sojourn. I don't expect to see those change. I'm sorry, we're going to Control first. My fault. We're going to Li Jiang.
Yeah. With us getting past the first round of playoffs, we are now going into a different map setup. So we're starting. Yeah, we're starting off with Control, which both of these teams have sort of struggled on.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing. What's Poppin seems to be a little bit more in control when it comes to control, but
yeah.
Still, neither of these teams have particularly astounded on any of the 3 map types we're seeing today. So again, it really depends like how willing they are to be to change up what didn't work in the past, to rely on what the little highlights that like got them through to this point, and really just I think both teams need to rely a lot on individual firepower here to pull them through.
And I would love to say that this is one you could let be an outlier, because Control tends to be an outlier for a lot of teams, where either you're really good at it and you can win, or maybe you struggle on it and it's just kind of consistently not your map. But we're at a point where it's still best of 3, so not being able to clutch out these Control maps is going to be really important. So whoever kind of has a little bit more ability, whoever has a little bit more team play here is going to be important. And given that it's Li Jiang, there's going to be a lot of Lucio. There's going to be probably a bit more of that Moira still. I think we still do value enfeeblement, even though we've not really seen it come out huge. I think that's still got a high value marker on it. So I think these rush comps are inevitable, kind of much like the inevitable time with our 2 beta 2 Brawl. I think it's going to come in.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Li Jiang, you have specifically like Control Center, where there's like Junkrat has always been run, like historically, like even before he was at the strength he is at right now. Lots of opportunities to really mix up the sort of the play style you throw at your opponents on like Night Market and Garden. However, given the strength of like the Brawl rush style throughout this entire tournament, I think that, like you sort of alluded to, is what we are going to be seeing predominantly here.
Yeah, there's a chance maybe in Night Market that we get the Echo to come out. Like, Farah is kind of just not in the greatest spot for all of this. She is playable, but not... It requires too many resources, and you're splitting your team too thin, as opposed to like 2 and 4 versus now it would be 2 and 3 if you're going to put a pharmacy in the sky, and it's just not worth it. So the other option you have is to kind of look into those long ranges, not necessarily here, but you have some, you have spaces for your Sojourn to pop. Hanzo still can get some value, so there's options available. But right here, if I had to guess, we're just going to see 10 guys going at it and hitting each other in the face.
Yeah, I mean, what was he cooking? Seems to be opting into the Brig Lucio Junker Queen rush, which is something that's actually been thrown around a lot in like scrims before like this tournament really started, and Moira got that so important like enfeeblement change. Yeah. But there's still not a lot of footage on how like effective it is in practice, and I'm looking forward to see what was he cooking, bringing out this new look.
Yeah.
I believe the first time in bracket.
As I say, I haven't seen this. I don't recall this, but I think the amount of just area of effect, this is similar to Goats, where you have so many area of effect abilities that you can kind of pop at any given point in time. You can overwhelm, and especially with this Reaper who can put out a lot of damage, it's just going to be that. But that's not
cut down fast though. Just like we saw in the previous match on this stream, the Junker Queen just gets walked at by the Reinhardt so hard. Illuminous gets thrown off the edge of the map by Winter. And Ahi stuck on the outside looking in with the Reaper. Hellfire Shotgun's not going to be netting a whole lot, as it looks like what was he cooking is just going to have to reset here.
Yep, and they are going to make some changes in, and I don't disagree with them. I do like the Reaper look, but we saw this initially with Azaria, where you can kind of use Reaper as your initiator for these comps, and it's very interesting because you kind of have this flank element, and you have Gob, who are trying to put in on these flanks, but it's really just not quite working the same. But that pick is working good.
Yeah, Yabai on the Sojourn cuts Ahi down to size before Ahi can even sort of post up on an off angle and look for like a flank in from the side. And yeah, there's really nothing what's Poppin can't do with this, the amount of pressure they're exerting out from this Rhine comp, just sending their Rhine straight into the other team. And C-Dub has been struggling a lot with managing that pressure, mitigating how much space the opposing Rhine can take. And it's just, again, it's sort of what we talked about in the last match about the Junker Queen Rhine matchup.
Yeah, and that's so hard because what's Poppin wants to really try to... They're like in such a good spot to defend themselves between the Rhine Shield, between the speed boost to disengage. There's so many tools to do that, and what is he cooking? Just can't engage fast enough on him, even with all these AoE effects.
What's Poppin also has the advantage in both support ults right now. I wouldn't be surprised if, the Coalescence in response to this Blade engage. Yabai will find cute White Boy in all the chaos. The Overclock doing good to help give that extra burst over. Betrayal cuts down Goob, and what's Poppin looking to walk right through it again. Winter gets a second boop of the map. Strato gets one of his own, but it looks like it won't matter at all.
What's Poppin's just dug in. They're just in here, and it's so hard to engage on them, and they'll finally decide to match that Reinhardt they gave it the Junker Queen. Yeah, I think these are all the right changes coming in, and switching over to the Junkrat. Yeah, you have to put out these damage. You have to break the Rhine shield. You still can't engage as long as that shield is up, because suddenly that's a wall, but that's a great first pick.
The Shatter comes through, but it doesn't look like it connected with anything as Strato throws the Rhine off the edge of the map. Yabai finds Goob, but it's a man advantage for what was he cooking, as well as that beat health that they have to cut through. Betrayal maybe looking to just get out with his life here.
Yeah, we're going to save that Blade and reset. You've got one fight. You're fine. Like, you're one fight away from winning. The Winter dying a little bit late is a little tragic, but that's fine. You have Sound Barrier for your Blade, so you can make that work. As long as you can draw out, I think, Amishi's Death Blossom, you're in a good spot to make this work. So forcing that out or trying to play to that really will give what's Poppin the advantage here in the ultimate fight.
I mean, on the other end, what was he cooking? Have to make a play early down to support ults. The Blade will come in right off the bat. But he drops on the backline with two. Winter and Frags both fall. What was he cooking? Puts their foot down and is going to start building up more percentage.
That's exactly what I was afraid of. That's exactly what I was afraid of.
Now
Ameshi just got in. Ameshi just got in and was able to do it. There was no way to stop it. There was no pin. There was no stun, and the Blade went to waste there. Rose, like now your tools are even less. You're kind of just playing for the neutral here.
Yeah, there was so much effort from what's Poppin to really assert themselves in that fight that they just accidentally made the space that Ahi needed to just safely drop in. But the boop shatter right into the backline. Both supports stunned up. The Rhine taken down, and Winter barely escaping with their life. As what was he cooking? Builds up, takes away another fight. And what's Poppin, having held on to this beat for quite a while now, definitely looking to get in there with both support ults having the advantage in both.
Yeah, they sure are. But the clock is ticking, and again, Ahi is just looking good. This Reaper finally putting in the pressure, going to try and get into that backline maybe. But yeah, it's just able to kind of exert a little more space control on this map. They've kind of got them surrounded on this bridge here, and there's a drip tire. There's some ultimates out.
Betrayal cuts down Goob super early, and what's Poppin may have found their foothold back into this. I believe, Frags falls off the side, but I think the damage might already be done. C-Dub takes his opposing number for a ride, but it was a ride he immediately wanted to get off.
Yeah, this is Mr. Bones' wild ride.
Mr. Riptire comes in over the top, will connect onto the Genji, but it doesn't look like that will be enough, as what was he cooking is now in full stagger mode.
It's just going to be
spinning around on point. Yabai looking for some contact, but Frags goes down to Goob. And the Rhine is getting carded and bursted as well by the Junkrat pretty soundly. The BTD champ goes down, and the health pool is so low for what's Poppin now that what was he cooking can just cut right back in here.
That sound barrier was so clutch though, Rose.
Yeah, Strato comes in with a great barrier to give it just enough sustain to burn down the Rhine for what's Poppin, and having capped at 98%, there's going to be no option for overtime in this fight, and what was he cooking takes away the first round. 99 to 0 to 199.
Just a great run back from what was he cooking. Like that could have been a tragic loss of that round, but those adaptions on the fly came in very, very strong. Goob making those calls to the Junkrat, all those adaptions were very, very great. A great read of what needed to happen in that map. And again, sometimes you think you can just win by playing this Junker Queen into the Rhine. You're just kind of going to get outplayed eventually. So you match the Rhine, and that's what teams are learning is you don't need to, it's not as winning as a fight as you think, but that's going to stay that way. Yabe is just going to hang out on the sim, probably get everybody there a little faster. But I think these are both right, and frags over to the Baptiste I think is going to be an interesting question of just, is this a good adaptation versus the Moira?
Yeah, the question of Moira, the interaction of the Moira Bap has been something that's been really hotly contested over the course of this tournament and just in general of the game since the Moira changes came out. Both teams, both Rhines hammering away at each other in the front line, both trying to look for a little extra perch at some point, but Ahi's successfully gotten into the back line with help of Betrayal, blows up a Luminous, and it appears that what was he cooking seems to have outthought themselves a little bit, spread themselves a little bit too thin, and what's poppin' just got a ton of free damage in on the back line. Cute White Boy is going to have to back all the way into their spawn, 79 health to his name. And what's poppin' once again, take first cap.
All things considered, you got to remember these are death ball comps. The idea is you got to stay together, and once someone gets picked apart or gets surrounded or steps away from the ball, they're likely to fall, but the game gauges heroes, they're ready.
Yeah, what's poppin' steps on the gas as soon as what was he cooking shows any face at all. Immortality forced out super early, Betrayal straight into the backline, Riptire finds two. Reinhardt pins back in just to try to clean up the rest, and who may just escape with his life. Doesn't appear the chase is, it doesn't appear the chase is quite worth it as what's poppin' now has full control at this point, and, well, the map, really.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I'm not chasing a Junkrat, especially if I can count, and I've been paying attention. I know that tire's ready. The tools are there, so here's that tire. Let's see what comes up.
Hunting with the Riptire. Will he even have the right amount of time to find an answer? Will manage to find Betrayal. Tire going all the way around the world and coming right back to hit what's poppin' right at home. The Shatter goes straight into the shield of C-Dub, and now opposing Shatter online, but C-Dub taken low as he pins into the backline. Immo forced out for frags. And a Luminous, actually, as both Baptistes brought low. Strato cleans up the opposing Baptiste, but the fight is scrappy. It is breaking down to dust here. Trades coming back and forth either way. Ahi swinging in with the Reaper, does manage to clean up a trail, and it looks like what was he cooking will be able to wrest control for now.
I think it's time to go up the Sim, and they agree. Yabe agrees with me. It's a nice pick, but Sim just doesn't have that carrying strength anymore. You used to be able to just charge the shields, but I don't think that's good here. So what's poppin'? Gonna try to revamp this. Both support ultimates into two, and that opening pick on the cube is good. It's good.
There's a ton of really nice poke damage from Yabai coming into that. The sound barrier comes in. No real response from what was he cooking. The counter beat eventually though from Strato. Might be a little bit too late. Already down to what's poppin' is asserting themselves onto point. What was Luminous is trying to find something on point. Will get his wings clipped by Yabai though.
Yeah, back to what's poppin', and they've got this figured out. Like you said, this is where we see the Junkrat. This is where it's expected to be. So with that in mind, Betrayal does have that tire, and they've gotten value on it. He's looked really good on it. Shatter tire can be huge if they can make this work for Poppin to close out the match.
Yeah. A lot of pressure on what was he cooking to make something work here, and what is effectively a dry fight. Goob will have to build up that tire really quickly. That is if he doesn't get found by Betrayals first. Ahi manages to dodge with the Wraith form, but now is stuck in the backline as a Reaper with no way of defending himself other than his own two hands. Lots of good damage though from what's poppin'. That's a super early Immo forced out. What was he cooking on low HP? The shield broken, the Shatter in, and but a triple tire from Goob. Will that be enough? Fight swinging back and forth on point, but what was he cooking? Goob with a tremendous hero tire. The only ultimate available for what was he cooking coming into that fight finds 3 and flips the point back over.
It was a great use compared to Betrayal, who Ahi very correctly baited that out, took the bait, and Betrayal, that's going to be something that sticks with them for a while. You cannot hit that Reaper if you know they have Wraith available. Even if you don't, it's probably not the greatest target. So now they're paying for that critical error. Cooking is going to build it up 60%, and there's still a couple fights, but all it takes is one for Poppin to take this back and win.
And what's Poppin need an answer in fast, and it just might have presented itself. The Junkrat through the amplification matrix is so big, and yeah, C-Dub just whoa! Where
juggle pins?
What was he cooking? What was he cooking? Okay, well,
What was he popping? He was popping, man.
Seed up certainly did pop, much like a balloon. Even I don't know. That was an interesting interaction. Anyway, fight going back down on point as both teams will have to regroup on it.
There's still a lot here, but it's coming down to last fight. 9% and ticking. Like it's what was he cooking? Ready to close this out.
Yeah. Both Rhines swinging away. The tire comes over the top, largely nullified by the immortality field. But the Reinhardt just swings through. Ahi finds one and the immo with the Death Blossom, but I doubt it'll be enough as the sound barrier health still wears off. Ahi's so low, but Goob once again cleans up another low health target, and 3v3 on the point. The flip comes through. Betrayal finds Stratocaster. Dancing around the point are the last few members from What Was He Cooking? C-Dub's back on ball. The Blizzard comes out and comes through and will freeze up the Junkrat. That's one more pick, and Winter's caught as well. What Was He Cooking can come back in here. The ball swinging around on point. The shatter from BTD Chip will have to connect. Finds one, finds two, actually. The sound barrier, though. Miracle from Strato. Yabai needs... Now Yabai's turn to try to throw something ridiculous into this.
Out. No.
Cut down quick by Goob. Ahi, the DPS for What Was He Cooking showing up. What Was He Cooking? Come back fast. The Rhine looking so low. Might just fall. Winter also low. This is... Yo, what's Poppin playing on Razor's Edge? Betrayal back in fast with the Symmetra. Finds two of his own, and now the shoe's just back on the other foot.
They just continue to trade rows.
I love overtime fights. I love overtime fights with all my heart. Anyways, Betrayal falls. Yabai trades out Ahi. Winter falls as well, and the trades are still coming through pound for pound for pound. Chunks of flesh being torn off of either team. However, it looks like What Was He Cooking barely coming out on top, but I've said this before. The Doomfist fighting with everything he has, but as the lone man on point in the overtime spawn timer ticks up, it may just not be enough. And a nice little boop from C-Dub to seal that off. What Was He Cooking? Brings back both rounds in heroic fashion. An amazing first map for the team in red.
Today's lesson from watching chat, focus fire your kills. Otherwise, otherwise the overtime will never end. Because that was really what closed it out, was just being able to pick a target and close it out. And both of these teams, both of these Junkrats from these teams, absolutely put in huge moments. And again, so that flank from Goob just opened up so much and kept them in that fight. These Deathball comps need to play together, but you also need to create that crossfire. And at some point, something's got to give. So if you are too busy watching the front line, too busy watching the Reinhardt, and you're not keeping track of the Junkrat's, it's already too late. The Junkrat's in your back line. He's in your house. He knows exactly where you are. There's a rip tire, and it's game over. But What Was He Cooking fought back really hard, all things considered, from all those things, from holding those first couple points, losing them and gaining them back. That was, Yo, What's Poppin' really, really looked like they were in control from the beginning. But, you know, if you just slip up for those minutes, those critical errors come through, you just get punished for them.
Yeah, and it's like we pointed out, it was the instant recognition from What Was He Cooking to switch up their style, sort of rethink how they were playing, that put them at least on the same level, an even playing field with Yo What's Poppin' for that first point, which eventually they managed to flip a fight, and then they managed to continue converting fights off the back of some really nice Death Blossom from Ahi. Excuse me. But yeah, no. The DPS for What Was He Cooking? That firepower that we talked about beforehand that needed to showed up tenfold.
Yep. Absolutely. And with that in the books, it looks like we're going to go on. We're going to Escort. We're going to Circuit Royale, which I've been excited to see this one. This is going to be good. So Yo What's Poppin' will attack first here. And this has to be like a wholesale change, I think, to me. We've seen it in Overwatch League of how you play this. You know, they at the highest level, you play Sigmas, you play Widowmakers. I don't think we're going to see that necessarily, but I do think some of those elements are going to carry down. I'm not sure if you can get away with keep forcing Rhines and these Brawl comps in these kinds of narrow street phases for the most part, because these are very narrow. Don't get me wrong, that makes sense for the Junkrat once you get to like point C and later on, but earlier you have these great sight lines. It would kind of almost be unfortunate to give those up and not get any use out of them, put those hit scans to use here.
Yeah, high ground and really long sightlines are so abundant on this map, especially the further you get into it.
Yeah.
Like you think first point's bad, and then second point's worse, and then third point is even worse. That like you have to at least have that flexibility, that depth in your DPS pool to be able to pull out those high horsepower pick potential DPS. Have somebody at the very least be able to play a capable Sojourn, an Ashe or a Widowmaker also. goes a really long way on a map like this. But yeah, it's whether or not the big question in this map, I think, like you touched on, is how far you lean into like the strengths of the map versus your strengths as a team and the comps that are easy to execute. Like whether it's just like a simple hero swap, like instead of the Junkrat on first point, you go with like a Sojourn or a Cast or something like that.
Yeah.
Or like if you again wholesale change everybody over to Sigma BAP long range poke.
Everything must go. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a big test of faith of teams both in themselves and in each other.
Yeah. And in Circuit Royale is different when you think about it, right? This is one of those first maps we really saw that was specifically designed for Overwatch 2. So this really takes advantage of having that natural cover, of really being able to give you these corner fights where even if you are going to play a Reinhardt, you still have to kind of hold those corners. And even if you want to brawl, you still have to kind of choose your fights very specifically, because you can't just kind of sit and block the cart. There's no real chokes to sit behind. There's a couple moments where you can, but on the whole, it's very straightforward. There's a lot of open sight lines, and there's a lot of places that you don't need to live behind a shield just to have that advantage. So we'll see what they think about that, and it looks like we're going to see what we were hoping for. We're going to see some wholesale changes. I really love it because it speaks to the flexibility and the depth of hero pool for both of these teams.
Yeah, Alwyn coming in to play the Ashe for What Was He Cooking, Frags and CYA on the other end. I hope we're not going to see a Moira Brig here, but I mean, that might be the play. I would be lying if I said I had a complete grasp of just how universal new Moira is, so hopefully Frags is just playing a little piano to warm himself up, and then we'll be switching to something a little bit more impressive at those long ranges in the Zenyatta.
And let's talk about oppressive. Yeah, the Zenyatta Discord Orb is incredibly oppressive. You want to talk about the easiest way to get value is just to simply put an orb on somebody and say this is my right now. Yeah,
I love pressing E.
It is so valuable. It's so valuable.
Such a skill-based character. Anyways, coming into this first phase, nice early dynamite onto 3, I believe. Alwyn already kicking things off with a bang. Not quite a pop, but definitely something. Betrayal on the Genji, looking to find a little bit of cleave damage as the cart will naturally progress closer to the defenders. Alwyn brought low, not quite able to be cleaned up though. And Goob on the Sigma might have to back around the corner. He will drop. And What's Poppin' have pretty freely gotten it up to this point.
Yeah.
DPS for What Was He Cooking, not quite able to find any purchase as Yabai falls, or as Yabai fells Alwyn.
Yeah, that was basically it. They just gave up the space for free. Betrayal just kind of got the high ground, forced it back, and there was no real contest.
That was a meaty deflect. That was a meaty deflect. Yeah, Stratocaster didn't even see what hit him. Brought low and then instantly popped by an orb of his own design. What's Poppin'? Capped first point with 5 minutes and 20 to spare.
I mean, there was hardly a contest. There was giving up space. They, What Was He Cooking really just kind of almost was afraid to set the fight boundaries for what they wanted to do, which there's a time and a place for that. But at some point you need to put your foot down, and like ideally it's before they cap the point, but that's fine. The changes will come in. We're going to see the Baptiste from Illuminous, and I do like that a little bit better. It's more firepower, a little bit more staying for your Sigma, so you're not as afraid to hold in this front line. Yeah,
in combination with the Zenyatta, it also gives you a lot more long-range poke, as well as the option to throw an Immortality Field in response to a quick blade from Betrayal, which it looks like is coming up. What's Poppin' with the ultimate advantage. Just hammering away at each other in the front line right now. Bob in for Yabai. Forces out the Immo super early and might actually just clean it up with the extra spam damage. Yeah, Yabai and Betrayal dive in, fully biting on the blood in the water.
Yeah. It's just been so passive from What Was He Cooking, though. It's so unfortunate. They've just been kind of pushed back, giving space, and then just getting punished. Someone gets caught out because the team doesn't go. The Flux, though, just catch!
That's a rough choice to invest the Sigma ult there. You're down 2 to 4, and yeah, the investment really doesn't work out. The counter flux is really good for Tomathan, and just like that, What's Poppin'? Cap second, 5 minutes 30. Their time bank somehow grew.
They never got challenged. They just never got challenged, Rose. There was no contest at all. They've just been able to take... Look at this. Tomathan is literally just chilling on the second floor. No contest. There's no question. We're finally going to see a little bit of poke, but the cart never stopped. It just quite honestly sped along right on in.
Yeah, What Was He Cooking is having such a hard time like contesting these high ground takes. Scoob's actually going to switch over to the ball now. Strato, though, finds Yabai across the map with the Orbs of Destruction.
Huge.
Discord Orb connected onto his opposing number as both teams are just trying to sniff each other out. He goes in with Blade, finds Sia. That's a rally down. That's 2 kills for the Genji, and not quite a third as Goob will kill steal, but a fight finally goes in What Was He Cooking's favor off of a really nice Blade engage from Mahi.
The important thing about that is they finally were able to use the tools they had to get a win here because they needed to do something. 5 minutes on the clock is making it even harder, and this is a tough indicator because these are not aggressive comps, right? These are slower pick-based comps that I don't think What Was He Cooking was really expecting to have to play into this far. So now that they're just passively giving up space, they're struggling to really keep this going. But they do have Bob, so we'll have to see
Blade
how
comes
that
in and
goes.
Betrayal takes down the extremely high value target of the Immortality Field and his opposing number in Ahi. Rally comes in from Sia as well to just seal off the fight. And What Was He Cooking? Illuminous switches back over to the Brigitte as Goob tries to go for a last-minute contestant. Strato stuck in no man's land here. Will get spotted out. Should be able to make it back safely, unless he keeps ego peeking both DPS, but actually he has support now for Mahi. He should be fine to maintain control of this high ground. Goob is looking in for a slam in a big way, but will he be able to find anything? The slam goes in, no real value netted from it.
No, Trance is available for Stratho. This can hold it.
Yeah, that's the only thing What Was He Cooking as right now in their arsenal. Goob is coming up on mines. Slam comes in, but Owen finds Yabai, a pick at the perfect time. Trance invested as well, just to try to help What Was He Cooking push through this fight. It may not be enough though, as Ahi taken low as soon as that Trance drops. Both teams darting back undercover.
Great disengage though from Yo What's Poppin'. They were able to recognize the ult's committed, just knew this is not our fight. Let's just wait for this to pass, come back, and they are rewarded. They'll have 2 ultimates of their own. They'll have a transfer. I don't know. What do they even need it for? Maybe this Blade? Never mind. Blade's gone. That's no button.
Frags coming in with a heroic pick there. Illuminous back on the Mercy, manages to try to mitigate the damage, but Ahi shut down right again anyways. Not having a good time right now is the Genji of What Was He Cooking. Alwyn darting for his life, chased back into spawn by Tomathan, who's about the farthest pushed up I've ever seen a Sigma on this map. He's actually doing laps around the spawn. Strato being chased, Tomathan drops, but still I believe the damage is done. So few numbers available, no Bob or anything for a contest. Alwyn falls, Yabai's Bob does the work. And What Was He Cooking? Crumples under the pressure of Yo What's Poppin'.
That was rough. 2 minutes and 30 on the clock. You burnt half the time down though for What Was He Cooking? So that's a great at least something to take to this. And What Was He Cooking just felt like they couldn't ever keep the upper hand. They feel like they could never take the aggressive. They were constantly just giving up space, trying to readjust, waiting for the right moment. They're almost waiting for someone to get a pick and then try to move. But even when they got a pick or when they had an advantage, they never really pressed it. Yo What's Poppin' definitely seems to have the team advantage in a lot of ways of just, we understand this comp, we understand how it works. They seem to just understand how this composition wants to play and be able to play aggressive to it. And again, that's led with like Betrayal, just taking space and not really being contested. It's just with Tomathan being able to just kind of freely go and trust that my supports have got me. That C is probably a step or two behind with a cookie if they need it. So with that in mind, Yo What's Poppin' is set to set a strong defense and keep themselves alive.
Yeah, and given how Yo What's Poppin' was approaching their attack, it wasn't even like there was like a slow, methodical grind forward. It was like fundamentally they were out poking What Was He Cooking, and that's something you need to be doing as a defender if you really want to have any hope of holding the map. Because while the attackers will normally be able to like assert the pace, you can just hope to spam them out before they can really set up. What Was He Cooking actually comes out with a completely different look, coming out instead on the Junker Queen Moira Lucio.
I don't hate this. I mean, you have the advantage. You can rush down the Sigma. You're not as worried about it. Excretion's there, but you still have to approach onto him. And never mind.
Alwyn. Alwyn with a really nice shot. Not quite able to find the most purchase on the defense, but already making his presence felt here on their attack. This should give them the first corner, if not the first point, for very little cost.
The trade came back, but it really wasn't anything else. Oh, Frags hitting that. They still have this spawn advantage, though.
Alwyn peeks into that and instantly gets his head taken off. Without that extra pressure from the Sojourn, What Was He Cooking? Gonna have to sort of regress to a fight here on Bridge, which is not the worst to be taking in a comp like this, but definitely not optimal given their position and how Yo What's Poppin' have been playing.
Nope,
Rallying Cry comes around the corner. Junker Queen, no knife connect. He manages to take out frags as Yo What's Poppin', taking pretty consistent poke damage. Goob brought low, but the sustain from this rush comp from What Was He Cooking is so good for keeping Goob alive. However, that dynamite damage onto Alwyn, or Ahi rather. Yabai managed to find one. Sia felled again as Goob goes straight into the backline. Knife connect onto Yabai. 2 kills for the Junker Queen so far in this fight. As the dive into the backline from What Was He Cooking, so clean. Goob identifies that chink in the armor and darts right in there.
Yeah, they've recognized that, okay, we can't win the poke duel. We weren't able to do it. That's not our style. But they did recognize that they can run this Junker Queen and they can rush them down. And I think this was a great read. It's paid off for them, and not quite the dominant clock that we saw out of Yo What's Poppin', but still a great place to be. And they have ultimates on the board for it. They'll have both support ultimates going in this fight, probably the Blade too. And there's not that much. That Flux is going to have to be saved for the Blade.
Illuminous was brought really low there, but it looks like the re-engage from What Was He Cooking is instant and lethal. The Coalescence gets pops as soon as the dive from Yo What's Poppin' comes in. And Yo What's Poppin' disappeared just as quickly as just as quickly as they re-engaged.
I gotta ask that, what was that Zenyatta cooking? Because Frags was way out of position trying to climb up those stairs. I don't know what the call was there, but that's that positioning that is so easy to get punished by this rush comp. All it takes is one person in a bad position, and suddenly you're just gone. And I looks, they'll get this for free here. No, there's the contest rose.
The Flux re-engaged will come through, but the Blade and the Sound Barrier on the other end. Netsaya and Frags. Ahi with 3 in the back line. Alwyn cleans up another, and then the second as well, the DPS. A full house. 3 kills for the Genji and 2 for the Sojourn. 5 minutes on the clock.
Plus side for Yo What's Poppin', though. You drew out most of those ultimates. There's just the Rampage now, and that was gained in the middle of it. So you have a Transcendence for it. Even though you're going to get that anti-effect, you will have it. You have a Bob to help fight it. The tools are there for Yo What's Poppin' to put their foot down and stop this. And they need to, because now that time bank is looking oddly close to their own.
Yeah, I mean, What Was He Cooking has turned things around with this compositional switch up in a huge way. They're able to take the long way around the coast.
Nothing really coming through. There's the approach from coast side, though. Looks like it's coming through. That trance will come through on that. And the Zenyatta, Frag's just going in, finding one, and the support line getting bloodthirsty there. Looking pretty good, and they will manage to keep this cart stopped here.
I'm sorry for the brief moment of technical delays. My mic came unplugged. That was very epic.
That's all right. It's all right. It happens.
Yeah. Anyways, where are we at right now? Yeah, so What Was He Cooking? Slight advantage in the support ult. Yo What's Poppin' switches Frags over to the Ana, and then yeah, it looks like an attempt at denying the dive as What Was He Cooking will just walk cart harder. But a lot of free contest being gained for What Was He Cooking. Betrayal trying to find some purchase on the Genji. The rallying cry comes out. Tomathan drops cart. Under a lot of pressure right now is the Sigma for Yo What's Poppin'. Big dash in through for Betrayal. Nothing quite gained as Illuminous now with Cole online will try to push his team right back through. Big antidote connecting onto 2. Denies a little bit more of that space, but What Was He Cooking is applying so much pressure right now. Yabai manages to find Illuminous in the back line. Tomathan finds his opposing number in Goob. Health is so low, trades coming back and forth. Betrayal with the Blade out. Should barely manage to clean up Ahi, but the dash away in perfect time for the Genji.
Point. Oh, okay. If you'd put a little more pressure on that point, you might have been able to steal that. Ooh.
Not quite able to close it out, but definitely scared Yo What's Poppin' half to death in that fight. And Tomathan's actually going to be switching over to the Rhine now. Looking to maybe just have a position post up on that window high ground super early and then just instantly drop to cart if What Was He Cooking decide to fight there.
Yeah, you know your Sigma's being countered. This is the correct play. There's a Blade incoming, though, along with a beat, so this is tough. What Is He Cooking can close this out here if they play these effectively and combine these ults.
The Blade beat combo is in. Ahi finds one. Goob cleans up the second. A second for Ahi. And What Was He Cooking? Fantastic re-engage right after that narrow fight loss as they close out the map with just 30 seconds less.
Very effective runs from both these teams. I mean, it pushes the clock down. We had 2 minutes and 2.5. Both these teams have their strengths to this. Yo, What's Popping has looked very good on the comps and when they set their pace, but I got to give it to What Was He Cooking, because they've just made great adaptions across the board. They've been able to recognize, like, all right, we're losing. Why are we losing? What do we need to change? Making that change and then capitalizing straight off of that pressure. The counterplay that is coming in from What Is He Cooking is really going the distance in this world where a lot of teams are very just set in playing the best comp. So kudos to them for those great adaptions on that. So Yo, What's Poppin' will have to defend first, I believe, as they have the longer time. And they want to try to just shut down. They think that rush is coming, and I think these are good reads from them. Bringing back this Junkrat's a great way to shut down Junker Queen. I think these are great reads coming from these teams, and this is the most important time, right? Because if What's Poppin' loses here, let's go home.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm not sure about the Junkrat as an adaptation to the Junker Queen rush, because while it can shut it down, yes, it's also a pretty severe gamble. Right, like if you can't connect super early and start building up those really early tires to help deny a little bit of the rush burst potential, you're not going to be finding much of anything at all. It's not like the hero gains a ton of value inherently in a map like this. Ooh, Luminous eats a little bit of early chip damage. Will manage to fade out to safety though. What was he cooking? Posting up on the cart again, trying to get it straight up to that first bridge so they can take it up. They can take their rush up those stairs, and it looked like that will be when it happens exactly. Run up the stairs. Cart's still getting some pretty free space.
Yeah.
Yo, What's Poppin'? Again, the Junkrat needs to start connecting, or else What Was He Cooking will just continue to wrap them.
You just need to kind of like put your foot down and defend a point. You're just giving up space for free, and it needs to be soon. It needs to be. They're going to try to push it to this corner and probably play this back corner, but you have to start getting value. You're giving up too much space, and there's the angle for Nawilla.
That's so much damage for Alwyn. However, Goob will fall to Yabai. All the damage in the world doesn't mean jack diddly with the Ashe swinging around the corner and clicking 2 heads.
Yeah.
Yabai doing a great job to really anchor Yo, What's Poppin' as the dive comes through and deny any more space.
There needs to be a little bit more of a surround on this comp, because there's so much crossfire that needs to be made. Otherwise, you're never going to get to that Junkrat, never going to be able to really take advantage of it. And this rush comp isn't necessarily going to be able to rush it down easily. So get a crossfire, get in, and you can get yourself into point B.
What was he cooking? Looking to maybe make something work with a relatively early coalescence, but that Betrayal finds Strato. The Junkrat just bouncing mines around in the background will manage to clean up the Lucio of What Was He Cooking, and Goob finds a response, but will it be enough as Ahi falls as well? Strato coming back fast as Alwyn connects onto Saya, and this should actually be enough to carry it through. Alwyn cleaning up the mid-fight as the Sojourn. The Enfeeble Orb comes through, and Tomathan won't be able to hang on to his life. The clock hits overtime, but What Was He Cooking? Lock up the first point.
Great patient play from them. They were able to wait, find a pick, and then find a point where there was an error and capitalize on it. Betrayal does have this tire, though, so they have to make it work. There's not really a counter short of getting it with a coalescence or some shots out, so some smart Junkrat play can put an end to this run. Meanwhile, What Was He Cooking? You'll have a blade in the mid-fight. You'll get beat in the mid-fight, depending if you can make this hold out. If you can end this early, it's in your favor.
The early sound barrier comes in, comboed with the rallying cry. It won't even be enough to sustain Goob through it all. Goob falls and no tank available. Betrayal will pick up a Luminous. Strato 20% off beat. It's not going to be enough. It's not going to be in play whatsoever. Alwyn can't connect anything with the overclock, and Yo, What's Poppin' collapse on the point and stamp out What Was He Cooking's flames.
Yeah, great aggressive play from Yo, What's Poppin' there to kind of put that down. They knew they didn't have the advantage in the ultimates. They knew if they let that fight go long, they would lose it, simply put. So great recognition of your ultimates and the ultimate bank, and great recognition of that. They still have to get it pretty far, though, even with 30 more seconds. But Yo, What's Poppin' has looked very dominant on this, I think. They've been able to acknowledge the adaptions they needed to make. They've been able to make those calls and be able to win the fights and find the duels they can win on. So they must be feeling pretty confident after that stop, I think.
Yeah, as soon as Betrayal's Junkrat manages to start connecting a little bit, getting that spam damage in, the presence was felt immediately. What Was He Cooking was not able to take any more space. up to the point where that Junkrat started really finding some purchase. It was just a stonewall from there.
Yeah, and that's what the Junkrat's for, right? We'll take that pause though really quickly. We've got something again, but that's what that Junkrat's for, right? That Junkrat is just such a wall of damage that you can't walk into. That's what makes these Junker Queen comps really, really difficult. You can't just run at it, and if the Junker Queen speeds in this Junkrat into your face, there's not much you can do unless you have a Reinhardt shield or unless you have something in front of you to eat it. This is where you'd probably even consider like a Diva swap, but I just don't think that's the right choice here given all the things that you can do differently.
Yeah, what was he cooking needs to come up with a response if we want to see a map 3. Well, I mean, if they don't want to see a map 3, rather.
Yeah, they want to close it out. Yeah.
Yeah, if they want to close, if short of seeing a map 3, what was he cooking needs to really figure out how to make the make adjustments to the adjustments to the adjustments they made.
Yeah.
That's a very fancy way of saying shut down the Junkrat. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Because that's the main thing here, right? Is like the adaptions that have been coming in and these choices that are being made just kind of equate to like, we understand that you can't deal with this, so we're just going to put this back in your face. We understand that you don't know how to beat this Junkrat, or that if you try to run into us, you will just get punished for it. So we're just going to keep punishing you for it. And I think that the tools from what's poppin' is there. I think they have the decision making. I think they have the tools to do it. I think they have the knowledge to do it. It shows. They wouldn't be here without it. But I think just in the execution, it's just struggling just the littlest bit.
Yeah, the resilience to hang on, obviously, is what got them through the Swiss stage in the first place and into this bracket. And both teams are really putting that on full display with their both ability to fix what they need to do in the moment. And
okay.
This is a comp. This is a comp. Pharmacy Ryan on a Ashe. Okay.
This is not what I would have assembled together, but there's obviously something going on in what's Poppin's head here, and I don't hate it. There's not a lot of things that can contest the Pharah, but Yabe is already getting one.
Yeah, I mean, the Mercy being able to switch over the target of the pocket. Frags, though, will fall, but what was he cooking's health is so low across the board they can't really try to bite in for a fight here.
I'm not surprised this is working because it's doing what we kind of wanted them to do, right? For Yoa's Poppin, we wanted them to try to create a crossfire and force them to look multiple directions and not really be able to be sure where they need to be putting their resources. And this is a great way of doing it. I don't know that I would have done it with a Reinhardt, but it's working for them, and that's all that matters.
This comp is all in on long distance poke and point presence and nothing in between.
Yeah.
So it's well, now Goob making the adjustment to switch over to the ball. There's a lot of weight on his shoulders to be able to make some space, and instantly slept up.
Ooh.
Can't even get rescued by Illuminous, who fades deep for it. Goob's still on such low HP and antied and lost in the back line. Illuminous will fall for getting pushed up to try to help Goob, and like a house of cards, it's all tumbling down right now for what was he cooking. He does manage to keep them afloat a little bit, connecting onto frags, but the comeback is short-lived, and Alwyn takes down a stationary target. Goob's health reaches 0 as he catches a Reinhardt to the face. Alwyn alone on point will get chopped down right after building up that overclock.
Well, the Pharah...
Both support ults online, and Betrayal's actually going to be switching over to the cast, so a very unique look at double hit scan right now.
But also a great look at the power of Pharmacy still, because I don't think anybody had that in their bingo card at all. I think that was something that no one saw coming, and a great use of it. Like you said, they forced them. You know, you can't hurt our bird in the sky, but you also
finds
can't
frags instantly.
A shatter. Ooh.
Alwyn finds 2 at the overclock as the Sojourn hammers away into the back line. Goob manages to clean up Betrayal. Alwyn will eventually fall, but the damage is already done. What was he cooking? Jump on the last fight, and What's Poppin' try to catch them with open arms, but get crushed under the weight.
The rest of the changes come in. They're moving to this Doomfist. They know they're out of time. There's a blade, though.
Saya gets blown up. He dashes into the back line. Ahi looking around for something else to cut. Doesn't really find anything, but the damage, again, might already be done. What's Poppin' trickling back onto cart with nothing left in the tank. What was he cooking? A lower bracket run, perhaps.
Possible. It's live. Great adaptions there, but a great hold too from that. They struggled a little bit, but once they kind of recognized what was happening and what they needed to do. Again, the adaptions came in. This is a very on-the-fly game now, and Ahi just, man, the value from that. There's that full house, like you said earlier, 3 and 2. Looking, the DPS line from that team just looks so good. That's such a dangerous DPS line from What Is He Cooking. You got to be aware of that. And they are still here to make their presence known. They'll continue on in the losers bracket, playing in the losers semis in the future.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know. I don't think we're going there next, anyways. So I think we're going to be checking out. I'll have to double check to see exactly where we're going next on this stream. But I believe we are going to winners. No, we're going to losers round 2. So we might be checking back in over with the winner of Solar Snack and Crab Apple, I believe, next. And whoever is losing between Demon Mode and Kingpin. And so we might see that revenge matchup there between Solar Snack and Kingpin. And so that could be a really interesting rematch if the cards fall the right way. But the only way you're going to know that is to hang out and catch on these streams. And there's still a lot more. This one kind of happened quick, but those other semifinals games are still going.
Yeah, we have some heaters going on in the on the other streams. Be sure to check them out. White Collar Revenge playing with a fire under their ass. Kingpin apparently just made it through against Demon Mode. So yeah, Demon Mode down in that lower bracket. That whoever comes through that lower bracket round 1 on the other end is looking for a scary match in the second round.
Yeah, this is at the point where these teams are, we're cutting the numbers and these teams are rough, and unfortunately, What's Poppin' will go home. But to make it past that triple Swiss is no joke. That was still a great draft of players, a great draft of heroes, and that says a lot to getting this far.
Yeah, all the teams left have shooters far and wide, right? Like their rosters are stacked, their gameplay looks clean, and they're ready to fight for their right to like be our World 2 Beta 2 Brawl champions, right? Like this is such an interesting bracket looking from here on out, and we still got a lot more matches to play through today.
Yeah. Again, so keep an eye up because over here we'll see Demon Mode and a to be determined player at 4. We'll have Nightmare over at 5, and then at 5 we'll see the B League finals. So we'll see Nightmare closing that out, and then at 7 we'll see the finals for the A League. So we're getting into the chef's kiss of games coming up here. So jump over to the B stream of the C stream. Check out some of the other teams. Try and get yourself up on the players you'll be seeing later. But that is going to be all from us for now. Thank you, Rose. It's been a pleasure to cast with you. I've been Sobdanum, and you'll see Recurve and Hot Dog coming in for the next game. But everybody, hang tight, take a break, and you'll be back for more in just a minute.
can't believe that I wanna stay. I try too hard to please you. I can't help but need you. You give me this feeling whenever you're with me. I find it hard to breathe. My air you keep stealing, but still I'm believing. You're good for me. You're good for me. You're good for me.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another 2 Beta 2 Brawl match. We have our lower brackets round 2 game here with White Collar Revenge versus Solar Snack. I'm Recurve OW, and today I have with me the perfect, the handsome, my favorite person in the world, Hot Dog OW. How you doing today, Hot Dog?
Oh, dude, you're making me blush. I gotta cast. You can't make me blush while I'm casting, Brian.
I gotta get it over with, otherwise I'm gonna be distracted all cast. But we got a great match today. We got a great match to bring back my favorite duo, one of my favorite people to cast with. We got Solar Snack versus White Collar Revenge. These are two really high-ranking teams, the 3 and 4 seed coming into these playoff rounds. But they are both up for elimination here. So a loss from either of these teams and they're out. That'll be the end of their tournament run. We have the White Collar Revenge led by Tekugen on that Reinhardt. I got the privilege to cast him the other day. Some lights out Ryan performances, won both of the maps he played on. Truly a master of that, of the Overwatch 1 tried and true rush composition with the Rhine. Solar Snack, I know a little bit less about. Unsure what they're going to come out with. I could expect that standard Junker Queen rush that we've seen so much of this tournament. I'd like to see it. I'd like to see if maybe a team has ironed it out enough to beat this tried and true rush that White Collar Revenge has been ironing out and been so good at this tournament so far. And I'd love to see a difference in play styles between the two teams. What about you, Hot Dog?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll be honest. I haven't really experienced a whole lot of Solar Snack as I was playing most of yesterday and didn't really run into them in the bracket. But yeah, White Collar Revenge, they're a little bit spooky. When they put a lot of resources into Optical Crash, like it is very tough. Like they were picking some very Widow-centric maps. So if you're not able to, adjust to that long distance hit scan, like you're pretty well hosed on like what was one of those maps? Like Circuit Royale was just not enjoyable to play against him on. So I think, I mean, yeah, if Solar Snack is not able to really adjust to that Widow pick, I mean, they're going to be in for a rough match here.
Yeah, I do believe so, and it seems like the White Collar Revenge loss so far in this tournament is against Sale, which I believe is considered to be one of, if not the top team in the tournament right now. So this will be a really good test for if they can really make this lower bracket run, if they can punch through Solar Snack and make it to the grand finals. This will be their test right here. And on the side of Solar Snack, as we saw, they lost early on to Kingpin, who's now making their run through the upper finals, actually playing Sale right now. Or not right now, probably soon, something like that. Coming up in that match. So the two people that knocked out either of these teams are currently playing each other in the upper bracket finals to go on to the grand finals. So this is truly the battle of what I consider to be the two best teams in the lower bracket right now.
Yeah, I think you're on the money. I would not be surprised at all if we didn't see one of these teams again in the grand finals. Like, yeah, it's definitely not out of the cards. Again, like if White Collar Revenge is able to play like they did the other day, yesterday, I guess it would be. I mean, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. But yeah, I mean, aside from just kind of that, like looking at those teams, I mean, Sale has been pretty aggressive. Like between those two, or between Sale, like if they make it to the grand finals against Sale, which I think again is pretty likely with how they've been playing. Which of these two teams do you think has like a kind of a chance to beat Sale? Do you think they're both like pretty even, or?
That's a tough one. I'm gonna say out of the two, especially coming off of the 0-2 from White Collar Revenge, I think I'd like to see Solar Snack take on that Sale match. See if they have what it takes, especially with Dust on the main tank on the side of Solar Snack. A really explosive player, a lot of talent, a lot of potential there. Especially, I'm clueless as to what comp they'll come out on. I'm not sure what their default is. I want to see how it matches up against Sale's default, and especially having Chasey on that tank position, one of the most standout players in the league for several seasons, several different tournaments. So it'll be really interesting to see who is going to show themselves here in this match, who's going to be the pop-off player to probably push themselves through even further into the lower bracket to, like you said, try and make it to that grand finals. Because really, one of these two teams, I would not be surprised at all to see at the very end. Especially with how this tournament has gone so far, especially with, historically in BPL, lower bracket teams always seeming to come out on top. So I'd love to see some super high-level competition here. I want to see some speed. I'm going to be real. I want to see high intensity, high aggression from both teams, fast and clean fights, especially from the Tekugen-led rush. I want to see this team kind of dictate the pace of each fight. coming into this game. I'm not sure exactly what the first map is. Oh, it looks like the first map is going to be Paraiso, or Rio.
Okay.
Which is very interesting. It's a brand new map. Hot dog.
Yeah, I agree, and I think you're totally right on that speed. I mean, you know, Junker Queen has always been, I mean, at least for the last weekend at least, been a very, very strong pick. You know, if you've got the Lucio speed as well as that shout, I mean, you're just bat out of hell. Like it's really tough to avoid that just massive HP coming your way. So yeah, I think yeah, being aggressive is going to be very key, and being first with ults. I mean, that was one thing that consistently as you were watching matches, teams that ulted first and were aggressive into each fight, they were the ones that came out on top very consistently. So it really comes down to, yeah, like you're saying, speed and just clean fights. And Rio, yeah, that is a fun map to play on. There's a lot of weird kind of angles to kind of sit on. Like that's sort of like the square buildings, right?
Yeah,
yeah, it's a fun one. And I think again, like it bleeds into White Collar Revenge's strengths. I think there's a lot of places for Widow to set up. You can get Ashe really easily. Ashe Sojourn is pretty gross as well, but yeah, I think White Collar Revenge, I think just looking into this just in a vacuum kind of has the advantage here.
I have to agree, but for an entirely different reason. From what I saw the other day watching the White Collar Revenge game, there is a sort of sleeper agent on the side of White Collar Revenge in Krabby Apple on the Sigma. Now, this player has come in to substitute Tekugen, to play this Sigma, to play some Monkey sometimes occasionally, but really has just been a lights-out Sigma player from what I've seen. Incredibly clutch accretions, huge fluxes on Midtown yesterday, on the rocks on Paraiso against, I forget exactly what team it was, it might have been Demon Mode the other day as well. But just some incredible Sigma play coming out from Krabby Apple. I would not be surprised at all if they start them off here.
Yeah, Sigma's like always been strong, and I think even if he gets nerfed into the ground for whatever reason in the future, I mean he's just strong. Having those orbs getting thrown into a group of people, I mean you can get so much ult charge so fast. So yeah, I think you're totally on the money there. I mean, seeing Sigma is not going to be out of the cards at all today for some of these compositions. And look at that, man! Look, it's just so pretty. I want to go to Brazil.
It is a really pretty map. I will not lie.
That would be. I went a while ago, and it was gorgeous. I had Brazilian coffee. Fresh coffee is nuts. Let me just tell you. It's pretty nuts.
This guy's a world traveler. He's talented. What can't you do? Not much. Not much.
I'm not that good at swimming. I can swim, but swimming's a little bit. Swimming's tough, It's very exhausting. I haven't swam. Maybe I should go swimming. Maybe I should.
Not too many environmental possibilities on the map Paraiso, so maybe that's not even necessary coming into this first game. I really am interested into seeing what each team is going to run, is going to lock in, even in this preliminary stage where everybody's setting up. I think we're going to see that Sigma, as I just predicted, Krabby Adam, going to be starting over Tekugen, probably locking this Sigma, a little bit of a spam composition. And there it is, Paul on the Ana. We didn't talk too much about Paul as we were leading up to this, but obviously a very, very key member of this squad. Paul, historically in BPL, another lights-out player. Incredibly talented on the flex support, both a Baptiste and Ana prodigy in everything that I've seen. Has, I believe, a couple tournament wins under his belt as well. And then Meester as well, Midster, as he's commonly known by. But also another very solid, another very explosive player. Locking, it seems, the double flex support with the spam composition, Tanic on the Echo. And then SolarSnack going with a Farah Ball composition. Very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Ball's always going to be a strong pick. I mean, if you're able to get in the back line, I mean, that's
Not fail.
a thorn in anyone's side.
Sure. Especially coming out onto this first point, we are going to see Dust probably look for some displacement onto Krabby Adam on the Sigma. They are going to back off pretty early on, some spam from Wi-Fi being traded out with Tanic B's Echo. That's going to be the duel that we're going to have our eyes on for most of this, is the aerial battle between the Echo and the Farah. Obviously, you know me, I love me some... A lot of damage off the field for SolarSnack very, very early. Dust also looking for some displacement. Deflex finding his way into the back line. Wi-Fi will actually switch over to the Echo to mirror Tanic B's Echo as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good fight. I mean, a good start of a fight there. players. You know, I think just having that
Adam kind of disengage early on from that from that first fight. And we're back.
We're back
Hello,
in-
everyone. We're back in it. We're back with Solar Snack versus White Collar Revenge. We had some technical difficulties there. We were trying to keep up the pace. We not exactly sure what was going on with some of the team fights.
Seamless.
I'm going to assume, based on what I saw, that Solar Snack was able to cap first point parry ESO. I did like the initial composition defending from White Collar Revenge with that kind of spam. I liked Krabby Apple on the Sigma. I liked them playing back and allowing the ball player to kind of rotate and then jump on it once again. And it does look like, yes, Solar Snack was able to
They
cap.
waited for us. That's so nice.
How nice of them.
How nice of them. That's so nice.
White Collar Revenge will be coming up with that Flux though, as well as Paul with the Nano Boost, and it seems like it's a bit of an interesting composition difference. We have kind of a dive with the ball here coming from Solar Snack with that standard Overwatch 2 spam that we see quite often with the Sigma on Circuit Royale, especially. We see some double sniper with the Sigma anchoring down, sometimes with a Zen Bap, sometimes with a Zen Ana. And then also this dive composition from Solar Snack, now that Ball is the only tank, a little bit of similar to old Overwatch, where you have the Ball hard engaging with something like triple DPS. It plays very similar to that in my experience, obviously minus the 1 DPS, because there's only 5 characters. But it is a very solid composition to run, especially with how strong Ball is currently.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what version of the game you're playing, you have, what, like 700-800 hit points running at you. I mean, he can run away, he can put shields on, now he's just unkillable. I mean, if you're able to get a good consistent burst down, I've seen a lot of Ball with Reaper, dives in the backline. I mean, that stuff's just hard to really deal with. And I think Solar Snack's comp, I mean, this is a lot of what we were seeing in Overwatch, like one of the last few kind of bigger tournaments in the pro scene in Overwatch, right? It was this DPS line, and yeah, quick fight here, starting out as I'm talking.
This Echo Tracer seems to be a pretty comfortable pick for people who are a little bit more comfortable with old Overwatch 1 Wi-Fi, able to find Tanic B with those sticky bombs, so he will take down his mirror very early on. Beaster, however, getting jumped on with the stickies from Wi-Fi as well, and he will get found with the beam, but Wi-Fi will get traded out by Chance, sitting in the back line, taking his shots, biding his time. But it is 2 extremely difficult losses for Solar Snack. They are, or for White Collar Revenge, they are forced to back up a little bit. As the Bob does come in from Chance to kind of give a little bit of space, Krabby Adam walking back main, trying to take that space back, holding onto that Flux as Solar Snack will wait for their 5th player, that is.
Ooh, yeah, nice little pick there as well. A little bit more of a stagger, probably ate up another 15 seconds there, which they really need to do. They need to eat up a lot of time. They have 3 minutes, over 3 minutes they have to be defending this point, which is kind of tough on any map. 3 minutes is a lot of time in Overwatch. But a lot of good ults coming up for both sides of the team as the Sigma's under a lot of pressure. Hopefully gets out, and Tanapy gets a pick on Wi-Fi. That's another stagger. They're doing a really good job getting these late picks.
Yeah, Tanakby finding Wi-Fi there is going to be really good coming into this fight. They're going to be up 1. Tanakby trying to find the beam onto Dust. Dust drops the mines, but unable to really find anything. Kind of just gets purpled and falls over by the spam from Chance and Tanakby there. And Chance just absolutely dominating the enemy team right now, hitting incredibly clean shots, finding 2 in that fight, as well as the Mercy late in the last fight to stall even longer. So now only 2.5 minutes remaining on the side of Solar Snack.
I mean, I was thinking it had to be a swap for Dust. I mean, that just did nothing. That was such a waste of an ultimate. That's just an absolute feed with ult charge the other team. But no, they're gonna keep it, and they do have both the DPS ults as well as Zen on the side of Solar Snack. But White Collar Revenge has 4 ults as well. I mean, this is still heavily favored for the defending team right now. Yeah, an engagement here, not gonna be able to do a whole lot. Has a lot of dupes coming out.
Wi-Fi dropping this copy, trying to rock Krabby Adam out of the air with the Flux, but unable to do so. Krabby Adam will be able to take down Wi-Fi actually through the copy. Denies all value from Wi-Fi's dupe on that Sigma. A nice Flux from him. Trades coming in. Dust able to find Tanakby and Chance, finding the Tracer on Deflex. A nice slam from Dust finds Beaster early on, so still anybody's fight. Krabby Adam falling very low. Discorded in the corner, will end up going down to a melee from Dust. The Nano comes out onto Chance to keep him alive. Paul sitting in the backline trying to keep him up. Trying to keep the Ashe up on point. A nice sleep from Paul to keep him alive. Dust will fall because of the sleep dart, but during all of the madness, Solar Snack able to take that point control, finding Chance, and able to push and cap second.
Oh man, that's unfortunate. I don't think they would have been able to keep it for much longer. But yeah, they were pushed way off points. They couldn't really go in and keep them from pushing in and finishing and getting that checkpoint. But man, I mean, I'll be honest. Yeah, Dust. You know what? You redeemed yourself. That was a really good play. Going in, just finishing off those very weak targets. A great pile drive, and then chasing down, putting pressure on the Ana again, pushing them off the point so they couldn't really defend it. I mean, they're still doing a great job with these attacks. 2 minutes to get this checkpoint is looking more and more likely that they're going to be able to make something happen here.
Krabby Adam will switch over to the Monkey for this engaged chance. Headshotting the Tracer, a really, really nice shot to take an early advantage. Silvertall's, though, able to 5-orb Krabby Adam, trying to get into the back line. So that will equalize the fight here. 4v4, still anyone's game as it's kind of a neutral. Still getting some cart push during this. Wi-Fi has that Mercy Pocket, a lot of damage potential. Tanic B uses the dash, falling very low, will get beat by Wi-Fi and ends up going down. Nice. A nice little combination from those two DPS players on Solar Snack. The Bob does come out from Chance to try and stall this push, to try and keep all of Solar Snack at bay, but I don't know if it's quite enough. Krabby Adam will return on the Monkey, but the dupe now is available for Wi-Fi. He can drop it at any time. A nice stick from Deflex to take down Krabby Adam early on, and Chance once again, a nice headshot onto the Tracer, onto Deflex. Chance finding 2 there, even though the res does come out, so Deflex will be back up. Still Solar Snack's fight, it seems. The Ana gets duped here from Wi-Fi.
Yeah!
Good Ana gap. The Ana gap from Wi-Fi takes down Paul. To turn this fight in their favor heavily. Krabby Adam coming back on the Monkey to try and stall all he possibly can. All that's left is for White Collar Revenge to try and run back onto this point.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of great ults coming in there. Wi-Fi being so aggressive. I love to see it. Now with a White Collar Revenge, this blade could be enough to potentially equalize and make a difference here. I mean, the longer this fight goes, the better this is looking for White Collar Revenge as more picks come out. Paul invests the nano boost there on the Monkey. Not sure if it was super needed, but I mean, hey, when it's this close to losing, you gotta do what you gotta do. But it's still going on. I mean, it looked like White Collar Revenge had the defense there, and okay, there. That looks like they finally pushed him back, and back to spawn. Hopefully he gets out, maybe. We only got 15 seconds.
Yeah, the blade from Tanic B, there was just enough, it seemed like, especially with the pocket from Paul to keep him alive, was enough to stall out the push from Solar Snack. Now 5 seconds remaining. Dust needs to get this cart touch so that they can force overtime and maybe get this 3rd-point cap. Actually, Deflex the Tracer will come in and touch, so Dust can get a nice slam engage. The rally does come out from Meeser to keep his team nice and healthy. A lot of armor on the side of White Collar Revenge. Very difficult to get any type of kills right now. Dust trying to roll around, trying to wait out this rally. It will end up going down eventually. Wi-Fi falling very low in Chance, and Krabby Adam comboing to take down Wi-Fi. And here come the kills. Krabby Adam popping that Primal with 2, and that's going to be a nice 3rd-point hold from White Collar Revenge.
Yeah, they did a really good job. I think one thing that was consistent about them was their ult economy. It felt like every time I looked over at them, they had at least 1 or 2 ults more than Solar Snack. I mean, I think Solar Snack was able to get value out of theirs, maybe a touch better than White Collar. I felt like they were still able to win fights and push in when they needed to. You always want to push in, but when it really came down to it, needed a clutch, they were able to make it happen. But you really can't depend on that clutch. You have to be clinical. You have to have a strategy going into these fights. And White Collar Revenge are consistently going in there with a game plan, which I think is really being the deciding factor in this map. And they're doing a great job. It was a great defense. Got a little scary. Not gonna lie, it got a little scary, but they did a good job.
And I will highlight, obviously, as we saw from the kill feed, from some nice shots from Chance, headshotting Deflex on that Tracer over and over and over again, it seems. Getting those early kills from Chance, getting the nano boost from Paul, and that's who I'd really like to talk about here. Kind of the silent hero of that whole round. Paul, some nice nanos on 2nd point, keeping Chance alive, making that 2nd point fight winnable, forcing Solar Snack to invest even more ults to force Dust onto the backline to shut down the Ana, and Paul with some nice sleep darts as well across the entire round, and just overall some nice getting that nano blade off on 3rd to keep Tanic B alive. Just some really solid Ana play from Paul.
You're totally right. I mean, that's the mark of a good Ana player. Nothing flashy, just consistency. That's all you need from a good Ana. Just knowing that you've got that backline support always there, ready to help out when you need it.
course. And now we're going to see White Collar Revenge come out on this Doomfist. A little slam engage coming from Krabby Adam. He will commit pretty hard, falling very low. Will drop that new Doomfist E to try and negate some damage, but will end up falling to the right click of Deflects, charging up that railgun, that freshly nerfed railgun. So a nice little kill early on, so no tank available on the side of White Collar Revenge anymore. Dust will get the kill onto Paul as well, and it does seem like after that, a little bit of an overzealous engage from Krabby Adam on that Doomfist, as we will see him switch over to the Rhine.
Yeah, really good job shutting down that engagement. I can't quite tell what happened, but a lot of people got stunned real fast. Made it tough to do a whole lot of anything, but just kind of let yourself get walked in on, unfortunately. And now with this Genji getting close to a Blade, I mean, it's going to be a big factor coming into this next fight.
If I have to Blade, coming up on that one very soon, we're going to see Krabby Adam try and lead this rotation. He will find Mahir super early on, so the speed boost and the tank on the side of Solar Snack already falling very early. Extremely difficult to come back from this. Now all of them falling very, very low. Deflex will go down to Midster himself. Wi-Fi falling up very, very low, trying to get out, maybe get a reset for a retake, but I don't think they'll be able to. A really, really nice rotation from Krabby Adam to take down those two key pieces of Solar Snack early on.
Yeah, if you don't turn around and just engage on one target, the correct target, you're just kind of just throwing a wet noodle at someone. Like, it's not going to do a whole lot. But the second you lock it in, be aggressive on one target, which is exactly what you need to do with this Brawl-style comp. Yeah, it's so tough to stop that engagement. And now just with peppering this damage, I mean, it's so tough. This Sojourn is so aggressive. Just having that barrage of damage coming in, and also the Mei right clicks, like, what do you do? Such a hard thing to walk in on.
Tanic B on his signature Mei, but Dust will find Meester first, so that's all of the speed boost, the rotate potential for Krabby Adam already down, but Deflex as well will kill Tanic B with that railgun. Wi-Fi finding Krabby Adam late in that fight as well, and that's a really solid engage from Solar Snack to come back after losing that first point and get the momentum that they need to try and hold this choke point, and they're now on 5 ultimates.
Yeah, I was about to say, we got a royal flush out there. I mean, they are going to be able to take on whatever White Collar throws at them. I mean, there's not going to be a whole lot they can do. Hopefully, you know, bait out a couple ults maybe, but that's really all that White Collar Revenge can really plan on right here.
My eyes are on this Blade from Wi-Fi as he dashes in, trying to do some damage onto Chance. Dust with a nice engage with the Junker Queen Rampage, finds Meester, but Chance and Krabby Adam are comboing with the overclock to take down 2, but it's just not enough as the overwhelming ult advantage from Solar Snack seems to clean the rest of them up. Those 2 kills will get them a lot of space into this fight, though.
That's huge. I mean, they forced out 3 ultimates. I mean, 3 ultimates with, I think, 2 ults on the side of Solar Snack, maybe? My math is suddenly not very good. But in any case, it felt like a good, solid fight from Solar Snack. They do have to back up a little bit. White Collar Revenge able to get some distance on the cart, but they've got Junker Queen on the ground ready to fight. And it's going to be a quick engage here.
Here comes the Blade from Wi-Fi, able to find Meester very, very early on before he gets that beat available. Very important. And Deflex with the overclock just thrown in for good measure as well. Finds Krabby Adam. A very fast team kill from Solar Snack to stall this push from White Collar Revenge even further. But now, the threat from White Collar Revenge, as no ults are available on the side of Solar Snack, and Meester has that aggro beat.
I mean, of any ults you can kind of fight without having an ultimate, that's maybe one of the only ones you can kind of do, but it's going to be so tough. They need to be so locked in and focus these targets down.
The beat does come in for Meester as the early engage from Dust to try and take advantage of the rotation from Krabby Adam, but Tanic B on that Mei able to find Mahir, so all of the speed on the side of Solar Snack now gone. Chance equalizes, finding Deflex. So 3 players on the side of Solar Snack down. Tanic B finding another 3. Tanic B with a 4K that fight on the Mei. My GOAT, Tanic B, the Hayden Overwatch team alumni, close on this Blizzard and just putting on a Mei clinic right now.
I mean, between the right clicks and the walls, I mean, this Mei is just a menace on this map. Yep. Speaking of, like, what are you gonna do? Able to touch actually a little over half a meter left, and a blitz on the point. This is gonna be very tough for them to defend.
The rally does come out from Silver Talls to keep his team very healed up, as well as that shout from Dust. But Meester finds Silver Talls despite the rally. Krabby Adam with a snipe fire strike to kill Deflex, and it looks like White Collar Revenge is going to be able to push through second point here, despite a nice little recontest attempt from Solar Snack. They will be coming up on a lot of important ults here, though.
I mean, as strong as you want to say Junker Queen is, and I think anyone can say she's super decent, just super decent. Is he gonna? Okay, I thought Lucio was gonna get decapitated there. You know, you really can't defend yourself against a Ryan Earth Shatter, which is what happened. It's shattered through the point. Like, what are you gonna do? You have no shield.
A rampage comes through from Dust to Purple. 4 people. The blade combination from Wi-Fi finds 3. An incredibly clutch combo from Dust and Wi-Fi find 4 together, combining their ultimates. But now that is both of very, very, very important ults for Solar Snack. Now only coming up on that beat from Mahir and an Overclock. And as we know, Overclock historically very, very hard ultimate to use.
Yeah, I mean, Deflex has been hitting some of these shots pretty consistently, but Krabby Adam, that's a big pick.
Dust gets caught out super early. The Overclock comes out from Chance. A lot of damage being done from these railgun shots. He will find his mirror and deflex, but Wi-Fi finds, even in this lost fight, 1 kill onto Meester. However, it's not going to be too important, as he does have that speed boost available to try and rejoin his team, and both teams have beat available now.
This is, I mean, I'm looking at this. I see last fight. If they're able to get these kills in a good way and stagger them out, this is going to be absolutely last fight. They need to make something happen here. Solar Snack needs to find a good engagement and be aggressive. I mean, yeah, with a beat like that, you got to make something happen right now.
The early beat from Meester, keeping his team very healthy, as Mahir also dropping it at the same time, so both teams' beats will shed early on in the fight. No kills quite yet. The Overclock gets dropped, but not very much done from Deflex with that one. Krabby Adam, and a nice shatter onto Deflex to drop him. 4 players on the side of Solar Snack go down. Wi-Fi doing his very best to try and take down Paul, but it's just not enough. The rush from White Collar Revenge take 3rd point Rio, and that'll be a 1-0 advantage for them.
Yeah, man, they were just more consistently more aggressive. They pushed in when Solar Snack just weren't quite ready for them. It's just tough. I mean, no matter what, it's just tough to defend yourself against aggression if you're not kind of prepared for it. If you're always on the back foot, and you're always going to be off balance. You're always going to fall over. I would say, Solar Snack had moments of greatness. They were consistently able to make these fights last a long time, string together good ultimates. But at the end of the day, like I said, kind of in the middle of that map, White Collar Revenge, they have a game plan. It feels like they're consistently, being good with ult economy. They're consistently finding the targets. Focusing one person down. They're just being, I think, the better team at this point.
I think if I was to pick a difference between the two teams here, I want to say Solar Snack significantly better across the board at their ult fights, right? We had some crazy combos from Wi-Fi and Dust with that Junker Queen Rampage and the Blade coming out. Some really good kills from both of those. Clean team fight wins with the Shout engages. Obviously not an ultimate ability. Pretty much is, though, with how good Queen is right now. And some really good beat engages from Mahir as well to try and match the speed at which Meester was building those. However, White Collar Revenge clearly understand this Rhine Rush composition in Overwatch 2 infinitely better than Solar Snack has been able to comprehend and kind of work around this newer Junker Queen comp with obviously the new character being released. It just seems like White Collar Revenge, their neutral game is faster, their disengages were better. We saw a lot of early engages called from Dust, jumping on Krabby Adam's rotate where they'd end up losing fights despite having an ult advantage, despite having the faster pace, because White Collar Revenge are just so understanding of what their comp needs to do to win. They were just able to back off, re-engage with neutral fights, win fights that should have been lost with ult disadvantages, and slowly bleed away at Solar Snack's ult advantage over and over and over again, taking those losses where they could, losing those fights where they had those big team wipe ultimates available, but winning the neutral game consistently.
Yeah, you're totally right. And we'll be going into map 2 here momentarily into Circuit. And it was Solar Snack's pick here. And yeah, I think you're totally right. It really comes down to just, making the fights last a long time. That's been a consistent theme with any tournament. There's going to be at least one team that's able to go super far. Again, this is not doing them any credit with the amount of talent and skill they have in the game, but just in general, their ability of a team to be able to just be scrappy, consistently have fights last a long time, that means a lot in terms of the grand scheme of the fight, because you're going to be able to play with respawns, you're going to be able to get advantages when their advantages really shouldn't be there because it takes so long for them to get back. There's just so much that goes into it. And yeah, being able to be that team, that one unit that's able to work together, keep on, trusting the fight's going to go on, that's huge. That's going to win you fights, going to win you maps when you really, honestly, have no real reason or right to win those fights.
And very, very important to note, that was White Collar Revenge without their best Rhine player in running that Rhine Rush composition. Tekugen, obviously, a long-standing member of the community, now going to come in on this Circuit Royale. I think I know what I'm going to see. A lot more Rhine Rush. He's been inspiring so far this tournament. Just casted a game the other day. The man was sniping Peepo in ball form with pins 2 in a row. Some crazy Rhine plays from Tekugen. Some really, really good command of his team as well, and I can't wait to see what he's able to do into Circuit Royale, especially with this being such a spam and sniper heavy map historically so far, as we've seen, with a lot of Sigma being played, a lot of Widow being played, a lot of Hanzo being played. We will get to see just how good Tekugen is as leading these rotations.
Absolutely. I mean, Tekugen, he's a leader. I mean, he's a leader of the community. He's official Tekugen. On the others team, though, just so I don't know if it was mentioned, but Deflect is out as well with Pandemon going into that DPS position. And I would say, I think Solar Snack is definitely not out of this series. I think even though I think White Collar might be throwing out their Ultra Star A roster, it's going to be a little bit tougher maybe for a Solar Snack, but it just means all I have to do is focus things a little bit more deliberately. Having a strong point of focus on one team just means you have to have a strong point of focus in another spot on the other team. You have to be able to kind of counter swing where the other team is not kind of putting their energy. So that might mean diving into the back line because you're going to be walking forward. Maybe try to take that energy elsewhere, go the opposite direction with it. I don't know. I'm just spitballing. I'm not the one playing the dang game right now. I'm just saying.
I do have to say, if I was to cite some high points on the side of Solar Snack, Paul definitely playing lights out today. Paul playing incredibly well. Like I said, some incredible nanos, some incredible sleeps, all on Rio. Kept his team in the game. Even like I was saying before, win those fights where they didn't have the ult advantage, where they weren't quite winning the neutral, Paul was making those fights winnable with just some lights out on a play, as he's historically done.
Isn't Paul on the other team? Paul is on the
other team. I'm totally wrong.
Paul did a good job, but let's also talk about
Solar Snack is Paul. Listen, I'm used to Paul being on Dust teams. I don't know why, or Wi-Fi teams, or one of them. We
can talk about those two. I mean, again, Dust had one ult.
That's who I was thinking of. Silver Talls. Silver Talls, my fault. It happens to the best of us. It's been a while, team. It's been a while.
That's it. You're done. Get him off the stream.
But some really good play from Silver Talls. But like I said before, Wi-Fi and Dust seem to be the two superstars here on this Solar Snack squad. Wi-Fi being the player captain for the team, being the one who I think built the roster as well. And obviously having a lot of synergy with Dust. Those two are going to need to keep being as in unison as they have been to try and take this point away from Circuit Royale. And I do think, out of the two tank players in this game, Tekugen and Dust, I think Dust does have the more flexible hero pool with a higher ceiling for sure. Obviously playing a lot of ranked recently, or I don't know about recently, but peaking very highly in the competitive ladder in Overwatch 1, being a very consistent player overall on a lot of good teams in Bad Pachimari League events historically. So I do think that Dust as a player has a lot more flexibility than Tekugen does, more of a Rhine player, as we've seen him come out on a couple different things sometimes, but definitely known for that Rhine. I want to see what Dust can do to work around this pick. And it seems Tekugen's on the Sigma, so I could be totally wrong.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a curveball. I will say, just real quick, the logo of White Collar Revenge, every time I see it, I think it's like two ferrets in a boat. They look like two little ferret sailors.
I can't unsee it now. I see what you're looking at.
It's so cute. Like, I can see the ties too, but it's so cute. It's just like little nautical. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
There's little dudes.
Dude, I can't not see it now. Why did you do that to me? No, it totally does look like that.
I feel like I've improved your vision of that logo now. You know.
My eyes have been opened. My eyes have been opened. We do see Pandamon on this Widow. And Tannic B finding Wi-Fi early with a nice shot on the Hanzo, sending Wi-Fi right back, but here able to res him up. But a really nice shot from Tannic B early on kind of takes this neutral away. Tekugen on this Sigma, which is a little bit, like I said, a little bit out of the ordinary for Tekugen as they'll get forced back in spawn. Tannic B finding Wi-Fi again! There's just no way.
I will say, I mean, when I played against them yesterday, I believe Tekugen was on Sigma on this map, and they also again had Optical Crash, which is a little bit surprising they didn't have Optical Crash running the Widow right now. I mean, this is obviously working, but it's a little bit surprising, so they've been doing a bit of changes.
A nice engage from Dust finds two. A really, really nice rotation and then slam engage from Dust. Kills Tannic B early on and he's able to kill Meester as well off the back of that Wi-Fi now. Taking advantage of the space Dust made. Beaming down Tekugen. Trying to hold forward on that card. They maybe find chance falling very, very low and they will very late. This is a very important stagger.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Chance just trying desperately to slow down the impending doom of that ball. But Dust is not to be denied here. And this is, I mean, this is going to be, you know, one of the other good spots for White Collar Revenge to defend. Now, this is not at all game over. This tower is just miserable to push into. So if they're able to get some good engages with Dust, I mean, that could be one of them. Yeah.
Tannic B being found so early from Wi-Fi. Like I said before, Wi-Fi and Dust with these crazy combos. 2 kills from them right away. Wi-Fi on this damage boosted Echo with 3. And I think that'll be a first point cap from Solar Snack off the back of some nice engages from Dust and Wi-Fi.
Man, that's unfortunate. White Collar Revenge, that was probably their best spot to do a defense. It is just kind of, unfortunately, looking like Solar Snack has it figured out. 2 picks. Yeah, why didn't they run optical? I mean, I don't understand. Man, yeah, this is baffling.
2 in their spawn, too. Pandamon seems to be just spawn camping the enemy team, hard peeking into their spawn. Dust and Wi-Fi pushing into the old spawn, trying to find Tekugen falling very low. Just a lot of people in Tekugen's face right now, unable to stop the overwhelming presence from the Mercy Ball and Echo. And now it's going to have to be a quick reset for White Collar Revenge.
This is dominant. 4 minutes on 4 minutes on this map. Like, I don't have anything to say, man. Like, I'm just so confused. I'm just so confused. They need to put pressure on this Widow. They need to put pressure on him. That's huge. That could be a good start here.
A nice dragon to give them a little bit of space. The dupe does come out from Wi-Fi, copying up that Sigma, but he will fall very, very low with that dupe, trying to farm up the rest of that Flux, unable to. Chance with the railgun defeats the copy. Paul able to snipe Pandamon, so the Widow no longer available, with Silvertall's equalizing just as good on that Zen, it seems. Wi-Fi with 2, Wi-Fi and Dust being lights out this map on the ball. Echo finding 3 once again, but here reses up Silvertall's, and that'll be a 2nd point cap.
Man, they did not like losing that last map, man. They are in this with guns a-blazing, ready to make it happen. This has been very good dives, a lot of great coordination. They're doing exactly what White Collar was doing. They have a game plan. They're sticking to it. This is really well done.
We do see that Flux is available from Tekugen. Dust falling very, very low. Will go down to Paul. Now switching over to the Moira, actually. And Tannic B able to find Wi-Fi as well. A little bit of an overzealous aggression from Dust and Wi-Fi, trying to take advantage of that high ground, but they're unable to. With a nice contest, a nice push from White Collar Revenge, not using any ultimates, actually, and only just kind of pushing in to the enemy team there and finding a couple kills. Tekugen has that Flux available as well.
That was good. I mean, they got it under 4 minutes and 20 seconds there when they got that first pick. I mean, that's huge. It's a nice time bank to cut it down under. That's a big boot, potentially. Doesn't get anyone, and now under pressure. Maybe able to get out.
Dust trying to get some boops on the map. Maybe a second try? Oh, unable to find Meester. Meester just going back and forth here. No one really dealing with him. Wi-Fi finds Tekugen, knocked a little bit too far in. The mines come out. Just a little bit of BM maybe from Dust. Finds Meester with that. And the res comes out from Mahir, but he will be taken down. Mahir actually blocks Tannic B, whips out the pistol on Mercy. But Chance on the Sojourn defending the point by himself. Dust forced to go back to point to mark it a little bit because just Chance by himself, it seemed like, on the point, on Sojourn, hitting those right clicks.
Man, yeah, what a fight. What is going on, man? It is just, everything seems to be happening. There's 3 fights going on, and that's a good stick. Tanikby finding dust. Like, I feel like SolarSnack is going to, yeah, they're still going to try and invest, but they get pushed back. They're going to have to reset after that. They're going to have to, right?
Tekken with a nice boop onto the res that Mahir tried to go for. Tekken denies the res there from the Valking Mercy, so Dust won't be available. They're trying to come back into this fight and re-engage Tanikby, forcing the Transcendence from Silvertals very early on, and Chance finding the dupe from Wi-Fi. Panamon under a lot of pressure and will end up falling. Mahir trying to duel him once again, forcing the recall from Tanikby. Still anyone's fight, really, after that. After a little bit of that, Tanikby finding Mahir. It seems like White Collar Revenge will be able to hold once again just too much. Tanikby with 3 on the Tracer. Maybe finding the 4th, trying to chase down Dust, but he won't be able to. So a nice little 3K from Tanikby gets them the hold there.
I mean, they just have a better gamer share than you, I think. I think that's just what it comes down to. I mean, that's just gross. Yeah, very good job pulling it out. I mean, White Collar Revenge having to dig in a little bit here and get some clutch plays. They are down to 2 minutes. I mean, they've done a great job. I mean, walking into this fight, hopefully they can keep this good fortune going.
The early beat comes out from Meester on this rotation, trying to take that aggressive fight. Tekken finds Mahir, so not the rally, but the break is now unavailable on the side of SolarSnack. A lot of people going down. White Collar Revenge finding several kills, and it looks like they'll be able to hold once again. So far, a stalwart hold from White Collar Revenge, despite the blistering fast time bank that SolarSnack was able to build up coming into 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, they're just finding just setting up here a bastion of defense. You know, they're just able to keep this going and able to maybe get a pick here. Yeah, they are. I called that. Throwing in the Diva Bomb as well. Okay, I was able to get Eddie, but that is a great remake kill.
Tekken going for 2 separate crunches in one fight, only able to find Wi-Fi early on, but it's just enough. Drops the bomb. Some kills coming from Dust now, switching over to that Junker Queen onto that normal style rush. It seems Pandemon having that normal new Overwatch 2 Junker Queen rush. Wi-Fi, some nice shots on the Genji. Kill actually ending up taking down Tanikby. So it's going to be a SolarSnack advantage fight here with Pandemon coming up on that bomb. Maybe gonna drop it here to try and take down Meester, falling very, very low, but he will get out for the disengage.
Yeah, Tanikby seems to be just consistently a big reason why White Collar Revenge are winning fights. They need to be able to set him up for these engages on Tracer. So putting a lot of pressure on other parts of the team to kind of give him an opening is going to be huge. And we're getting into the last fight here, only 15 seconds on the clock.
15 seconds remaining. The Bob comes out early on from Pandemon. Not really finding too much. Wi-Fi with 2! Wi-Fi with 3! A huge blade from Wi-Fi to give SolarSnack the advantage. Chance popping the overclock, doing everything he can. Able to find Pandemon with a nice railgun shot, but it's just too little too late. And a huge blade from Wi-Fi gives SolarSnack the 3rd point cap.
Against SolarSnack, they're just consistently being able to find these clutch plays. Obviously, again, they're doing pretty good jobs in terms of just neutral fights, just going in normally. But it feels like right when their backs against the wall, they're able to find one more little ounce of energy and push through and just find the fight win. I will say, I mean, they looked pretty dominant up until about halfway through that point three offense. They did find a little bit of a roadblock. I think that Tekugen swapped Diva. It was a good swap. It kind of confused them a little bit. But they're definitely not looking too shabby on this map.
It seemed like SolarSnack was significantly more comfortable on that Junker Queen rush on 3rd point. White Collar Revenge had a nice Tekugen switch, actually. Like you said, over to that Diva did a lot of work keeping SolarSnack at bay, despite Diva not really being too popular of a pick right now. We don't see Diva too much in the meta compositions in a lot of these games being played. So Tekugen kind of taking over there, switching to the Diva, and doing a lot of work, especially getting that crunch on the Wi-Fi, which you just love to see that at the end of the day.
I want to say, I want to say, I called that. I was literally in the middle of saying he's trying to get a pick here on this Diva remake. I want to say, chat, back me up. Back me up. I called it.
And White Collar Revenge, it looks like they're going to come out on this their normal tried and true rush method. Oh, the illegal strat. Oh, no, ban them. Replay the map. We can't be having this one. Actually an illegal strat. The Florida Mayhem special.
Wait, now hold
Beaster
on.
hops over the top, ends up finding Dust. I don't don't know if I don't think we're an official league. I think we're okay with this. They said that wasn't allowed. No, you can't do that. Okay, apparently maybe that is allowed? Who knows? Maybe it's allowed. We're all for fun here. I'm for fun, personally. I'm down for it. A little funny haha strat. Could have expected it. Maybe. Who knows?
This is an owl. Are you sure? Are you sure
Maybe.
this is owl?
Who knows? This could be the highest level of gameplay for all I know. They asked admins, all right, it's okay, let's go. We love funny stuff. We love funny little strats, and it looks like off the back of that little silly one, White Collar Revenge are going to win the first fight.
And then Panamon's going to win the next fight.
Oh, and Panama with a nice shot to take down Tanik.
Yeah, I mean, they just have to bounce back. Nothing you can do now. Panama needs to get set up to get these picks. I mean, like I was saying, I was surprised Takugen's team didn't use the Widow at all on their attack. It's such a defense. It's such a good, strong character, and Taku falling. That could be the opportunity they need here.
Taku falling way too low, trying to TP onto the high ground. Panama finding chance as well, so it looks like that's going to be a quick reset for White Collar Revenge, taking pretty good advantage of that early mayhem strat aggression. But now Solar Snack has that hold with the Sigma, with the Widow, and Panama lights out on this Widow so far.
Yeah, it's just so good having these long sight lines. So Takugen needs to be on the ball here, able to know where that Widow is so they can accurately keep the shield up. And looking like this defense is going to be very tough to walk in on as Takugen falls. This is such a tough wall to push into.
That Discord orb from Silvertalls just shreds Takugen early on, and Chance trying to find Silvertalls as well, getting that railgun shot, but it's just too little too late as all of them will fall. Takugen finding a lot of damage being taken off the back of Silvertalls' Discord orb being very well placed there.
Zen is just gross. Just such a gross little fella. You can do a lot with this Brawl comp, but when you're on these maps that necessitate poke comps, you know, you're just gonna have a bad time. And I really think they need to adjust off of this. They've got a minute and a half. It might be already too late, but this is just not working for them.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Takugen trying to go with the charge.
It's not working.
Gets rocked by Dust Wi-Fi, ending up getting that kill onto Takugen, but Chance finding Silvertalls again, so the Discord orb no longer available, but Takugen going down super early. Dust misses that flux, misses the flux. Chance getting rocked immediately after that comes out, but Dust falling very low. Maybe they'll be able to take him down. Paul getting out with that fade, dropping Nicole. The beat as well from Meester to keep his team so healthy. Dust falling very low. Meester ends up finding Dust and Paul with the cold, finds Pandemon. It looks like this is going to be a first point cap for Solar Snack. Just enough, just in time. The combination from the support line of White Collar Revenge doing a lot of work there.
No. That was them missing the flux. I genuinely do not think the only reason they won that fight was because I think Solar Snack flubbed the ult. Genuinely, like this comp, if they hadn't gotten that flux, you know, to walk in and have the beat. I mean, that shouldn't have been a fight win. I mean, it's great they were able to get it, but man, this is just not working. I really do not like this rush.
Mahir with a nice little duel, taking down Tanik B early on. Some nice shots from the Baptiste, and it looks like Solar Snack going to try and run back in to this White Collar Revenge rush composition. Oh, but Chance with a snipe with the overclock in the back of the map takes down Silvertalls to equalize. Silvertalls going down so many times first to Chance's railgun over and over again, but Wi-Fi will pop the overclock in. Oh, but a huge shatter from Takugen. Okay. Shatters 3. Chance fighting Pandemon. Takugen finding Dust as well. A huge shatter from Takugen, able to clean up the rest of Solar Snack despite losing one, despite the efforts from Wi-Fi on this Sojourn.
All right. Now they're at a point where there's a good. Okay, now they're at a point in the map where Brawl is good again. But I just want to say they were. Okay, okay. I'm gonna eat my words now. Pandemon finding a pick on Takugen, maybe winning a little bit too deep, but it's not gonna matter. They should be able to get this point here.
Takugen trying to force them off the point. Meester finding Silvertalls. Everybody falling very low, but Dust still available. So the only tank on the field is on the center of Solar Snack. That's very important. And Pandemon with 2. Pandemon with 2 on the Soldier, coming back to recontest. So important, so huge on that Soldier there, finding those 2 kills to actually stall the push from White Collar Revenge. So that'll be a fight lost and only a minute and 30 remaining.
Yeah, that was a good job recontesting there. Yeah, I mean, they were able to get it back. Pandemon has just consistently been able to clutch out. And I think Solar Snack, again, that's been something they've been very good at consistently, was getting a huge clutch moment. And he's getting chased out by Lucio, able to hide in the flux and stay alive, but not going to be enough.
Meester chasing down Pandamon, but unable to actually find him. Tanabe dropping the Pulse Bomb and actually landing it onto Silvertals. So still back and forth, but Tekujin going down in these fights just is too much for White Collar Revenge to come back from. Despite these kills, Tekujin will come back, will try and, I guess, take this little bit of a neutral fight, but I just don't think it's quite enough. They are going to have that aggressive beat, though, here.
Yeah, they need to get a cool pick real fast here. It's going to be very tough. Tekujin is going to be able to walk in and probably get this Earth Shatter, and that's an aggressive beat. I like that.
The aggro beat comboed with Tekujin pinning in, actually able to, I think, pin Dust or somebody, Chance taking down his mirror and Wi-Fi, and that'll be a second point cap. Some really good aggression from White Collar Revenge. That's what I wanted to see. The speed, the aggression, the violence, the momentum, all of it, all at the same time. Tekujin and Co. finding second point, and now we're going into third with only 2 minutes remaining. This is crunch time for White Collar Revenge.
Yeah, but I will say, I mean, this is going to be, of all the points of this map, this is going to be perfect for Tekujin. You need to walk on, clear them out of that little pool room, and you're golden. So yeah, they are in a good position. I don't know if they're going to be able to get time on the clock, but I mean, it doesn't matter because Solar Snack didn't get time on the clock, so they're not going to be at a huge disadvantage. So at this point, just play the smart game, get the picks, clear the high ground, and you guys will be just fine. Oh, he's going for a weird little side thing there.
It looks like Tekujin is opting to kind of force the Sigma from Dust to drop with a actually huge ult advantage, but Chance, a nice combination! Chance finding the headshot of the Silvertals again! Tekujin dropping the Shatter, Dust falling so low and falling in the very end, and a nice clean engage off the back of Meester booping several off the high ground. Mahir dropping the window to try and recontest his third point, falling so low, drops the immortality field, but it's just not enough. Tekujin swinging that hammer, getting as many kills as he can. Dust will come back on the Doomfist to try and contest, but I don't think it's enough. Tanabe will find his mirror in Panama, only Dust available to stall this point, and that'll be a nice, fast, clean third point cap from White Collar Revenge with time.
Yeah, unfortunately for Mahir there, Mahir Monday is still about 45 minutes away. So that Baptista recontest didn't last too long. But, man, I will say again, I will say the first 2 points, I will eat my words, they were able to force Rush to work. But it was picture perfect going into point 3. They did exactly what they needed to do. They set up weird kind of, a little fight, a neutral fight where Tekujin can just be a nuisance on the front line, use his shatter, pull him onto the point where they're able to just be just kind of corralled into that ultimate. They did a great job playing that off, and now they've got 40 extra seconds compared to Solar Snack, so they need to really be clutch pretty consistently here, Solar Snack. They've got 40 seconds less than White Collar.
I'm going to be honest, that third point, all Meester. As much as I hate to say it, Midster himself,
that was a great boop.
A nice, incredibly important boop onto the tank of Solar Snack, onto Dust, getting, I think, a couple other people off as well, so that Tekujin could land that huge shatter that sealed the deal for them on third there. Meester has been very, very good with these aggressive beats so far this series, and just proving how dominant he is on this Lucio character with a really, really clutch ability usage there to seal out that third point cap, as now we're going to see a little cheeky close hold, it seems, from White Collar Revenge.
I like it. Get as much time off of the clock as you can. They only have a minute. They can get it down to 30 seconds. That's only going to be one fight, and it was tough for them to even get it on kind of beyond that bridge, so I like it. That's gross.
Wi-Fi starting on this Pharah. I don't think this is what they needed, though. Tekujin and Meester comboing for 2 as well. They are going to get some trades. Dust fighting 2 in the backline. Chance and Meester both coming down to the ball. So Solar Snack is going to be able to come back. Solar Snack is going to be able to come back fast and take this fight quick. Tekujin is going to be forced out, has to recontest with his team.
Yeah, I like that little body block. I don't know if anyone saw that to keep Dust from escaping, but now they're on the Zarya, a different look. You don't see a lot of that. I know there's some B League teams that have been using a bit of Zarya. We'll have to see how well they're able to implement here in this last fight. Only 5 seconds on the clock.
Oh, but Pandamon with an insanely clutch kill on Titanic, a nice headshot on the Ashe, able to take him down, and the Moira switch actually from Paul, or the Moira Enfeebling Orb, the new ability. Tekujin falling very low, a nice actual switch from Dust onto the Zarya to kind of counteract this Diva pick from Tekujin, and Tekujin will find Wi-Fi. All the trades are coming out here, but here finds Meester, but Chance with that railgun available, trying to get as many kills as he can. Everybody on the side of Solar Snack falling very low, and they'll just get cleaned up in the end. Is a nice early hold from White Collar Revenge, putting them in a really good position here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone can really be too upset on the side of White Collar Revenge with that push. I mean, it was a little bit tough, but I mean, you know, they had some good swaps. I think they need to get, you know, a little bit more concise and deliberate with their target focus. They might have been able to win that fight, but you know, this is still winnable for them. Still winnable for them.
I liked the idea from Dust. I liked he saw Tekugen on that Zarya pick, or on that Diva pick, switching over to the Zarya, maybe thinking he can farm a little bit if they had won that fight, maybe get that grab, a really huge fight swing ultimate could have led into second, but I just don't think it was quite enough, quite what they needed at the time. I would have maybe liked to see a switch like they did on the third point on this very map, over to that Junker Queen, try and hit that rush a little bit, right? Try and blow into the anchor or into the backline of White Collar Revenge to try and maybe take down how strong they've been, because as we've talked about over and over, Paul and Meester have just been absolutely lights out on this backline, making incredible plays over and over and over again, keeping their team in these fights. And Solar Snack looked so strong after that first push, but they're gonna come on this. They're gonna have this ball composition now with Pandamon on this Ashe and Wi-Fi on this Sojourn.
Yeah, Sojourn's always going to be a must-pick nowadays. I think Chance is looking a little bit more consistent. Wi-Fi has been popping off on the Genji, but I haven't really seen him too much on Sojourn. It looks like they're going to be electing just to really only have one fight here. I feel like they maybe should have tried to go for a close hold just to try and get 2 fights if they lose the first one, but man, they've got the work cut out for them. Really got the work cut out for them.
An early kill, Silvertal's, or not Silvertal's, Beaster getting a nice little 5-orb cleaned up by Chance to find some picks early on. Paul as well finding Panama. This is extremely bad for Solar Snack. They need to reset fast. This is do or die. Their tournament lives are on the line right here. Tekugen holding close, trying to keep Solar Snack off the point so they cannot touch. But I believe with Dust on his ball, he went over the rock! Oh, Tekugen rock keeps him from touching, and White Collar Revenge advance off the back of an insanely clutch rock, an insanely clutch accretion off of the Tekugen Sigma. An incredible play wins them the map. Wow, I can't believe that.
I can. I mean, his Sigma on this map was good. Again, I still. I mean, yeah, that was well played for them. I think again a bit of a slow start. They were able to figure it out there in as the map went on, but man, yeah, that was a clutch rock. They really did, like, especially kind of like the last couple comps they went out on. I mean, that was just played very, very well.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Tekugen, maybe eat my words there a little bit. At the beginning of that map, I was significantly more in favor of Dust being a very flexible tank player, able to take a lot of different characters, where I was saying, you know, Tekugen, a bit of a Ryan player. But at least historically, that's what he's been known for. But Tekugen proving me completely wrong here, coming out on the Diva pick where he was incredibly clutch, coming out with some Sigma play, which obviously, as we saw, ended up clutching them the map there at the very end. Some White Collar. Oh, you got me. I was so confused. I was like
going for like the chat. I'm like,
dude, no, you can't do that to me. I didn't know. I was like, no way, we're gonna have to redo this map. I'm not ready for this. But Tekugen is the story of Tekugen and the backline of White Collar Revenge, with some actually just pop-up moments from everybody. Chance getting so many first kills onto Silvertal's with that right click, with that railgun from Sojourn, charging that up early, getting those headshots with the railgun, finding those 5v4 situations. Tekugen leading the charge on multiple different characters. It seems not showing his flexibility, not just on the Ryan, but on the Diva and the Sigma 2, just this map. We saw a lot of just incredibly clutch plays as well from the back line of White Collar Revenge. Meester finding some nice boops to set up Tekugen on that shatter on the third point, as well as Paul being clutch and lights out on Rio as well. Getting some nice nano boosts, some nice sleeps to secure the 2-0 victory for White Collar Revenge, as they will move on to play Demon Mode in lower bracket round 3. Solar Snack, however, will be going home. Their tournament day is over. Commiserations to them. They played an incredible series. The 2-0 is not at all telling of how this map went, of how this game went. It was incredibly close. A lot of really good points on the side of Solar Snack. A lot of really, really good fights. A lot to take away from this. So, commiserations to them. They played very well, but White Collar Revenge playing Demon Mode going into this, and that's going to be an interesting one for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think Solar Snack in general, I mean, they looked good. I think they were great at finding those clutch moments. Wi-Fi, just nasty on the Ninja. And they were consistently able to make these fights very interesting. They were able to pull them out, drag them out, get these very clutch picks, clutch engages. Dust looked good. A lot of great decision-making, a lot of great plays kind of went on there. But yeah, no, it was overall just an amazing match. Next up, I will say, just so you guys are aware, we've got the B League Grand Finals coming up here on this stream, as well as A League Finals after that at 7. It's gonna be Nightmare 2 versus Neptune, so there's definitely gonna be another banger of a match.
We also, coming next up on the C stream for BPL right now, is going to be the next lower bracket match on the C stream. So if you'd like to go and check that one out, that'll be happening very, very soon for A-League. I believe that match is going to be Demon Mode versus White Collar Revenge on the C stream. The immediate follow-up.
What do you think? What do you think of that? What do you think of that one? The white collars they're warm. I would say they're warm right now. But I mean, I guess they both came off matches, didn't they?
They are both coming off matches. Actually, Demon Mode 2-0ing. What was he cooking? So the Bad Pachimari team getting knocked out. Listen, that's it happens. BP. I was really hoping this time BP would have, after the prison that was hard stuck, maybe BP comes back, gets a nice little team going, puts together a good squad. I'm sure they had fun though from the content I saw. I'm excited for them. Or not excited for them, but commiserations to them. I'm sure they had a good time, especially with C-Dub. That's my boy. Love that guy. He seemed to be having a good time. A good old-fashioned fun team for BP, as he does. But we will see Demon Mode and White Collar Revenge going at it. Who do you have in that one, Hot Dog? I'm curious.
Man. Again, it's tough. It's tough because I feel like I haven't seen Demon Mode as much. I feel like White Collar,
Steven is on Demon Mode.
I think it's still White Collar. It's just one of those things, right, where like, I mean, okay, again, not to rehash the past, but on all the teams I've been on, I think the one thing that we did well was we always made these fights stupidly long. Because we played well, as we were just like we were the gamers. We knew how stupid we were in fights. So I feel like even just like in a vacuum, I feel like that's just so much more useful just going into any matchup. I think White Collar are just one unit able to make it happen. So but my money's on them. I think I'm gonna be casting one more time tonight. I'm just gonna put it that way.
Would love to see it, of course. My illustrious duo. But we do have, I'm personally going to take in that match Demon Mode. I gotta root for the boy, Steven. Mint, I gotta see him show out. I gotta see him make those finals. Eve, the legendary player, returning. Maybe unban Eve, hashtag unban Eve. But we will be having the B League finals up next, Nightmare 2 versus Neptune. Don't go anywhere for that one.
They tell me to leave you, I should run away. They can't believe that I wanna stay. I try too hard to please you. I can't help but need you. You give me this feeling whenever you're with me. I find it hard to breathe. My air you keep stealing, but still I'm believing. You're good for me. I've been feeling just a little bit low. Got to get back to the show and we'll fly. You don't have to feel like you're on your own. No one should have to dance alone, not tonight. You and me, we're gonna write a little history. You and me, just show me love and then you'll see. Memories that we make, they are never gonna fade for a lifetime. We don't give no shit if you wanna ride away. We just have to try to play. Second feels up in the memory bank. I've been looking for somebody to make memories in the bank forever in time. There's no reason to be hard to find.
They just get complete control of the cart. Sure, the spawns are close here, so Chasey will be back pretty shortly, be able to put some spam in as cameraman takes up the turret, so a bit less defensive prowess here now for Kingpin as they have to start going aggressive with V, using that overclock, keeping themselves alive as well. There's Yahoo with the Dragon Blade, seeing what they can get done, actually using it as a zoning blade as that V comes through from cameraman. Now they're in, deals some damage there, but no one's going to be falling. Actually, Reborn falls the Seal CEO instead there. They are gone out of the fight, and Kingpin, they are still having such a great grasp onto this choke, being able to hold it down very neatly. Worst now coming up towards this rampage, and they can just go aggressive now that they know it's coming online soon. There's the barrage though, coming through from Dynamic, finds the, and that's the opening kill you need. Worst is going to try and clutch this up right now with the rampage, and it actually works out because the amount of players that are wounded, who can kill Worst?
That's 3 for Worst. They can't kill him, they cannot move this Junker Queen off the payload. They have disembarked from the safety of Australia, come all the way to Brazil, made the long round trip, and absolutely just refusing to go anywhere. This is now property of the Junker Queen. These streets are owned by the Queen of Australia. Absolutely Worst cannot be moved, doing so much, doing everything, really showcasing the power of Junker Queen so far. But Seal, oh, he just jet spawned.
Oh, no. Dynamic booped them out of the flux. Chasey had a two-person flux brewing up. It'll be fine. They'll still win the fight either way, but it's just a funny situation. Dynamic, the counter synergy.
Yeah, hate to see it. That is going to be fight done though, and hey, they get it through at least. I feel like now Coalescence coming in for Jam though. Kingpin can legit just send it down main next fight and hold the W key. Yahoo is going to try and go over to answer that pharmacy. Can't one-tap anymore. No Mercy in tow to help boost up, but the Dynamite I think is not going to be too bad as well at helping disembark Chasey. If they can manage to remove the Sigma from the likely 4 position, then Dynamic is going to be likely easy pickings. As I say, that Worst falls really low, but oh, Commanding Shout, 100 HP.
Yeah, Commanding Shout in as well, gives the entire team 100 HP, as well as the Coalescence, but it still isn't enough to save Worst there, as a long-range barrage from Dynamic catches the Shore. Yahoo finds a kill, but it's just going to get res straight back up from Mushroom, and it's still a 5v2 now, as there's going to be no clutch coming through from that Lucio, as everyone in Kingpin backs up, and yeah, see, the Ashbeck here is very passive, but I feel like it should be able to deal with the Pharah, right?
It should be able to, but it's if you have the space to do it. Once you get forced back, you need those high grounds, and that control Worst can get poked down really easy. As I say, that Reborn going over to the Casty here, quietly doing a pretty decent job, putting some nice covering fire in for Mr. Synthetical, aka Dynamic, to try and clean up. This is a Tracer looking in the background though, that's B. Manages to run out of blinks, doesn't manage to convert, and both supports left on the point. This is actually a really good window from Cameraman. Let's see if Sale can finally get this second point done. Minute left on the clock.
But their positioning is so passive. Kingpin came back in, Junker Queen uses the Commanding Shout, and they're all just back up. Sale, they're in such a passive position. Reborn gets taken down. Yahoo finds a Dynamite, as there's a Flux trying to make something happen, but Chasey doesn't find anything. The Commanding Shout, they just don't die. What is this champion?
Oh, this hero is absolutely nuts. Honestly, you said champion, and because of how overpowered this is, I thought, yeah, Riot, what are you doing? What are you doing in my video game, Riot?
Is Riot bouncing this? Like, what?
Absolutely, I think so. Anyway, someone that is continuing to be unbalanced is Dynamic, Mr. MVP of BPL Season 3. Actually, that was Matt Tackle, never mind. The best DPS in A-League last season, having to clutch up for his team. Reborn finds a nice high noon onto the Ash. Reborn finds a Double onto.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the B-League Grand Finals of our BPL Beta 2 Brawl. I am MFG, joined here by Chicken Nugget God, and also momentarily going to be joined by Rose Hour, helping you all navigate this match today. This one is actually a repeat for me, because earlier today, I actually casted Nightmare 2 versus Neptune.
And yeah, it was, I think a 2-0, if I'm correct, or a 2-1?
It was a 2-0 for Nightmare 2.
2-0. Yeah, so 2-0, it was, pretty close on, I think, the second map, but, Nightmare 2 looking really dominant coming into this, bracket, only losing a map, their first round one, 4 matches ago. This is, looking like their tournament to lose right here, but Neptune don't want to give up. They have, a solid, set of skills. They have different looks, and they're trying to come in and take Nightmare off their peg,
Exactly. If you remember what I said at the end of that first match, I said I believe in Neptune still, even though they were bumped into that lower bracket area. They fought their way back up to be here, and they are definitely out for revenge because they really don't want to have Nightmare 2 to take another series from them.
Yeah, and this is another finals appearance for, I think, Titan and Tomas. I think they were on the Winter Showdown. Just trying to get over that hurdle. Everyone makes fun of Hayden for getting second place, but it is a mental barrier. Getting second place and constantly getting second place. It's not something you want to get over. You want to be that winner. It's nice. It's nice to get one under your belt.
Exactly. Winning is important. And if we want to look at all of our other streams going on, we have more winners to be crowned. Currently, right now, the B-League lower finals is already happened, and the B-League Grand Finals is here, but the A-League upper finals is going on right now. We got Kingpin versus Sale. Kingpin so far in the lead. You can go ahead and watch that on our other streams going on. We've got our main stream right now, and we also have our B and C streams. So this is going to be our C stream schedule. We see that the A-League lower semifinals are about to begin. White Collar Revenge going up against Demon Mode. That'll definitely be a fun match to watch. But speaking of matches to watch, we're going to throw it right back at our A-League match and taking it over. Rose Hour, thank you. You're finally here to join us. How excited are you?
I'm jazzed to be here. I'm sorry for being a little bit late. Internet problems are super fun to deal with. And thank you so much. Yeah. Sorry. Nightmare 2 Neptune. Yeah, you guys have talked about it at length already. I was listening in off my phone's hotspot, but I think Nightmare 2, the heavy favorites coming into this, looking to be an explosive B-League Grand Final, and I'm ready to get into it whenever you guys are.
Exactly. Let's get straight to it. What do you guys have for predictions? Chicken, we can start with you. Who's going to take this one?
I wanna say Nightmare, maybe 3-2, 3-1. I'm not exactly sure, but I'm thinking Nightmare. I think it goes the distance, and I hope it's a good match.
All right, Rose, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think Nightmare 2 as well, coming straight out of the upper brackets, looking fierce and ready to sweep this grand finals. I'm predicting like a 3-1, but I am predicting Nightmare 2.
I think I'm going to stick with what I said before, and I'm going to root for my Neptune. I believed in you first match, and don't worry, I still believe in you second match. You don't see my face right now, but I'm smiling for you.
Yeah, you're back from. Oh, you're not back from the void yet, but I like it. I respect it. Throwing the other way. I think Neptune. I don't want to put Neptune out. I think they do have. They do look good on the Monkey comps. They look good on the Ryan comps. I feel like they have. They have options. So it should be interesting to see. I haven't seen much of Nightmare other than the Neptune match, but obviously they got here with only dropping one map, so they must be good for a reason. And I'm sure they'll come in with something really tough to deal with.
Oh yeah, they will. And if everybody back home. Sorry, go ahead, Rose.
No, I was just saying, individually, Nightmare is just so strong across the board. From the tank in Navino, even Dawes is the backup, Ascend, and then their support line as well. So much depth there. I think they have a lot of different looks they can throw at Neptune, and Neptune have shown a lot of ability to swing upwards, but maybe not the ability to like stabilize in those like high pressure playing from behind positions consistently.
Of course, and this is actually a perfect segue, because I was going to say, for those of you at home, if we wanted to look at the rosters to help formulate your opinion, something interesting we see here is for both of them, they only have one player, quote-unquote, marketed as a DPS. But we've seen, like from Nightmare 2, for example, we had Mini popping off on the DPS role, doing really well. And as we go into Busan for our first map, we might see Mini again on the Widow.
Mini, yeah, like you said, Mini was doing God's work on the Widow. I think it was Route 66, third point, both on attack and defense. As soon as I got to that third point, you like made the swap right to Widow, and just there's nothing really you could do. In Overwatch 1, the main thing to deal with a Widow is throw your diva up there, and in Overwatch 2 we don't have that. So it's very interesting to see how the teams deal with that problem, because I feel like long range hit scan can be very, very difficult to deal with, especially if you have a Reinhardt.
It is extremely hard to like get consistent peel onto the backline for just immense amount of pressure coming out of an Ashe or a Widow if they're hitting. It's really hard to like effectively mitigate mitigate what like a single player can do without changing your whole comp around it. And that's going to be something that Neptune are really going to be pushed to do here, is respond to like the left and right hooks Nightmare are going to be throwing at them.
Definitely. And as we head out, like I said, Neptune coming out in this Ryan comp, they have the Mei and Sojourn. Kind of like this, trying to deal with, have Sojourn deal with Navino shield, whereas a Nightmare coming in with this Sigma, trying to get these off angles, and have Ascend and Mini just, deal with a lot of angles. There's so much angles to deal with, especially when, they are just the death ball right now. They are running, they're already in the back line, and they've basically swapped sides.
This rotation from Nightmare 2 and in response to Neptune's wrapping has been really effective at both giving Nightmare early point control as well as a bunch of early poke. And Navino able to do such profound damage from long range will actually take out Juicebox.
Dude, I'm not sure how to say that. The name T5K, that was a nasty anti-nade to really get that opening pick, and dominoes fall after that.
Yeah, and this is something Neptune will really have to make adjustments around really quickly, because the Rhine comp into this sort of long range heavy poke with the Zen and the Widow, it will get picked off with the horsepower behind it that Nightmare 2 has. And I think the adjustment over to the Monkey comp is a really good way of closing the gap, but Juicebox eats asleep.
Oh my god, this Anna on the side of Nightmares doing some heavy lifting. Gets to the Majestic too. Another opening pick from, I think you said Tisk? What a play. And
your guess is as good as mine, if I'm being honest.
I'm going to say T5. T5 having some insane impact these first couple fights so far. We're already at 50%, and it's going to be a reset here for Neptune. They already have 2 picks, and try not to let them get any more. But Navino smells the blood in the water, gets Titan with the rock, and Mini on this off angle playing a lot of power. I love to see it.
I love opping. But yeah, either way, Nightmare has done a great job of controlling these really long sight lines, getting pressure in from every angle before Neptune can even really set up for these dives. And we see Neptune maybe starting to panic swap a little bit. ZD tried to make a move over to the Cassidy, and it clearly didn't work in the last fight.
And yeah, Nightmare 2 are coming up on almost 5 ultimates. I'm not sure if Mini has their ultimate or not. Icon is a little buggy, but oh no, they use it. Okay.
Yeah.
So now that comes with the Flux, and not much value gets out of it. This is actually really good for Neptune. They are able to get on point. 99% has gone on. They need to win this fight. And yeah, that is going to be, I think, the fight winner. They are going to be able to stall it a little longer. I don't know if you really need to at this point. As I say that, though, Ascend wants to win this now. pulls out the blade, and they pull out the trance. They say no. They do get the point flip, but Ascend gets 2 with the blade, and now it's kind of anyone's game here. Oh my god, Khan gets a pick. And this is with Mini, that all that's left is now is TM 626, and they're already lost. They did get the point flip, so now they should be able to get some more stagger time in. Juicebox is coming in on that Tracer, going to try and get the last possible second, and does get a nice extra touch. Gives them an extra time, but oh, they do actually put the nano in, and the beat. Oh my god, Juicebox one clips Khan with that, and now this is somewhat of in their favor. They are getting it, but Mini says no, get out of my face, slaps him out. Does go down to Majestic in the end, and Titan, or no, sorry, to Titan, but now this is an all-out brawl on the point. Oh my god, I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, this is a pretty chaotic mid-fight. Ascend is actually getting pretty close to another Dragon Blade, and the more Nightmare draw out this fight, the closer they get to their next ultimate rotation. And Neptune, if they want to invest here, they're going to have to put in a lot to really win out this fight, and that'll just give Nightmare the advantage to re-engage on their own terms.
Neptune have such good peel right now. Ascend trying to get a pick on Titan, and Titan gets dangerously close with that anti, but will be able to prevail and keep his team alive. And now there's just so much fighting going on. Mini gets another pick onto Juicebox, doing the actual Lord's work. TM26 wants to pop Primal, get the Vito off the point, trying to get this actual flip going back on, but the picks are still coming in from Nightmare 2, and Vito gets a double with the Flux to end out the round. That was, wow, we're in it for a series.
Yeah, and it was the ultimate rotation. Nightmare 2 was able to just sustain Navino on point for so long that Mini had total free reign the entire time. A little bit of pressure from Juicebox, but ultimately not enough to really shut down the Widowmaker. Able to get so much free damage and force Neptune to sort of rely on playing more passive, and the whole time Nightmare 2 just didn't drop control of the point once. So Neptune really had to make a play happen with a dearth of ultimates as well as a dearth of positioning. There was no space or like real firepower to be able to crack back into that fight.
It looks like Nightmare 2 want to make this swap onto the Rhine comps. A lot more, enclosed area. Easier for the Rhine to get so much value. And Neptune basically doing the same thing, but having a BAP instead of the Moira and a Junkrat instead of the Reaper. I think the Reaper brings more consistent damage, but the Junkrat has so much... Oh my god, what a pin!
What was that pin?
Whoa, what a pin! And yet, with the Junkrat, a lot of wacky stuff can happen, like boops on the pin. And, oh, Navino gets a little bit too aggressive. And now, without the tank, this is going to be tough. And, oh, Ascend. What a smart wall. Playing Fortnite over there, trying to get over the high ground. And now they will get this first cap. That's actually really good here for this percentage, but the trap on Ascend does force the ice block, forces both cooldowns from Ascend. And now Titan gets dangerously low. Ooh, are they going to get him? They do. And Khan gets the pick onto... Oh my god, I just don't know what's happening. There is just an actual brawl going on point. Nightmare 2 are doing... kind of winning, I guess, because they have percentage, but as I say that, Neptune get the picks.
Yeah, Neptune went out that first fight, and I think a lot of that is contributed to the fact that ZD on the Junkrat is able to just put out so much unmitigated damage. Nightmare 2 couldn't really absorb it, especially once T5K went down. It was just so hard for Nightmare to win out in the prolonged fight, especially after Ascend got the ice block forced out so early, and then, yeah, Neptune were free to engage their Navino!
What a Chad shatter. It's right in their face. Makes him pay. Gets 2 actually with the shatter, and then knocks the other 2 down. Doesn't get the Rhine, but will be able to get the cleanup from their teammates. And this is just gonna be a quick point flip. Titan does invest the window. I don't know about that one, but we'll be backing up, trying to reboot
Titan even get it with his life?
I don't know. This is kind of
I don't think
staggered at
so.
this point. You should just jump, really, because this is just taking longer.
Oh, that's a really delayed kill.
Yeah.
Neptune actually looked like they were positioning to try to save him and just in turn get walked at. The wall from Juicebox will stop the bleeding just a little, if only a little bit, but that was kind of a disastrous stagger there from Titan.
The tire is coming in from ZD. Should be coming in through this window. They were doing it in the last round. I hope ZD doesn't do that again because they should be ready for it. They were doing the same thing. Yeah, did the same thing last game. Boom. Instantly sniped.
That was...
Yeah.
And the Korean gauge is brutal.
TM26 does get them on the ground with the Shatter, but it's not going to be enough. And Majestic, Majestic uses the beat, and now we don't beat for last fight. The only thing is, Nightmare did use a lot of ults as well. If you're on the side, if you're a Neptune fan, but Mini has ultimate. Navino has the Shatter. This is not looking too hot if you are a Neptune fan.
Yeah, this has been an immensely rough second round here for Neptune. Even if you thought the first one was bad, Navino is going to drop in another Shatter directly on TM's head, forcing out the MO early. And that might just be all she wrote as Nightmare starts to clean up the fight as it breaks down.
Yeah, it's looking like Nightmare are getting these picks. Neptune trying to all group up together on point. This actually could be good. They are Caveman grouped up together. Titan is Titan's so low. It does go down, but the respawners are coming in from Nightmare 2. They force the block. Mini stays a little bit too long on their side, and Ascend or Juicebox is allowed able to put down their ultimate. Makes a lot of room. Oh my god, no way Navino is still alive. Okay, thank you. Someone else was thinking it.
He was just standing there for like what felt like 4 years, just entirely alone on point. Like, oh my god. Die. Whatever the case may be, Neptune finally wrest control away, but how long will it last? Nightmare coming up on both support ults soon enough. Navino actually will get isolated by the wall. Can Neptune punish this quick enough? Yes.
Yeah, this is looking like a good, solid, quick reset for Nightmare, but with Ascend stuck out there, this is pushing last fight territory. We're already at 80%. We don't need any more staggers if we're on the side of Nightmare.
Yeah, big of Khan to somehow manage to get out despite being behind 4 people. But yeah, Nightmare 2 did not get the fight they wanted to there. Their support ults are still a good bit trailing behind, so they're going to have to take this fight largely in the neutral. Hope that Ascend can force out a big reposition with the Blizzard. And it gets caught on the wall.
And Navino...
Big shadow though from TM!
Yeah, he
takes Navino off the map. ZD fights 2 with the tire, and I think with the beat coming through from Neptune, that might be the round, yeah.
That's definitely round. Unless Mini can do the actual more than Jesus.
No. They're just one man. Surely not. Surely not.
I saw Mini do some things on Widow. You never know. You never know. But this is a scrappy fight. We're gonna be heading into the third round. What's the third round?
Last is downtown.
Downtown. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be interested. Does Neptune want to do the monkey comps here? I think monkey comps generally good on this map, but I haven't played much of Overwatch 2. I don't know what they're thinking. It looks like they want to stick to this Ryan comp. You know what hasn't broke, don't fix it. But
I think Nightmare opting back into the poke on this map is sort of risky because it's again relying a lot on Khan and Mini to be able to make the most of the space they're going to be like occupying, and this comp needs to win first fight. Battling back in with this comp is going to be extremely difficult into the likes of the Junkrat Ryan, which can just walk at the Sigma.
Definitely. I feel like though on paper this should be pretty good for Nightmare 2. You know, they don't have much to deal with this high ground. I mean, ZD has to probably use 2 comp nades to get up there, and I don't see Titan trying to jump up there to deal with this Widow. I feel like this is free. This is like, you know, free reigns right now. Oh, as I say that, he's getting pipes lodged at him from long range artillery strikes.
It's just again, they have to, Nightmare 2 have to make the most of the space that they have for free without Neptune really being able to contest it. Mini pumping in some good damage, but Neptune's point presence might just be too much for Nightmare here.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like that so far. They already get 2 picks, and Navino's about to go down. Does use the grasp, but with no healers, won't be able to survive for much longer. They do get a solid 15% or 14%. Sorry. And it's gonna be this is gonna be looking tough. If, like you said, this comp is so tough to deal with when you're trying to retake. What is their best strategy right now? Do they swap?
I think Nightmare either have to hard funnel Ascend's Dragon Blade here to really quickly break Neptune before they can build up a bank of ultimates, or they have to rely on Navino making an absolute monster hero play with the Flux.
Oh, Titan getting bullied by the game. Will be able to live. Has to commit that Flux though. They are hiding in the little Harry Potter way, but this massive Flux gets a bunch of them, and not a lot of heals to go around. juice box will be going down, and that's going to be the flip at 40%.
Yeah, Neptune not quick enough to punish Nightmare's aggression, and Navino is more than willing to just throw them all in the air for it. Huge. I think that was a 5-man flux, right? Like,
I think so too. That was a fatty.
That was a very, very big plays from the Sigma of Nightmare 2.
And now, this is looking really good here for Nightmare 2. They have the high ground. They have their angles. They are pushing the choke. And TM, oh my god, gets the wall of fury.
Oh,
God, just goes down instantly.
Discord window, Zen and Bap shooting at you. That is a good night.
Yeah.
That was a swift, merciful end for the Reinhardt of Neptune.
And that was, a solid fight win. I think they only had to use, or Mini probably did use walls, so they used a couple ults, but not that much. Neptune are going to be going around. They have 5 ultimates. This is going to be their fight to win right here. They need to win this fight. Oh, and Mini. Oh, Mini! Mini gets 2. Headshot after headshot.
Two swift kills for the Widowmaker is going to just as quickly end any hope that Neptune had to retake into that. However, only investing the High Noon into it. They still have 4 ultimates for this next fight, but they have to make it stick. And Ascent now with the Dragon Blade online, Majestic really has to makes a freaking miracle work with the sound barrier.
And yeah, Neptune still have the luxury of having all these ultimates. I wonder what they're going to engage with first.
There's the blade.
Already comes in, forces the lamp and the beat. Lads, let's keep it together. Ascent will go down to the tire. Honestly, I think that's kind of worth if you're on the side of Nightmare 2.
You just you have to win this fight. You need to make anything sort of stick, but the window goes up, but TM falls regardless. The flux comes through, Navino looking for 2 with it, and it doesn't even matter.
Yeah. Lucio is going to be able to stall and choose.
Oh, what?
Oh, that was a little weird.
That was an odd interaction to cap off map 1, but yeah, Navino on the Sigma. Absolute heroics from the man.
That was, Navino looking very, very solid on the Sigma. Mini, can't say enough. T5K, and, didn't look as flashy in the second rounds. That's just healer life for you, but, doing some great things that first round. Making a lot of openings. This is, this team, Nightmare 2, looks very, very dominant. But Nightmare, or not Nightmare, oh my god, Nightmare and Neptune. But Neptune look decent, look good enough to take them to the challenge. They have solid, fights. They have some good moments, but I feel like this, this X Factor is the Mini Widow. There's just not much you can deal with it. It's just, what are you going to do? You have a Reinhardt.
This Nightmare roster just has so much firepower backing it up. It's really hard for Neptune to find an opening where that Nightmare won't immediately bite on you for. Ascend on that first map, doing so much to control the off angles and everything that Neptune, again, never really got to set up for dives. Just enabled Mini to roam all over the place because Neptune had to spend so much time trying to push Navino out of positions or hunt down Ascend. This Nightmare team is working together and they're working lethally.
Definitely. But next map, I don't know what the next map type is. Oh, never mind. Let's not even talk about that. But what do you think were some clutch moments? I think, like you said, that trying to deal with retaking the point. You said that was going to be really difficult to deal with, and on paper, you are right. You have so many people trying to take angles. The few that do push up to take point presence, could get walked at. It's like a 3v5 essentially. Navino hitting that clutch, Omega clutch flux, completely negated everything they had to deal with, just like that. And
because it just let Navino get so much damage in on the thing that was supposed to designed to kill him. The whole part of Neptune's comp that is the whole strength of it, that you are the spearhead, you are just taking fights close up, overwhelming people with numbers. Yeah, you lose half your health right off the bat because of the flux. Okay, and then you're just surrounded. You're swarmed by Khan spamming the off angle, Mini chunking in body shots, and Descend just dashing through, and your plan to anchor point falls apart instantly. And again, that's off the back of Navino building a super quick flux.
Definitely. It's like you said. Yeah, this team is just, they got shooters. Nothing. That's what it
They
boils
do.
down to, baby. They got shooters. Ascend, he's in your face. Like I'm just basically really saying the same thing you just said 2 seconds ago with Mini, being the sniper and Avino, clicking heads. Just they got shooters, man. It's hard to do.
Mini threading the needle for that 2K, like from the high ground, like over the Rhine shield, connecting onto both DPS. It was just like, well, that's you can't plan around the Widow just doing that, because like realistically, they're not going to hit that shot every time, but they are hitting that shot almost every time, and now your game plan's in the dumpster, right? Like,
yeah, you don't teach that, man. That's just you're born with that.
You can't. All natural talent. This Nightmare 2 roster, just gifted gamers.
Definitely. I'm hoping that Neptune can really pick it up, because it feels like they just had some long range. I don't know. Is it like a comps difference? They can play. I know they can play the Winston comps. I feel like Winston doesn't do bad against that, but I guess that's what they were playing last time. Maybe. I'm trying to remember. I watched a lot of Overwatch today.
Yeah, no, the Winston comp, they tried it on that first point of Shrine, I think that's what it's called. They tried playing it on Shrine, but again, the issue was they'd done that after they'd already let the poke comp to like fully set up. Nobody was really contesting Mini on the Widow early on. Ascend and Nivino were getting a ton of free poke in, and they were never really able to like unseat the back line before they could just rotate out. So it is going to be on Neptune to not only like pick the right comps into this poke comp that Nightmare 2 seems to really favor, but also like play them efficiently so that they're not like playing at a disadvantage beforehand. And going into our map of Midtown, that's actually a map where we see a lot of comp diversity that Neptune can maybe flex the depth of their roster a little bit.
Definitely. This is actually, I think this is really good. I haven't seen Midtown played a lot. Last time I was playing Midtown, we were doing a lot of TP strats underneath. So it's going to be interesting to see, where teams have come since this short map's life cycle. But yeah, I'm excited. Start it up, baby. Let's get Casters. This is a tournament.
Casters, start the game.
Not
a tournament. But yeah, I would maybe like to see a little bit more. I was gonna say a little bit more comp variation out of both sides here, and it seems Neptune opting into the. I assume Majestic is gonna switch Lucio. I was gonna say the Rhine Bap Mercy, but yeah, Neptune running for the bog standard Overwatch 1 rush. Nightmare 2 opting for a monkey bit sort of half dive, half poke comp. With Nivino again, a lot of weight on the shoulders of the monkey to, well, first of all, not feed, but then second of all, continue to maintain the space between the DPS and the death ball of Neptune, which seems to be just walking straight to point. The teleporter is going to take him. Oh, right side doesn't get out.
And it looks like not much has changed since the last time I've watched some Midtown gameplay, because it was literally this exact same thing. We go down the bottom and then we TP to point. And I wasn't a fan of it much then, and I'm not really that much of a fan of it now.
No, this comp from Neptune, again, just takes so much damage from the poke before they can even really set up. They didn't get a chance to... I think Neptune maybe jumped the gun on the TP to point. Like, they attempted the TP when everyone was already low and getting focus fired. I would have liked to maybe see a fake back up through train like what they're trying right now. But regardless, here we are going into this next fight.
They are taking the tube through there. Does get a little bit low, but they are keeping themselves topped up, nice and ready to go. The Send is kind of like right next to them. I don't think anyone wants to shoot him. And the lamp goes down really quickly. Tomas is still half HP, and but we are getting picks. This is massive, actually. Okay. Divino does get Titan, but I think this is still looking good here for Neptune.
This should be a lock, yeah. Just because Nivino can swing all he wants into the Primal Rage, he's still going to get slowed down by that Mei, and then any damage he does is going to get slowly but surely healed up by Majestic, who is...
Well, big 2K.
Yeah.
Let's go. The Lucio. I love it. The Lucio players get some love.
Little bits of inches and centimeters more towards the beat, which is going to be a big tool for helping Neptune determine how they want to take this next fight. luckily have already sort of broken through that first choke, which can be devastating. And Nightmare 2 is actually going to be opting to switch back over to the Sigma to maybe exploit this high ground a little bit more.
Yeah, I like making the swap super early because if you know it's not really going to work out, don't keep forcing it if you don't think it's going to work out.
Tomas is running at them. That's a big shatter.
That is the meaty shatter from Tomas. Love the speed boost. Everyone coordinated, ready to go, and just completely executed everyone on this high ground. They are forcing them back, and they don't want to get too aggressive. I love this from Neptune. Taking this high ground and keeping it. This is the power play right here.
Yeah, that was an extremely decisive fight, which is what we said we needed to see out of Neptune, right? At that first map, they couldn't quite set up their dives the way they wanted to. Their rush was like sort of a little bit off tempo, but this speed boost right up the stairs, drop a shatter in Navino's face right off the bat. Send fights 2 or just 1 with a blade in the backline. Oh, ends up being 2.
Juicebox used their mail as well, and I thought that was going to get a lot of value, and it just didn't. That's crazy. I'm at a loss for words right now. I don't even really understand what happened. I thought a Juicebox was just going to freeze everybody and shoot him in the face, but what do I know?
Yeah, Ascend just sort of popped Dragon Blade, dropped into the backline, executed Titan, and just like that, Neptune's plan kind of fell apart because well, I mean, they could damage Navino all they wanted, but Navino was getting the double pocket from 2 supports, so unlucky, really.
Yeah, we are going to make this trek through the bottom ground, all sticking together on the cart. I like this from Neptune. There is still a lot of angles to deal with from Nightmare. Mini does pop the ultimate from the back line, and this is going to be hard to deal with. Oh, they do get it really close, though. Basically, almost capped, and Navino does go down along with Mini, and this looks really cappable for the side of Neptune here. But, 1 goes down, 2 goes down, and Titan gets 2 with a punch him in the face. Make it 3!
3K.
Titan with the 3K, capping the second point for his team. I love it.
Anything T5 can do, Titan can do better. A 2K for the Ana into a 3K for the BAP of Neptune, and gonna lock him up the second point, and Neptune looking revitalized with this all-in rush look.
Yeah, this rush looking really good on the Midtown here. Navino coming with the flux. Oh, this is exactly what you don't want to see, but if you're a Neptune fan, but the lamp goes down so quickly, and with the anti just completely seals the deal. Juicebox gets caught out in between the Sigma, and that's just going to be it. Tomas does get this Genji as a little consolation prize, but this is going to be the waiting game here for Neptune, trying to wait for these respawners to come in for this next fight.
You pointed it out last map, but T5's nades have been such a good tool for Nightmare in turning these fights. That nade onto Titan, without the sound barrier or anything to back him up, meant that as soon as that immo went down, he was instantly cleaned up by Ascend, and who is now tearing up the backline with a Dragon Blade.
Ascend with a clean 2K, almost gets the third. Juicebox is 1 HP and will go down. And now this is looking really rough here. This third point, you know, it looked like Rush was really dominant on these first 2 points. I don't know. I'm trying to think of what is the difference on the third point really here. I mean, there's not that much high ground.
Third point has that extremely sheer high ground at that very front, and if Neptune can't get the cart through, then Nightmare are just going to be able to pound them from all sides. And something that Neptune did really well to unseat Nightmare's spam on the second point was take that first decisive fight, which they're trying to do now, but Navino catches the shatter with one hand.
Actual nice block. Gold hands from the side of Navino. And this is looking really rough. Titan already goes down, and Majestic goes down as well. There's no supports on the side of Neptune, and they just need to get out right now. But
this is what we were seeing on last map, where Nightmare realized what Neptune are trying to do and bite down hard on them before they can even do anything. Even if Navino hadn't blocked that shatter, the trance was already coming through from Khan. It would have just nullified any damage that the Reinhardt was trying to do onto the Sigma altogether. And Tomas is actually now going to be switching over to the Doom Fist in an attempt to more actively fight for that high ground. But Titan goes down early to another nice nade from T5.
Oh my god, T5 actually pounding right now. Unreal.
Odd. Oh, there goes the flux.
Oh, does
Wait,
he
he catches Juicebox.
Fade away.
That's not allowed, Navino. You didn't have line of sight. That's oh man. Juicebox is gonna be upset about that one. Yeah. But it's this high ground from Nightmare 2 that is so hard for Neptune to break. They don't have any tools to really get up there and fight them for it. The sound barrier is going to be invested to try to just maybe get the cart past and force a drop from Nightmare, but Nightmare, for the time being, are holding fast. Mini gets traded out with Juicebox posthumously, but with no Tomas, I think Nightmare can just walk at them here.
Yeah, this is just rough. Neptune are... I feel like if you're Neptune, you just kind of need to, I don't know. I was going to say stand on point and just try and force him down, but Mini is playing at all different types of angles. You don't really know which side he's going to be shooting from, and when your supports are already dead, that's just rip. But Neptune has made the full swap, basically. Juicebox is now on the Genji, and they're running Ana. Oh, and Titan does get T5K, switching it up on the first
Dude,
blood.
Mini is a menace in this lobby right now. The DPS for Nightmare fell their counterparts, and this might just be another fight.
Yeah, I think this is looking like it. Tomas is 1 HP in Titan. Oh wait, this is last fight. 30 seconds to go. They need to touch point, and they are going in 1 by 1. I don't think I see this is going to be the end. All Nightmare have to do is get it around this second last bend.
And Neptune definitely don't even want to let Nightmare get it that far, because at this point, if you get it to the second point and like Nightmare win a decisive fight on the checkpoint for the last one, it's basically just going to be over. Neptune isn't going to be able to really assert themselves onto that high ground that Nightmare used so well in their defense, and Nightmare are just going to effectively Neptune need to hold Nightmare to fewer than the 2 points, because if they get it to that second choke point, I think this map might just be over.
Done.
What Neptune can do is they can maybe try to opt into a little bit more of the defensive dive look, since Nightmare really haven't had to aggress with this poke look at all. And I don't know how prepped they are to, like, really be the initiators in most of these fights without Mini sort of having that space already to control. And I think that's something Neptune can really make the most out of.
Yeah, it looks like Neptune want to stick to this rush comp. I feel like they were definitely doing a lot of the monkey comps early on, last series in the upper finals, and I guess they just don't feel like it was, working out for them. So they are sticking with the rush comp. Nightmare 2, though, making a lot more swaps than I thought they would. Putting Navino back on the monkey, and Ascend's been playing Genji, like I said.
And the Navino monkey experiment was what they tried on their first point defense as well. Neptune eventually got past it, but I think it's still very usable here, especially into the rush look, where you can just juggle point contest away from Neptune, force them to drop back, and then just buy so much time with the between the Lucio kiting and the Ana heals onto the monkey.
Oh, Navino jumps right over the tube, gets at him from behind it. What a massive anti. Doesn't last as long, but it will get the job done. Navino going back in. Oh, 30 HP. Oh my, no way Navino is still alive.
Another two-man anti. T5 has been absolutely deadlifting some of these fights with the simple press of an E button. Tomas won't manage to get away from Navino either as the monkey chases down. But it's in the end only 2 kills, but still a dominant first point attack and really, really nice anti-nades from T5.
You can't overstate that. Like, massive anti-nades. Like, so much stimulus for my brain. Oh my god.
the dopamine rush, the programmed dopamine rush when 3 people all light up purple is
it's yeah, no, I got I'm not even playing. I'm not even in the game. I got excited.
I was like, whoa. But yeah, the really nice nades from T5, who's actually building up towards a super early nano. I think to be the first ultimate online for Nightmare 2. But that will slow the growth of it a little bit. Brightside manages to find the head with a fully charged railgun.
And yeah, now we're getting into a brawly fight. This is exactly what Neptune want. This chaoticness, really close together. And with the doors closing, I think this is great for them. They can just hard camp these choke points.
Mini was holding an angle, and Brightside dropped down behind him and just clicked right click once, and Mini fell over. But yeah, holding close here is exactly what Neptune wants. They managed to, by losing the first point quickly, they get back in time to like fight second how they want to fight it. Khan will find Juicebox, but that Shatter should net Neptune the fight in the end.
Oh, Tomas.
Unless Mini comes up with something illegal here.
I think Tomas thought he hit the wall a little bit early, because I was like, did he just kidnap the Ana just to kidnap the Ana? But
buying time by displacing healers, I swear. Navino will pop the Primal despite being down 3 and at the time 4 teammates. The anti-nade does come through, but whether or not they'll be able to punish Tomas is, unlikely.
Tomas gets in good LOS, and now they are fighting for this corner, trying to get as much as they can. And just a really aggressive Mayalt from Juicebox does get Khan, but Khan still getting healed up. Oh my god, T5K. What a legend. BPL, I think this is BPL rookie event, but I love it. Love him.
Ascent comes back in with the Dragon Blade and cleans it right up. I like the thought going into that fight from Neptune there, where they see the monkey dive and they throw in the Blizzard to try to punish and split the backline from the monkey. But what happens then is Navino goes down, but the backline from Nightmare 2 just responds by, keeping Ascend nice and topped up. Khan stays alive, the Dragon Blade comes back in, and Nightmare 2 turn the fight. Oh my god, goodbye, Mini.
That was a great rotation from Neptune, getting right to the point as quickly as possible without getting seen like a viper, getting its prey by getting that extraction. But Navino does get an extra pick as he goes down, and the respawners are coming in. This should be able to be a fight. This is a 3v3 going on. Sense in the back line, and does get Brightside. Will he get out with his life?
They're actually just winning their 1v1s, and that is what has sort of muscled Nightmare 2 through this offense thus far. However, with the superior numbers on point, another sleep comes through, but Neptune should be able to hang on to this underpass for now.
This underpass is perfect for Neptune. It's in the in the Valorant game, we call this ratting, but it's perfect. They can just contest the cart. They have so much cover, natural cover, that can't go away, and how are you gonna dislodge them from the spot? Maybe Nano Monkey?
Two-man anti certainly helps. That forces out the sound barrier super early. Navino now with the Primal on the line. Ascendo does get caught out by the Shatter.
Oh my god, goes for the pin, does hit the wall, and now gets slept. What's happening? This is just chaoticness. Tomas is in their face, just smacking them up with his hammer, and this is looking great here for Neptune. Looking like they're finally going to take a map here from Nightmare. There's only a minute left, and they found their little... They found the...
Nightmare making swaps? Yeah, it looks like they want to mirror the rush, fight this on the low ground. Ascend maybe signaled this a little bit early by switching to the Reaper back like a fight and a half ago or something like that. But Neptune, with a pretty stark ultimate advantage, Nightmare 2 are wrapping around and maybe looking to beat engage, flank them by dropping down, but Neptune sniffed it out. They are peeling back just a little bit.
They've completely out-rotated, swap sides on the map, and I love it.
Someone's isolated. Yeah, Brightside gets isolated there.
Tomas, does he get a second? Titan gets 1 HP. Does commit the Cole. Oh, dies mid-Cole. Oh, no. But Tomas, big! Gets the veto. Has to get this map. Does get T5K. And that's still a win, though, for Neptune.
That is definitely enough players for Majestic needs to not die here, but that is definitely enough players for Neptune to keep a little bit of card contest going, and Nightmare 2 to really not be able to follow up on any of it. So, in the end, a pretty good fight for Neptune. No ults available now for Nightmare. They'll be coming up on the Death Blossom, but that's a gamble when you're fighting it into a mailed.
And the best part is Nightmare won the fight and didn't move the cart at all.
That's a pretty big Blizzard, yeah.
Snipe Navino with the Blizzard, and that's map. That's 100% map right there.
Surely, yeah. T5 has done some pretty impressive stuff, but one BAP all by his lonesome is not going to be enough. Neptune are going to close out the second map of the series, tying this up 1-1.
All right, we got a series on our hands. All right. I'm excited. Let's go.
Yeah, really heads up from Neptune to identify that rotation from Nightmare 2 over the top and just fall back to the other side of the underpass and force them to fight on equal footing. And then a really nice follow-up, actually, from Tomas to get the Shatter in there just to make sure the fight, at the very least, goes neutral.
And after pinning that, because when pinning in with the Reinhardt, really needed to hit that bat because it doesn't matter if he swings at that Reinhardt all day. It kind of a misplay from T5K to get even closer, I guess, because he did get pinned kind of into the room. Maybe could have ran away a little bit and heal his Rein, but Tomas being able to just 180 and swing, map was kind of already over at that point. Kind of a long shot for him to win, but
again, Neptune managing to go even in that fight, trade out as effectively as they did, especially when Brightside did get caught out early, was really, really sublime from them in securing the second map of the series and tying the series up 1-1, which, again, they have shown the ability to hold Nightmare. It's just a matter of holding the Nightmare back,
Definitely. And it's big, getting that over that mental hurdle. We finally beat them. They've played them 3 maps now, or this is the 4th map, and they lost all 3 maps prior. So it's nice to finally get that one off your chest. Know we can do it, and maybe make a game out of this. But looking back on these other games, we got some bangers on our hands, Rose.
Oh yeah, White Collar Revenge in Demon Mode is that is a turbo banger of a match. Both teams with a very distinct style. Kingpin and Sail both extremely dominant in their coming out of relatively early losses in the Swiss stage, coming into a stellar performance in bracket thus far.
Yeah, on the B and C streams, definitely should go back and watch those. I think I'm definitely going to go back and watch probably both matches. I think White Collar Revenge is, the homies, and same with Sail. Sail and Kingpin. Kingpin, I love their Kingpin brand. I think the Kingpin brand is probably the best in this whole tournament. Shout out, Bunny.
I just want to pick it up, give it a little hug.
I just want to give it all my money as it
robs
me at gunpoint.
All right, we're going to throw it to a quick break. We'll be back with map 3 after this.
I've had 1,000 dreams of you, scenes I do like. I stop counting, feels I could try. I should try. Hold my breath, I won't make you wait. You're mine for the taking. My eyes on your shape. You're mine for the taking. Take me where your monsters hide. They don't dance in the daylight. Look down, you've got me so high. I think it's safe to say
now. They've got 8% on the board, 84% is going to be basically a fight and a half, a fight and a meeting. For Sail and Deathlock, they're going to build up Dragon Blade, they're going to build up that Barrage as well. West Uniform is going to be great at zoning and keeping them on point and call it out, but this Eva is going to have to be so good in this fight. A rocket on from Dynamic is to begin with. Right the best, right? They're still going to see the best one right here, and now there's the spot position of the mag, and that right there is Dynamic getting the Barrage through the partial sting and worse! Right, now keeping a life for now from Dynamic. Mind it because they see the ball go out, but unfortunately, the rest of Dynamic's team died around it, and they managed to win. Yahoo just collapsed on the Farah, who honestly did it at basically great net range, point blank was that Farah, and just basically taken out the Farah. The most cool boy fight next completed when you view the low barrage, just to push it 19 days and chase through the back down, they look like they're slowly running up momentum, can they kill these? Oh, the end going to take down Caraman's
Got the follow-up, but CLCO finds Chasey. This is exactly what Kingpin need if you want to make a clutch play happen, but they don't have the ultimates to do it. It's going to be Yahoo or worst, I feel, to deal most of the damage here. And B swaps over to the Tracer, has 30% ult charge, but Dynamic is here, giving up the rest of the squad as they're returning. Worst gets maxed and taken out, and I think it will come down to a recontest here. But some extra stackers would be great to be able to get here.
Yeah, Kingpin are going to maybe draw the clock up to about 90-92%, but this is basically last fight sale. Now we're going to be having this ultimate and both DPS ultimates ready to go. They're going to have to scramble to the point. Our Kingpin, I think this might be curtains or at least a venture into the lower bracket for our favourite Penguin Mafia. Ultimate, the sale coming up basically everything bar the minefield coming in. So strong, the cold barrage, Bad Pachimari.
Oh no, he takes up that out. That's a great move. They have them played online. Gets through the face of the matter. Quite trying to get the end and right there. That is a winning play here for Sale. They have to take down West. They're going to have the bomb. They should end up falling regardless. No kills coming through from the bomb here. You might have a couple of extra taggers here. Have to be through to the but they can't touch the point. And Sale, they complete the reverse beat to bring themselves to grand finals.
And they do go for the last game, wasn't trying to fall reverse beat. Once again, like with a blade crucial fight here, slices CLCO up, stays in, and just with the last swing of his blade, look at the time remaining, gets the quick 180 dash as well to immediately collapse.
Time.
Sale has made it to the A-League Grand Finals. A little update for you guys as we come back from our break. Once again, for those of you tuning in, we've got our B-League Grand Finals going on right now. Nightmare 2 Neptune in a 1-to-1 match. This is really heating up.
A day of banger matches. What can we say? You know, classic BPL.
Yeah, I mean, Neptune actually managing to take a map off Nightmare, might be able to leverage that into a few more, and if they can just take away 3, I mean, just like that, we've got our B-League champions. It starts with 1, and Neptune seem to have made the right adaptations, be heading in the right direction. And again, we've yet to see Nightmare really pushed in this tournament, so seeing how they respond to that will also be really interesting.
Definitely so. And our map 3 is actually going to end up being New Queens Street. So, Chicken, based on that, do you think that Neptune's going to continue having the upper hand, or do you think that Nightmare 2 is going to be able to bounce back?
Your guess is as good as mine, MFG, if we're being honest here. Push is very, you know, wishy-washy, flippy-floppy. I don't know how to pred it. I'm still
Mickey Mouse game mode, if you will.
You said it, not me. So it should be very interesting to see, you know, who comes out on top. I mean, you know, Neptune are really good at this rush-style comp. I feel like that's pretty good in Push. I would think it's good. You know, everyone stick together. Kill them. You know, stay with the bot. It feels pretty simple in my head. Maybe it goes that way. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe Mini shoots them all in the head and Navino fluxes them. We don't know. We're just gonna have to tune in and find out.
Spoken like a true sellout. Thank you, Chicken.
So yeah, my pred, I don't know.
What about you, Rose? What's your pred on this?
I don't know. I think New Queen Street, I think, actually opens up a lot of opportunities to see looks out of these teams that we haven't really seen yet, like the potential for a Zarya look. I do think Neptune will continue to opt into the rush, but I think Nightmare 2 can get really creative here and maybe throw a curveball at Neptune that they weren't expecting.
It's definitely possible. I remember seeing them do that before in the previous match, coming out with things that were basically different every map, and that's really nice to see from teams because it kind of shows that they have a lot of tricks up their sleeves and they're not just able to stick to one comp.
I don't. The teams are swapped, but it's the same roster. Actually, Dawes is going to be coming in for Khan, but other than that, I think it's the same rosters across the board. Actually, again, I am wrong. Brightside is on tank now, and Tomas is over to the DPS. So Neptune managing their wealth of tank players and lack of DPS players accordingly. Nightmare doing it in their own way. And actually, Neptune is going to be opting into the Zarya here, and Nightmare on the other end are sticking to their known and true poke comp.
And I like it. Dawes. Let's see it, Dawes. My F1 champion right there. But, oh wait, Tomas is on the Genji now.
Yeah, I said Tomas and Brightside switched roles, but didn't switch out. I don't know. It's probably because they think Brightside has a better Zarya, and right away Tomas is actually going to be going in on that Genji. Will receive one of the 2 Zarya bubbles and sort of force Nightmare back into a neutral engagement whilst getting some contestant for Neptune.
And yeah, Brightside already Omega charged up, but oh, Titan going down. That's not good. And now Juicebox 4 HP will be just pushing this bot as far as he can. But it's not going to be enough. That's just going to be, you know, the constant trickling. But Tomas will go down eventually. And now we're going to be seeing this bot stretch around. This, I don't even know what I'm going to try to say. This just feels like the battle of the Genjis, if I'm being honest. And push. You know, got to get in, get your dashes, kill some people, get out. Feels, I don't know, feels like a real Genji map mode.
It's definitely a big point of contention between these 2 teams on this map is how much value can Ascend get versus Tomas, and how those teams are going to set them up to do damage accordingly. But just like that, Juicebox has walked into the backline, killed one, and the trade's already coming through.
And yeah, with Navino going down, I think that's going to be a massive boom here for the side of Neptune. Brightside should be able to just beam down Ascend, and Jessica will get the pick, and it's just going to be Dawes here, left alone on the point. Oh, as I said, Mini.
They're looking at Mini.
I just didn't. I thought Mini was a Neptune player, just true to your door.
I know. I was like, I saw Titan fall over, and I'm like, wait a minute. We're not looking at Neptune POV right now. But yeah, either way, Majestic closing in on this sound barrier, probably looking to get a little bit aggressive with a high charge Brightside. But the pressure is on Nightmare to really bite into this fight before Neptune can set up.
Yeah, oh my god, Mini gets a nice little beam shot onto Brightside, and this is massive. Are going to be able to get some picks going, and now they should be able to push the bot.
Yeah,
this is just
really nice fight conversion. I mean, Nightmare got that opening pick onto Brightside, forced out both the bubbles, Mini burnt it down, and again, it's the continuous and like heavy pressure that this poke comp can provide. After the Zarya's bubbles go down, they have to basically break line of sight instantly, or else the Discord and the Sojourn will just evaporate you. It's actually ridiculously how oppressive the combination of the 2 is.
Yeah, Brightside coming in off this rope, off the top rope, but a massive flux from Navino. Dawes does commit the trance as well, and this is just an all-out brawl here, trying to get this bot pushing. Juicebox though does get to just walk into the backline for free and gets 2. Massive, and now this is just looking good for Neptune. Neptune are doing it.
Yeah, the Zarya Reaper look for Neptune has actually come out pretty profoundly strong. And it enables Juicebox to get a lot more aggressive, and Juicebox has been doing so much work for Neptune already. Not really talked about in the same way because he's been such a consistent part of it, but in this comp, he can really be the playmaker.
Definitely. Mei, I feel like Mei isn't really as much of a playmaker in Overwatch 2 as she was in Overwatch 1, but they are going to be... Oh, are they going to get the checkpoint?
Oh, Rav is going to come in. Navino's stuck. Yeah, this is going to be the checkpoint.
Yeah. Bot needs a scratch.
I think this was I think the choice to invest the Coalescence there on top of it was fine for Neptune. I would have preferred they save it since they had already pretty soundly secured the pick onto Navino with the Graviton Surge, but all in all, not a bad fight.
Yeah, and Juicebox goes in for the Reaper, almost gets a bunch, but Navino gets absolutely chunked down by Tomas. Tomas is actually doing some work here on this Genji. I did not expect it, but what's it with tank players?
It's always the one you least expect just comes out as a demon on Genji for no reason. But yeah, I mean, Neptune's comp has done a great job of enabling their DPS and Juicebox and Tomas to really sort of go crazy. That dash kill actually onto Navino having saved Majestic's life.
Tomas has to use the reflect, but Mini also low as well. The Nano does come in on the Navino and does get some swings on the bright side. Will be able to get the pick, but the bot is so far back. This feels like this is just such an uphill battle to even get it close to the middle point, you know?
Right. With those forward spawns that they got from reaching the checkpoint, Neptune will be able to like actually take a fight at, or if not before, the middle point, like you mentioned. And with the ultimates that are coming up on, a little bit enough of a beat advantage to really make it work. Neptune are looking to take this fight and help secure even more contest.
Big sleep.
That does not help though.
That was massive.
Navino with the headshot Earth Shatter onto Titan. That was maybe a fumbled position from the Moira of Neptune. Ascend with this tire is looking to stop Neptune's next contest before it begins.
I like this from the side of Ascend, getting nice and sneaky. Oh, waits for it. Sees them all. There's no...
Fade instantly drawn out. That's so much invested just to prevent the tire from getting that much value, and it still connects onto Juice Box.
Yeah, but Ascend's body does go down to Titan in the backline, and now there's just a lot of fight, a lot of chaoticness. Navino gets the magnets, the suck onto the pin. I don't understand it. That never happens to me. Very unlucky for Majestic, but wow, what a pin. And now they're going to be able to get checkpoint with that. Let the bot, give it a nice scratch, and then we wait a couple minutes. But this is getting pretty close. There's 3 minutes left, and I don't know if they have a shot, but they have the ultimate. So does Neptune. Neptune does have the Coalescence and the grab. And Juice Box is coming up on that Death Blossom as well. This should be a very crucial fight to this next point. Brightside already looking for the grab. Is he going to throw it? And he does. Oh, they get one.
Down two, the grab's invested, and the Total Mayhem finds another. That's unfortunate.
That's so unlucky.
Titan's been getting caught out in some really odd positions. For one, the choice to go back and kill Ascend's body instead of, helping the team survive the mid fight a little bit more on the previous fight, and just there dying to the Total Mayhem. Flex support for Neptune's getting caught out a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like they have made the swap though to the Reinhardt, trying to match it. Oh, Mini tries to catch Juice Box, shoot him in the head, but will die beforehand. And just like that, the bot's going to be pushing back, and they never got it ahead of Neptune. Neptune are still in the lead by 9 meters. So
yeah, a really swift and decisive fight for Neptune there. Perfect for both swinging the momentum back and also sort of ensuring that, at least for now, your distance isn't going to be beaten quite yet.
This is getting... The blade does come out. Oh! G5K trying to dance around it. Will go down to the blade at the end. Ascend slends in the tire. Does get Titan. And Mini takes down Brightside, and this is just a chaotic brawl. Does look good for Neptune, though. They have 3. It's a 3v2, and Majestic's so low. Oh!
The deflected the kill with the Total Mayhem!
Again, I've never seen so many kills with Total Mayhem. Dawes is going to try and skate away. Will he make it out? No. And that's exactly what you need if you're on the side of Neptune. You get 2 fight wins in a row, and now we're pushing it back. We're actually might start pushing the bot. Doesn't look like we want to commit that far ahead. I get it.
It's just Majestic needs to kite his team back as well. I think getting the bot around the corner is more than enough for the time being.
And now we have a nice neutral fight here on this checkpoint side for Neptune, but Brightside gets 2, and that's massive. I think that might just be Matt.
I mean, a minute left on the clock. Neptune winning that pretty seamlessly, all things considered. Yeah, they're going to be able to push it just that much farther, build up their ultimates. Honestly, they could just take a dry fight here and really force Nightmare to try to invest, and then just win the next 1 or 2 off of sheer ultimate advantage. It's really totally in their hands, and that's a massive shatter to kick things off.
They used all 4 ultimates right away. It looks like they want to win this now. They want to push this to the end. They are feeling it. Mini used that Wraith, and oh my god, Brightside almost hit him with the
playing bumper cars. Holy shit.
I was ready for that pin there. I was gonna go.
I know.
Fast. I was gonna go crazy if that pin.
Mini just got thrown up into the air instead. Kind of wild.
Just like that. I think they're gonna full cap him.
Yeah, looks like it. I mean, health is good. Titan's at full HP, and
Juice Box with a 4K?
It's just Mini left on the point. Give Juice Box the ace. No, Tomas. No. Navino will come out in the Rip Tire as well, but nice block from Brightside.
Yeah. Nice little shift of the shield there. And oh my god, Pin. What a Chad. Does get 2 before dying, and they don't really have much else to fight for. Oh wait, no, it's just if they lose, they get
nice concussion mine. That concussion mine limits the Dragon Blade kills to just Descend. It still may not be enough though for Nightmare to hold on. Nightmare burns down, and the overtime burns down before they can get the full cap.
And Nightmare went from only losing 1 map this whole tournament to now losing 3.
3?
Span up, well, you know.
Oh yeah. Sorry,
including the first map. From...
I was like, this series is over? Huh? Where did all the time go? But yes.
They've tripled their losses in the span of an hour.
Yeah,
kind of crazy.
From going from the heavy favorites into backed up against the wall from Neptune. This is a really nice turnaround for the team in blue.
Definitely, and this is exactly what I wanted to see. I wanted to see some good Overwatch, and that's exactly what we're getting. So, looks like, is it halftime now, or was it just... No, it was just halftime.
It was just halftime.
Okay. It was just halftime. So, yeah, next map
like
type...
Old Owl.
Yeah.
Like Old Owl.
Yeah, I gotcha. But, next map type should be Escort, if I'm ready.
That sounds right, because we haven't seen... Have we seen it? We haven't seen an Escort yet, because it's been Control Hybrid Push, so yeah, it's Escort next.
Awesome. God, I'm so smart. But, what map do you think they're going to pick, Nightmare? I don't think they've had to pick many maps.
I don't know. If I'm Nightmare, I'm looking at maps where I can really use that poke comp, right? Where you don't really have to switch off on it, and also Neptune can't really play the rush as effectively as they'd like to, and for that, I have to sort of lean Dorado or Junkertown if that's really what they want to do. But it's one way or the other. Escort is just generally a stronger map type for poke as well, so it is going to be on Neptune to continue to come up with responses. However, being in the driver's seat of the series for the first time is going to be really nice for them.
I think this is definitely a mental boom not boom, but boom. You know, bringing them up. They're getting hyped. You know, we got this team. We're winning it. And all I need is one more map. If I'm Neptune, I'm getting pretty hyped right now. You know, job's not done. Don't want to get too excited, but it's 2 more maps than you won last time.
Yeah, again, Neptune has made such like a statement already. Like they're up on match point against the team that pretty much swept through upper bracket. So I mean, any way this series goes, Neptune has made a statement here today, and hopefully they can carry it through. You know, if you're them, you're warm, everybody's feeling good about themselves. Juicebox has really started to fire up. Yeah, just fantastic work from everyone on Neptune, and I personally am looking forward to seeing how this map goes.
Looks like we're going to be seeing Circuit Royale. Not exactly what I would have expected. I guess it's pretty good. That's a good poke. No, that's a great poke map. What am I talking about?
It's a great poke map, but I also feel like it is like one of the few escort maps where you really can dig in your heels and commit to a rush look. I mean, we've seen it a bunch even in this in this tournament where like teams forced the Rhine or the Junker Queen on this map and really made it work. So I wonder how Nightmare 2 is going to prevent Neptune from running away with the series in its entirety, whether they have any specific solutions to the rush look or not.
Definitely. It should be... I'm excited. I'm pretty excited, Rose. I'm really excited.
I mean...
We might have B-League champions, Neptune, or we're heading to a map 5. Either way. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, this is a big match, and yeah, as we mentioned at the halftime break, we're stalling like champions. We're stalling like Neptune was on Busan what feels like forever ago. But yeah, Sale has made it through the upper bracket and will be progressing into our grand finals, which will be later after this match, right here on the A stream. Kingpin and White Collar Revenge fighting it out in the lower finals. 2 teams that sort of avoided each other in the upper bracket. Now there's nowhere to hide.
Actual banger matchup. I'm actually really excited. White Collar Revenge kind of looks like a stacked lineup. Like,
yeah,
Teku looking in prime form. Paul Meeser support line looking dangerous. you know, when your weakest is Tanic B DPS, like, oh darn, like, you know, oh damn, that's a real hole in our roster.
Oh no, it just
B League MVP, damn.
But yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for White Collar Revenge is not like how pound for pound they match up with Kingpin, but how they're ready to address the Torbjorn. Because unironically, it has been a standout talking point for Kingpin, just able to apply so much pressure, pop the overload and go in for hammer kills if he really feels like it. I think he got like 4 in a series earlier. It was kind of silly.
I did clip one of those. I saw him get a hammer kill onto Dust.
Yeah,
and I thought it was the what's their team called?
It was the Solar Snack game.
Solar Snack. Yep.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a hammer diff if I'm being real. But
he's an interesting player. You know, a wacky player. Has some wacky takes and some great skills.
He cooks up stuff, but the stuff has a scary success rate. It's it shouldn't be as effective as it is 80% of the time.
But back to B League. B League Grand Finals on the line. We're heading to Circuit Royale. Next possible map, if we need it, would be Control. I'm super excited. You know, Cassers. I just love hearing myself talk. You know?
Yeah, is this a tournament or is it a talkment?
I'm just gonna keep talking.
What is it?
I don't.
But yeah. So Chicken, as our resident #1 Mini Widow fan, are you ready to see it? It should be permanently run here, assuming Nightmare don't decide to flip flop in the other direction and commit to the rush instead. And there it is.
Yeah, I would be shocked.
I for a moment there, I was like, before I saw that they were locked in, I was like, well, if Mini doesn't go Widow here, I'm about to look like an idiot. But the Mini Widow is, in fact, the direction that Nightmare are going to be leaning. I really want to get every last ounce of firepower out of that pick that they can.
Yeah, and it looks like they wanna keeping Brightside on the tank. I was about to say I do like this. I'm not trying to say don't like. I do like this. Brightside is a pretty decent, tank player, and having multiple tank players, something I grew up with here at BPL. Being on Team MTD, of course, legendary team. We won a lot of games.
Really showing your age with that one, huh?
But gonna be heading back into it. And I'm excited. Should be a banger matchup. Both sides are basically playing the Genji, except one's playing with the Widow, one's playing the Sojourn. Oh, and Majestic is on Baptiste, whereas in T5K has been doing insane on the Ana.
And there it is.
Majestic does already go down too many, and it's not what you want to see if you're a Neptune fan.
I mean, there are worse things, right? Like you're still because of the repelling power of the Zen, you are going to be able to keep a lot of the space here, unless Tomas goes down on the side. Majestic will be back, all things considered, relatively quickly. And there goes Tomas, and everything I just said just went out the window.
And Davino getting right into Brightside's face. Pops the little hand suck. And now, this is where Mini shines. Yep, there goes one.
First.
Let's see it. Oh my god, I was about to go crazy. Let's see it. Come on, hit the jump shot.
Meanwhile, Dawes has been kind of owning on point. Just shreds through the Immo and then subsequently the Sigma. Hacking and kicking away.
Oh my god.
Tomas is opting over into the Sombra. I wonder what the game plan here is. Whether or not it's to enable like a bunch of pressure onto an isolated target or what. Need to see something really special work out here for the Sombra. And that's not a great start.
Not sure. Yeah, having to instantly teleport out, not exactly what you want to see from your Sombra player, but Dawes back up a little bit. Oh my god, having to back up again. Tomas getting so low. Oh my god, I thought Mini was gonna. Such a problem.
Pounding in the shots here, and the headshot as well.
Oh my god, Mini.
You are not trapped in there with Mini is not trapped in there with you. You are trapped in there with Mini, Juicebox.
For real.
Get out of there. And
my god.
Somebody
just
stop him.
Pounding. Titan does use the trance, wants to keep everyone alive, and Dawes matches with their own trance. They do commit the flux. Both teams commit the flux, actually. I didn't see Navino pop his, but must have popped his pretty recently. Oh, did he? Navino got rocked. Gotcha. But, oh, the blade comes in and, oh my god, Ascend gets 3, almost 4? Is he gonna get 4? Oh my god.
Brutally quick from the Genji of Nightmare 2. And that's going to be a monstrous time bank. What started out as a dream for Neptune has quickly turned into a, well, you know the rest.
Good right there. That was a good one. Well, Neptune has made the swap. They swapped Brightside off of the Sigma and now put him onto the Zarya, trying to, make some magic happen that was happening on the last map. Navino doesn't want to get caught out. It's a little bit too aggressive here on this cliffside, but are we gonna get him? Tomas has to TP out.
Neptune, they managed to isolate Mini, who I believe flanked all the way around to the, defender spawn, but short of that, that's a massive nade!
Oh.
That was a 4-man nade onto everyone of Neptune. Nightmare not quite in position to follow it up, but Ascend just getting free contest this entire time? What is going on?
Oh my god. I thought if they got Tomas was there to look at the play, because everyone else looked like they were going right to spawn. If he kept it going, I was going to start laughing. But Tomas already has a CMP, is ready for this. Oh, I would have liked a little bit sooner there when everyone was all grouped up, but trying to get into the perfect position. Oh, gets a nice 4-man. So juicy. Everyone goes in, both supports go down, and that's just going to be that. They do commit the nano. I don't know about that one. Trying to keep your ult in a losing fight, but Navino will go down the end, so does Mini, and that's just going to be a fight reset.
It was a really effective plan for that fight to invest the EMP onto both backliners and then just send Juice Box in with a bubble, giving your Reaper every single win condition imaginable. Tomas is going to escape from the fury of Zenyatta's legs, but yeah, nice fight there for Neptune, but a deflect on the grab as well.
Oh, that's wow. Ascend really putting in some plays, and got not only that, it got both the supports after they were done with the flux. That was insane.
Yeah, blinking, you'll miss it. I thought, for a second, I was like, okay, Nightmare 2 have grabs, and I'm like, wait a minute, there is no Zarya on Nightmare 2. Really nice from Ascend to deflect that, keeping the blade online for this next fight as well. Tomas gets isolated and identified super early. No translocator to help him out now. Can he get out with his life? Ducking and dodging. The Great Escape doesn't quite work out. The blade is online now, but Juice Box with the Death Blossom does manage to get 1. Mini has something to say about that, though.
Oh my god, Ascend pops the blade. Brightside will go down in the end.
Oh,
I can't tell what's happening, but people are dying. Believe it. Titan does come in, trying to stall out as much as he can, and this is a big time bank if you're Nightmare 2. Almost basically 2.5 minutes. And
so Nightmare saw that they couldn't play the rush with the Rhine, so they said we'll just rush with the Sigma, and it really worked out. And I have to wonder, Neptune, they did have that really nice fight off the back of the EMP onto both the backline and Navino, but really, how much did the Sombra bring to that? All you were seeing was Tomas getting some really early pressure into Dawes, teleporting away, and then hiding, and then repeating, and then not really actually enabling any fights to be taken. Hopefully, Neptune are... I appreciate the idea to make that adjustment, but I don't think that adjustment was the right one to make.
And it looks like Neptune are, throwing it at the wall here. Juice Box on the Ashe, Brightside on the Doompist. Could be pretty interesting. But they're on attack, so they can swap it up whenever, so I'm not really going to be looking at that. Nightmare 2, sticking to the try and true. Dawes, we haven't mentioned it. Dawes, our current JF1 champion, is on the Monaco map, slight buff.
Yeah, Formula 1 buff.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know.
Dawes goes really fast. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, I have watched a little bit of Formula 1 in my day, a little bit of Jordan Formula 1, but yeah, I don't know. Anyway, Neptune coming out on the tried and true rush look. Nightmare in response on the poke and
they're pulling an illegal mover. Yeah.
Here it is. Are you guys surprised? Navino literally pre-rocks it. That actually isolates Majestic off.
Oh, that's kind of big. Brightside can't catch in. He doesn't have speed boost.
That was such a huge rock.
Yeah. Navino does get a little bit too aggressive. But, oh my god, Mini. Mini does go down.
I cannot believe that Navino pre-fired that with a rock. That's insane. You probably heard the Maywall go up and just instantly rocked off the top, separating Majestic, and then Brightside committed and couldn't get out. What a first fight from Nightmare.
And yeah, I didn't even realize. I was like, where's the card? They haven't even pushed it. So now, all that's basically 1 minute off the clock without really even doing anything. Looks like they're already getting ready for this TP. Going for a nice little pin? Cheeky little pin. And, TK5 takes down Titan. That's not good here for the side of Neptune. They are trying to push around this bend. They're not even close to getting it around this bend, actually, now that I think about it. Oh, wait, no. There they are. But, right side does go down.
Like you alluded to, that fight did go down before the cart was even, like, in contention for the corner. I don't really agree with that for Neptune, especially since, you know, their comp is best at fighting corners. You're pushing around it before you have any real reason to. You don't even have the extra, like, added benefit of payload heals. D5K gets picked off super early, and then you come into the fight anyways. That was a little bit of a confusing engagement. But, you know, ult's online, Shatter available in hand.
Ascend is in this backline. Kind of was just hiding back there. I think he's just stalling the card. They don't even realize it. Does look like Neptune kind of was winning the fight. Not really. They have invested a lot. They invested Cole and Shatter. And Ascend just kind of stood on cart.
Yeah, Neptune have been going for these TP plays and accidentally splitting themselves more often than it's actually worked out for them. So I really hope they have some idea of how to make those adjustments mid-map. If not, we are looking at a map 5 scenario.
We are having a minute. Oh my god, Tomas instantly just, you know, TPing to his death. Like 11.
That's 2.
Make it 3.
That's 3 with the Dragon Blade. And it's all off the back of Dawes pre-firing the teleporter. Like, these TP plays are so choreographed that Nightmare 2 is able to respond to them before they even start. And Neptune is not really able to assert itself. Brightside actually switching over to the Zarya, Juicebox over to the Reaper. I do think this is the adjustment they need to be making.
Definitely. And now, Brightside, going back on the Zarya, has looked really decent on the Zarya so far. Dawes trying to hide way back with that Flux. Doesn't want to get anywhere close to anyone. And Mini gets a nice pick.
This guy's such a danger every single time he's got an uncontested sightline. He finds a second with the Discord. This is kind of insane. A little bit of lunacy.
With 30 seconds left, Neptune, they need to pray that Majestic's beat is the best beat ever.
Yeah, I mean, they are nowhere close to a grab. 30 seconds on the clock. They won't have any sort of positional advantage in this fight. Dawes has the trance available.
Nightmare 2 are to the monkey. They don't even. They're not. They know they're not going to get a grab and have to get to point quicker. Oh, 10 seconds. This will be possibly last fight. And they are just running in.
He's just so consistently chunking the DPS before they can make anything work. The sound barrier and trance are exchanged.
There is a lot of push being going. Oh, Tomas getting dangerously low. But still goes in. Oh, goes down to Dawes. Big, massive play from Dawes. Will Juicebox go down? Juicebox goes down to Navino. Titan pops the Coalescence, trying to keep everyone topped off, but Majestic will go down. And so will Titan. And that's going to be map right there. We're heading to a map 5, folks. This is Overwatch, baby.
I love Overwatch. I love Overwatch 2. I love 5 versus 5 Overwatch 2. But regardless, yeah, that was a really well-played map from Nightmare 2, making the necessary adjustments, and while still sticking to their strengths in the Navino Sigma, really killer, a bunch of really killer blades from Ascend, who has been pretty consistent, but nothing particularly standout in this series. But this map, definitely a statement for the Genji.
Definitely. With map 5, we're going to be heading, you know, I don't even know what to say. Let me think. Let me think here. Just some solid plays from, you know, Nightmare, pulling that. I feel like Sigma is definitely like the best tank on that first point, that first second point ish area. It's just so much to do. Like there's like not much you can deal with him. He's got that shield, he does the damage, and then he backs up. I don't know.
Yeah. And then when you're backing up, you're kiting into Zen and Bap spam and Widow spam and Genji spam, and well, now you're just dying, right? Like it's the like as soon as we see like a team that's as strong with this as like reliably good with this poke comp as Nightmare 2 is on a map like Circuit Royal, it's like, okay, well, can we just wrap it up? But yeah, map 5, Nightmare 2 being pushed to the brink, and we are going to go to a quick break.
Picture this. It's a long way to the ground, all alone. Guess we played for what's been found. Different sides, but you know which one you're on. It's a ploy, it means nothing when you're gone. Don't blame me, my own secret. Just not today. It's a waste of space for colors and lessons lead the other way. It can't be changed. 'Cause we are lions, we are fighters. Around this world tonight, with the fire in our eyes, we are stronger, and we push harder. Around this world tonight, with the fire in our
Wow, that's all I can say right now. This is one match that is keeping me on the edge of my seat. Nightmare 2 and Neptune taking this to a map 5.
Hate to say I predated it, but kind of saw it coming.
Okay. All right. We don't talk about what happened after map 2. We don't
It was all priced in, baby.
But yeah, no, I'm sticking to my Nightmare pred. I feel that Neptune had some really strong showings on maps where they really could run the rush. I think Lijiang, they are on a rush favored map. I'm not gonna lie, but I do think that Nightmare has made has identified the way to adjust their comp while still keeping it together. Like being able to maintain like the core bits of why it's strong. while still, you know, again, sorry, while making the proper adjustments to what Neptune's throwing at them.
I think that is definitely very important points you hit there. Excuse the void laughing. But it is really going to come down to it because we are in the last map. We are, like, the teams have had enough time to kind of get a feel for each other's strategies and how to combat them. And our last map is going to be Control, and specifically Lijiang. So kind of depending on where we start here on Lijiang, we're going to see a specific look. We're going to maybe see some comfort picks. But I got to say, like, if I'm looking at the match that they had first played together, I don't think that they have played on Lijiang. So I don't know which of these teams have the upper hand. It's going to be a first time for both of them in terms of playing each other.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they've faced in the upper bracket finals, or the winners finals beforehand. Went 2-0 in the favor of Nightmare. However, again, Neptune have taken that many maps off them already and are looking primed to take a third off of them. And Nightmare maybe looking a little nervous for the first time. And again, after a solid performance on Circuit Royale, those nerves have steadied a little bit. But still, Neptune is right there behind them, knife to their throat, ready to upset.
This is true, and actually looking at the statistics, interestingly enough, it looks like Nightmare 2 has not yet played Lijiang at all. And even though Neptune did lose on their first map of Lijiang to Peach Ball, they still kind of have experience with the map. So I don't know if that's going to throw a wrench in their plans on the side of Nightmare 2, or if they're going to be able to just be like, no biggie, we're fine.
Yeah, I mean, if Nightmare 2 are going to pull this through, it is relying off a lot of the same stuff that got them here, right? And like letting your team try to individually skill diff a little bit, and then also playing overall the style that plays to everyone's strengths.
Definitely. I'm very interested to see how this plays out, because if basically Neptune's only played this map once and Nightmare hasn't played it all, that says to me at least like that they don't like this map, or something isn't, someone doesn't like this map, or what I'm trying to say, they don't have experience for a reason. So I'm very interested to see what they are trying to do. It looks like both teams have been watching some of these sale games and seeing how much dynamics done on the Pharah. So maybe they're trying to read each other. They're both going to play the rush and then realize, hey, they're not playing the rush. So this is going to be a very, on top of already what I've said, interesting matchup because of it.
And Mini straying from that at least mostly hit scan for the first time in this series. Tomas actually falls off the map, taking Navino with him. That's a odd opening salvo, to be sure.
Definitely. It looks like Titan will go down to Mini as well. Mini, now we're just watching the Pharah duel. Both these trying to hit him. Oh, Mini! That was a little flick there.
I think he actually directed Brightside. Oh, that's a nice little fadeaway second rocket. But I think the first kill, I think he directed Brightside as Majestic flew into Brightside, and so Majestic died to the splash damage. The res should be able to come through onto Mini here. But
yeah, Tomas has done a great job. He's contested the whole time.
Oh, whoa, Tomas!
The conk into the sleep. Oh my god. T5K having a great opening tournament.
Yeah. Really standout performance from the Flex support, who I've never seen play before, and I am gobsmacked impressed. Such consistent sleeps and antis throughout the course of the series, as well as, nice little emo here or there.
And yeah, this Pharah from Brightside is controlled so much. Oh my god, as I say that. Mini...
The counter barrage? Wait.
It's 2? Almost 3? Ascent trying to play, alive, trying to stay alive on this while being over the pit. And now Navino coming back on this monkey.
No supports for Nightmare.
And yeah, this is really rough here. Neptune haven't been able to really, have much point pressure other than Tomas, but it looks like they finally are going to start doing it. Ooh, Dawes with a massive res though. Brings up Navino back from the brink. And now, wait.
Brightside staring off the edge, D5 with another midair sleep. Second of the map so far as Nightmare take up past 50. What a performance for the Ana.
Yeah, this Ana play has been actually sublime. And as we're heading into it, does see the Juice Box have the visor, sees Tomas have the as his ultimate as well, but Mini already gets Juice Box, and Ascent has his blade ready for next fight. The Nano did hit somebody. I think who was hitting it? It's obviously Navino. Send that Nano Monkey in there. So hard to deal with when you have Mercy Lucio as your only set of heals. Not much heals coming in, and yeah, Bright Side and Mini will be going down. Oh, sorry, Mini will be going down to Bright Side. Juice Box having a good visor, makes so much space, and they are going to finally be able to get some kill percentage.
Oz just got shunted off the map there mid-res. Unlucky, really, for the Mercy, but 86% on the board for Nightmare. Ult's coming up. T5K switching over to the Moira for reasons unknown.
Maybe they feel like, you know, it's kind of hard to stay alive with all the people.
I mean, Ascend dives in there, finds one with the Dragon Blade. Needs to find more, though. 29 HP, dancing on the edge. Gets taken out by Brightside in the end.
Yeah, Brightside. Oh, Brightside with a big barrage. Makes sure he takes down Navino, and that's going to be a solid 30% on the board and counting. Neptune are going to be starting to get some ultimates on the board, having that beat and getting Tomas's things on mines again. Dawes has made the swap off of the Mercy. Mini still staying on the Pharah, though. It's going to be interesting to see. Ooh. What a rollout.
I think it's really just to try to make this this barrage work, and that'll be one kill over for the Pharah, but the beat comes in from Titan. And Nightmare now have nothing to keep this Pharah alive, but the directs come in anyways. The right side has to check himself. At the third! That's three directs from the Pharah, but Nightmare 2 with no response from the other end.
Vino is dealing with these supports, but not really doing that much damage to actually take them down, so it's going to be hard to deal with. Juice Box, wait a minute, Dawes.
Dawes just ran him over. That was a nice little Lucio play there. Majestic deciding to disconnect from Juice Box at the perfect wrong moment. However, Neptune still have just stalled at this point for so long, haven't given it over one single time. Barely given over any picks. Ascend will find 2, but number advantage squarely in the hands of Neptune. Will it be enough?
Oh,
Ascend
what
has
a
found
rocket.
3, but still the question remains. There are no numbers for Nightmare 2. They have no supports. T5K is going to be coming back scrambled without a coalescence. Navino has to stay alive here.
Oh, this is a big visor from Juice Box. Oh, is it? It doesn't get anyone, though.
Navino lived on 1 HP there, and that will give T5 the healing he needs to finish building up that coalescence.
Oh, Navino's so close to the barrage. Does go down to the barrage, and Brightside is doing some the Lord's work right now, pounding, but it doesn't look like T5K can do much right now. This Moira pick isn't getting as much value, but it's so hard to stay alive on Ana otherwise, and that's going to be the first round for Neptune.
Neptune up on map and series point. This is scary for Nightmare 2.
Tournament point. This is, you know, this is everything on the line right here. They are up 1-0. This is massive.
Yeah, real props to Neptune for not like overheating when the comp didn't work right away, sticking to it, identifying their inroad into breaking Nightmare 2's hold on the point, finding it pretty soon, all things considered, and then instantly just locking the point out from then on. And Nightmare 2 tried to like half comp swap, and I don't think it really worked out for them. Again, good thoughts, but the execution wasn't quite there, and Navino now moving on to the Diva pick we haven't seen all that much this tournament.
Yeah, it looks like they're putting T5K now onto the Zen. I like it. They are running more of an Arab dive on the side of Neptune with that Lucio Mercy. And Juicebox on this Soldier. I like the Soldier pick, trying to deal with this Pharah as much as possible. It's so hard to deal with it if you're another Pharah or, you know, Genji like they are, like they have on Nightmare. And yeah, just like that, the picks are coming in. Navino does trade out for Tomas, and the res does come out from Dawes to get Ascend back into the fight. Point is just now unlocked. Who will go for it first? It does look like Titan is on the point trying to cap it. And Brightside is doing a great job at just staying alive and not really getting too focused on this pharmacy duel. You know, a lot of Pharahs can lose a lot of value so quickly by not really shooting anything because you're trying to shoot this Pharah. And Brightside's doing that.
Titan is on the move. My god, Mini has no idea where to look. And this whole time, the highly mobile Lucio has been getting consistently more value than T5K because Neptune's comp is just kiting anything Nightmare tries to walk at them. Titan successfully getting point contest. Juicebox is taking an off angle, keeping T5K in check. Navino can never really make anything work because he's constantly having to chase down the Pharah on the other side. Neptune is just firing on all cylinders right now. I think they've figured it out.
It's looking like it, and Juicebox on this high ground with the Soldier almost has that visor. It's going to be such a... It's almost as close to an easy fight win as possible. You know, especially when you have a ball to deal with. Oh! As I say that, though, Send on the lurk with his own Soldier. Does resing in the middle of a minefield. Maiko, stay alive.
It's just moral charge, really, if you think about it.
Let's go.
Yeah, so you res the Pharah, have the Pharah take a mine damage, and then top off your Valkyrie with it. It's insane, the intellect on this guy, really.
Unreal. Game sense.
Yeah, but yeah.
Now we're gonna be fighting for this top ground, this high ground. Oh my god. Oh! Oh my god. Mini had the Mercy right in front, but Majestic will go down to Ascent after getting that direct. And Ascent getting doing a little pop off right now.
Ascent is just shooting clay pigeons out here. They're just flying up in his face, and he's just cutting them down one after another. I mean, the Soldier, that entire fight was just so uncontested on the low ground because Neptune, that early damage from Mini, caused Neptune to scramble. Like, Majestic and Brightside way overcommitted, like, above, just in the dead space above the mid ground, and Ascend just held left click very aggressively.
They have made the swap over on trading Brightside into the Echo, and already gets the pick onto T5K. Actually massive. Oh, the bomb! Bomb gets two!
Will it be enough, though? Navino's pretty low as is. Ascend really has to make something work. The beat comes in from Titan just to save his life.
And the point flip does happen. And yeah, Navino's going to give up his life.
Wrap visor.
Oh,
enough. Titan's got the Hermes boots on. He's got the fancy footwork, the electric feet, whatever you want to call
jukes.
it.
Oh my god, Brightside just gets caught out a little bit too aggressive.
So much uncontested damage from Ascend in this round, and Mini commits the barrage just to keep Neptune split and trickling. All the while building up the percentage. Trance available for Neptune as well. They'll be able to sustain through this next fight relatively easily, and this might actually be a really bad stagger onto Brightside.
Oh yeah, that was unfortunate res. And that brings us right to last fight here. Neptune have no ultimates. Maybe coming in up on a dupe soon. Meanwhile, T5K, it does have the trance. They do get to force the overtime push. And Juicebox gets a send. That's massive. Now
it's gotta be enough. It's gotta be enough.
That puts so much more pressure on the Mini, having to deal with this Soldier uncontested. Oh my god, as I say that, Juicebox goes down. And now so does Tom Tomas. This Brightside is trying to stay alive and fly around on this point, but will go down. I think that's round. We're heading the distance. The actual distance, Rose.
Round 3, map 5. However, we are going to Control Center, which, knowing what these teams have favored historically, I gotta say, bodes pretty well for Neptune. They want to play the rush.
This is the rush. This is the rush.
They're on the rush. Exactly. They want to play the rush. They're on the rush map. You see it. Tomas switched over right away. Brightside is going to be picking up the Junkrat this time, and Nightmare. It's not their favorite look, but it's the one that's going to have to work.
I thought Mini was going to come out on a Chad, like on a Pharah, no mercy.
Pharah in a rush mirror with no mercy.
Pull out a protein shake. That's what we call that in business. But both teams running mirrored comps. This Rhine Rush with the Junk May should be very, very interesting. Let's see how these Brawl comps go in Overwatch 2. This is for all the marbles. This is the last fight. Big first Fire Strike from Tomas. Gets 2 of them and an early percentage lead on his ultimate. Oh, Ascend with the dunk.
Ascend over the top ropes with the concussive grenade. My god.
Massive lane from T5K, too.
That was a little bit of style on top of all of it. Navino takes down his opposing number, and that should just be the first fight given over. Not too much to say about it. A really nice mine from Ascend to sort of sign, seal, deliver that first fight.
Yeah, and he only conked himself up to dodge that Reinhardt pinning at him. So, you know, right place, right time, and really flashy. But this is this is now we're going to be holding this choke point here. Not another dry fight to have to go into it. No ultimates. And the counter pins. Lamp already comes out from Titan. So here comes the retaliation Lamp. And this is, I think, a little bit better. It's in better position. And now they are able to just chunk him down. Ooh, Tomas.
The shield breaks.
Oh, what a play from Navino. Oh, almost gets Majestic, but we'll be able to run back into spawn, and that's a great fight here for Nightmare. They only had, well, they did use 2 ultimates, but it's only 2 ultimates.
Ascend now has the Riptire online to really hold the doors here if they want, if they so choose. Neptune have the tools to break it, but that early damage comes through onto Tomas as well. The Riptire breaks.
Massive.
That Neptune blown out of the water with that one. 4K for the Junkrat. The Immo not durable enough to live through the right click. I believe it was from Mini that broke it at the final bell. Ascend instantly popping the tire off the back of that. Now Neptune really need a response.
Neptune commit the window and the tire. Trying to send this tire in a little bit of a cheeky position. Does it have a detonate time? Oh my god.
I'm not sure. That felt way longer than it should be, though.
And it gets 2.
Yeah, the tire is still... Yeah, exactly. The tire connects onto 2. Not quite as flashy as the previous one, but it'll do the work. Neptune commit the beat into the fight that they were effectively 2v5 in. I'm not quite sure about that one, but yeah. Well, I mean,
Dawes is still alive. He's juking and he's... Oh my god.
Wait, Dawes actually gets right side in all the chaos. That's insane.
He just got that dog in him.
He's got that Dawes in him.
That dog. Real. He
My
got that
bad.
Dawes in him.
But yeah, that's that was an interesting choice to commit the beat there from Nightmare 2. However, Neptune investing the beat as well sort of made it worthwhile for the team in black and green. But still, they have to break this chokehold somehow. Neptune, when being the ones to like passively take these rush fights, have consistently come out on top in this series, and that Blizzard does such a good job at splitting. But Tomas gets shattered down.
Big 2-man shatter from Navino. I think. Oh, that might just be tournament right there. Majestic is able to hold himself on the point, stall out as long as possible. Tomas just now spawns in, already pins in. This is going to be the comp. This is the fight for the team. Neptune trying to get in as quick as possible, but that's going to be it. Nightmare come back the last map to win your Beta 2 Brawl. What a match, honestly. What a match.
Even gods have bad dreams. That was a phenomenal end to our series. Really nice shatter from Navino onto Tomas BS to really lock in that final fight, secure the Junkrat kill. Wicked 4K ult here for Ascend. Really heated up throughout the course of the series. Started out doing work for them and just progressively got more and more dangerous.
Ay, that was... My head is still spinning. Nightmare 2. There you have it. That was just such clean gameplay from them from start to finish. Even on the maps they lost, they were able to kind of bounce back and make sure Neptune did not become the victors, making sure they hold their winning spot. Because we didn't even mention this in the beginning, but they have not lost a match at all in this tournament.
They, prior to this series, only lost 1 map. So it was, very unexpected to see them lose a couple maps. Did credit. But some of us could see the future, I guess. But honestly, couldn't have told. I just say that every time, kind of. But really, what an actually amazing match. Can't ask for more.
Yeah, really stellar play from both teams. Neptune doing their absolute best, the absolute most to stay afloat in this series, forcing Nightmare to show more Nightmare 2 to show more respect to an opponent than they have in any sort of game up to this point.
Could not agree more. And speaking of Nightmare, we actually have pretty much the entire roster here for special interview. So we can bring them in momentarily for them to kind of share their thoughts on this exciting matchup. But in the meantime, we just can't help but say, just everything there was just perfectly on point. The synergy, the ult tracking and timing, just everything really came together at the best moments.
Yeah, so I think we're just waiting for the floodgates to open.
Let them in. Let them all in.
This is
See their
this is a terrifying notion. I'm looking over and I'm just seeing like 7 people all in the A waiting room.
And a bunch of you got a bunch of them from Neptune as well. So that just makes it harder. You can't just yoink everybody.
I imagine their conversation is extremely productive and not at all molding. But yeah, MFG
like
putting on your best Nightmare cosplay here for us. Such a big fan.
Exactly. It looks like it's going to be primarily Navino, Ascend, and Mini coming to join us, being spokespeople for the side of Nightmare to kind of make sure that our voice chat. But hello and congratulations to you guys, Nightmare 2. How does it feel to be the champions?
Feels so good.
Pretty fucking good. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I fucking love this team to death. I'm sorry, Minnie, I cut you off.
It feels good after the disaster that was Nightmare 1.
Yeah, facts.
You guys definitely deserved it after some of you Nightmare 1 veterans.
We don't talk about Nightmare 1.
That didn't happen, by the way. That wasn't a real team. Nightmare 2 is like
the 2 is just cosmetic.
It just exists. Yeah,
the 2
exactly.
Is just cosmetic.
Oh,
very well said.
I don't even know where to start with you guys. Like, there's so many things that were just crazy, well thought out. You guys have anything, casters?
I gotta say, what was the choice to like? At what point did you guys go? Okay, we are only going to play poke from here on out. Like what? Like not even necessarily in this match, just like at the tournament overall.
I like Genji.
To be honest, I play off tank mostly, and we're like, Sigma's my best off tank, so we're just like, let's just play Sigma.
And I mean, there's a fucking demon.
That's what it felt like.
It worked for the most part. Like, I felt like I could play the Ryan and the Winston and stuff, but like our most dominant match throughout the tournament were definitely me on Sigma.
Yeah, I think everybody who watched would have to agree.
Because we had 2 flex support as well, T5K and
Dawes, yeah.
I guess Colin as well. It also let us play the 2 flex support, which really helped with that whole comp. And I get to play Widow, which is like...
Yeah.
You get the shine on Widow.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the other thing. The mini Widow was
demonic.
Demonic, man.
This guy know him fully well. Sorry?
We know that from the beginning, like on our screen, Mini actually is being listed as a support. So what kind of thought process was that to switch Mini there from the support to the DPS role?
Okay, there's actually a long story. So there was this one time where I was like, me and Minnie were degen queuing back on Nightmare 1, and then I realized, wait, this guy is actually like a demon on DPS. So I just threw him on, and we cooked.
You did
good. Also, I did sign up as DPS. I also put support there, but I mainly say that I play DPS, which is...
Gotcha.
You stick to it. You got a future ahead of you.
And also got moment prove my DPS is kind of nasty. Even though it was mostly on Bastion, but I was able to show the window on the last map.
I'll say I'm kind of sad we didn't get put Mini on the Bastion, but it is what it is.
It is what it is.
We got a little bit of it in Spawn, I believe.
Yeah.
A little bit of spawn trolling. Well, as much as we love to have you guys here for longer, we do have to have a little chat with the members of Neptune. But once again, thank you guys for joining us for this little interview session, and congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks for casting. It was a lot of fun.
No, absolutely. You guys are insane. Shout out to Neptune. They made that match so fucking fun. We really worked hard. Excuse my language, by the way. But we worked really hard. And, you know, they did not give that to us easily. So shout out to them. They're sick. They're amazing. GG's.
True and real. GG's, my friends.
Minus 1k ascend. Sadly, from the $4 million BPL League B League prize pool, we will have to take 1k fine for every swear.
Oh, for sure.
No way.
Wait,
man.
do my swears also count? Is the real question.
Yes. I think the burden of your captain bears the responsibility.
Good. Yeah, fuck you, Ascend.
It'll just be out of Ascend's wallet.
Well, we'll let them
That's
settle
crazy.
that out of voice then, so we can bring in our members of Neptune.
Get
Thanks
outta here.
again for joining us. And now we get to have a chat with our Neptune friends, sharing the love here. No matter if you win or lose, you get an interview. That's how we do it here in BPL. Hello everybody, welcome. You guys had a really great fight on your hands. You guys did a really great job, even if the result wasn't what you wanted. Even Ascend said it on the side of Nightmare. You guys did not let them have that victory easy.
Oh, I'm so mad. I had the perfect win rate since here. I'm so mad. I had 100% win rate and I lost, and I'm so mad about that. But it's fine. At least it's because I had the resident second place guys. My support duo only got second place and never first place, so that kind of tanked me. But we made it close. I definitely think that it could have gone even at the end.
100%.
I am now 0-3 in finals.
Yeah, I think I did mention that at the beginning of the stream too. I felt bad. I was like, it's like that mental hump. I'm sorry, man.
I didn't even have the mental hump, and I still lost.
You had the mental hump to keep up the wins. That's what you had.
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, we played much better than our first game today.
Yeah, I wanted to ask. I think I was watching your first match. You guys played a lot of the Monkey Diva, or not the Monkey Diva. Jesus, you got one tank. You get the Monkey Anna. Trying to take advantage of those, nano monkey engages. What made you guys stop doing that in the grand finals match and say let's stick to the rush comp?
They pounded us in the upper finals. I think that's what happened. We kind of said they kind of figured out our monkey comp. We need to bring something new to the table, so we brought the rush and we bought the Zarya comp.
I like the adaptability.
You want to say something, Titan?
I mean, we played great this game. Hopefully, or sadly, we couldn't win this one. So I guess most of us will try and run it back next event. We'll see.
Yes, that's
it was great. I mean, it was really close. You guys did really good, honestly. What was another question? What was the thought in? I know you guys are both tank players, obviously, but what was the main reasoning of putting Brightside in that tank when you were playing Zarya as opposed to Tomas? If you don't mind.
Brightside is. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Brightside. I didn't thought you were in.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
I didn't see you. I don't have the.
Tomas has mainly been doing the Rhine stuff when we've been scrimming in basically everything. And then yesterday on New Queen Street, when we played against Peach Ball, I was in on Zarya, and it worked relatively well. So ran with that.
It wasn't a bad look. You guys took them off. Made them double take what they were doing.
I think our Zarya comp looked very well. I mean, listen, it's a team made by so many tanks. Like, I'm an off tank main. Brightside's an off tank. Thomas is a main tank. Titan played tank at the start of Overwatch, and he played tank on console. We just had the big brain tank mentality.
MTV
and the good adaptability, but
I think the real thing to take away is tank players are just the best at Overwatch. I mean,
the second best at Overwatch.
The second best at Overwatch.
So many tank players, and yet the Q times are so high. It's crazy.
It's crazy. And yeah, because I'm playing DPS and the other people aren't.
Everybody's dodging Q, right?
Well, thank you guys so much for joining us here for our chat. Once again, we wish you all well in your future BPL endeavors. Stay strong. You guys really put up a fight.
Thank you. Let's hope I can win another.
Let's hope I can win one.
Yeah, he needs one more than me. I already have two.
I'm keeping my fingers crossed for you. But
thank you.
You're welcome. But for everybody at home, this is not the end. We still have our A-League Grand Finals match coming up soon. So do not miss this one. It's going to be really, really fun. It's going to be, I want to say, Sale going up against someone else. It's going to be amazing.
I don't know if that match is still live on B-Stream. Oh yeah, okay. Right now, as far as we know, it's the other match, the lower bracket final, is Kingpin against White Collar Revenge. Kingpin is up one map. That is over on the B-Stream right now. If you guys want to hop over and hop ship before we close things out here for the time being. just a little bit.
Don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on?
White Collar Revenge, healthier time bank, 159 than Kingpin, and we'll go to round 3 on Circuit Royale.
I do give some credit to Kingpin, though. Even though White Collar Revenge did finish with the faster time bank, they were able to bleed off a lot of that time. So instead of having White Collar Revenge finishing with maybe 3 or 4 minutes, they get that down to just a tad under 2 minutes. So not the worst thing in the world if you're Kingpin. You do whittle that time bank down, son. So about just under a 40-second difference between the two teams.
And I'm curious to see if we'll see some variation in the attack for Kingpin here, as they will be going first in round 3. Looks like we're going to start off with the Sig, though. So, again, no surprises. Sig just seems to be a mainstay for Circuit Royale. But we'll continue to see Zach and Thee on the Genji and the Junkrat, respectively.
We'll see what the Junkrat can do here. I can't remember if it got any value on the attacking round, but again, like you said, the Sigmas are so good on this map, especially around these corners. Just for some reason, you're able to get a lot of value out of these Sigmas. Support lines, again, different. Both teams running A's and Yada, but again, White Collar sticking with the BAP, Kingpin sticking with the seal on the Ana. So again, we'll see if they're able to build that nano blade, and if so, the question is, who are you going to nano in this situation? Actually, Kingpin, instead of the Junk, they're going to go Echo here. Okay, a little bit of an interesting pick here.
And an Ana Zen backline. I think they're just trying to avoid the same problem they had last time, which is they spent way too much time on their first push, hanging back at this first corner, scared to death of the Widowmaker, and for good reason too, as Jam falls to a headshot from Optical Crash. That's going to put a dent in the effectiveness of Kingpin. They have to brawl this point out, though, as there's 30 seconds remaining. Now Thee going down to Chance. They just do not have a lot of damage out. They have to back off and try again.
Oh my goodness. Optical just being a headache on that Widow. And that's the thing with these long sidelines. As Jam is going to go down to Krabby there, and only around 30 seconds left. So you're really going to have one more fight here, even though you're close to your own spawn. These long sidelines proving to be really detrimental to Kingpin's attacking chances, if I can find the right word, but it's essentially a last fight here for Kingpin.
Kingpin wasting no time to just try and get an advantage here. The stickies out from Thee, and the follow-up dash in from Zakatar gets them off the high ground for now, but the Widowmaker is still alive. They do have to contend with that, but one less sniper is good news for Kingpin. Chance going down to worst, is Thee actually falling to Meester. Lamp out from White Collar Revenge. They don't have that available, but they should be coming up with the Transcendent soon. But now we're seeing the Nano Genji. No blade available yet, as they forced to just respond with the Amplification Matrix, going down to a deflect through the window from Zakatar, and Jam finding the last say in this battle between Widowmaker and Zenyatta. And Kingpin looks good here. They got to convert a couple more eliminations into a successful push, or objective capture rather, but they're going to do just that and eat closer to their ultimates. But White Collar Revenge might have one last recontest before point A.
What a deflect. What a deflect there from Kingpin. Don't know if they're going to be able to get to this point in time. Not That's going to be point A, and for an escort map in overtime, that is massive to get checkpoint A. And Kingpin now coming up on some big ults. Duplicate's going to be up. You're going to have the Blade, you have Flux, and you have Transcendence. You have everything you need to keep this payload going, especially around this tough corner.
And crucially, Meester had to use the Trance last fight. They don't have that available, so Worst is just going to go in with the Flux for free. They do have the Lamp, but the members of White Collar Revenge going dangerously low. Jam forced to respond with the Transcendence just to keep this push going, as Worst able to convert an elimination onto the Sigma. And now Zakatar going in with the Blade, finds Meester, finds Paul, both members of the backline down. Kingpin holding their own for now. They're going to keep pushing closer to point B.
Ooh, and that's a really good stagger there. Onto the Tracer there. This might be a point B capture here in overtime. Kingpin just doing a remarkable job here cycling these ultimates. The only one online right now for White Collar is that Pulse Bomb. Might get a recontest in here. No, they will not. That is a point B capture for Kingpin. Do we dare say we might be looking at a overtime completion here? I don't want to jinx anything, but it's looking that way.
I don't want to jinx anything either, but now chance of recall is forced out. It's going to make getting this Pulse Bomb a lot harder. They're just going to have to get buckets with it. And unfortunately, they completely miss the rim. Just goes off onto the ground. No ults now for White Collar Revenge. Kingpin is looking healthy here. They're getting closer and closer to the Flux. They're going to nano Worst for good measure just to get him closer to that ultimate ability. And now with the Flux online, they're going to throw the support lines up into the air away from the window, but finished off before they can drop. And White Collar Revenge finally putting a stop to Kingpin's push.
They do finally put a stop to the push, but I think the damage done despite a 2-minute time bank. Kingpin was able to capture 2 points there on Circuit Royale. Considering how tough of a map this is, that is an amazing push there from Kingpin. White Collar really has their work cut out for him, but we've seen a lot get done in 2 minutes before, so we'll see what White Collar can do, but that was an excellent push there from Kingpin.
Yeah, 2-point captures. Absolutely nothing to shake a stick at, especially when you only had 1:20 to start with. White Collar Revenge is about 40 seconds more, but they may not be able to have as much success as Kingpin. They just looked so dominant in those last couple of fights there. But we might, again, see a Widow duel here on point A as V locks in the Widowmaker for the defense round. So we'll see if Optical is able to continue their domination on their attack round, or if V is finally going to put 2 and 2 together and make this click.
And I do want to apologize. I did jinx it, so there was no full match. So I apologize for still. As you mentioned, Optical has done such a great job on this Widowmaker on both sides, offense and defense. And with the long sightlines on point A, Optical's actually gotten a lot of value with this Widow. Kingpin going to go the same way. They're going to go with the Widow on defense here, trying to match him here. No early pick there, so it's go time for White Collar. They got 2 minutes to try and match Kingpin.
Oh, Meester gets shielded, barely avoids getting out with their life.
And that was a great save there. The shield going right down in time, and V goes down to Optical. Calling it Optical, making the plays, takes down Jam too. 2 big picks there, and this cart's going to start moving pretty fast here. Seal going down as well. Optical just making the plays again and again on the Widowmaker. Not quite going to be able to cap here, as Kingpin will get 1 more contest here, but 2 big early picks there.
And this is the value of Widowmaker in a 5v5 environment. 1 player down is a 4v5, and that is significant, whether it's a DPS or a tank. So Optical Crash doing a lot of work here for their team just to maintain their cart progress. But now Kingpin has a chance to recontest. They're going to try and move on, but Worst is just stuck in the worst place in the Sojourn. Disruptor shot going down. Optical Crash finding a mid-air shot onto Zakatar for good measure, finishing off V. It's going to be an easy point A capture for White Collar Revenge.
May have spoken too soon. Apparently 2 minutes is plenty of time to do something. They capture a 40 seconds left, so you're quickly approaching last fight territory here. Kingpin, not quite to some ults, but they should get him online here. But White Collar, they're going to have that Jam still far away from that Transcendence. That's going to be the key. If White Collar can get the supports here, that may just do it for them on this map.
and White Collar Revenge is probably going to look for this ult as soon as possible. They have to know that there are no ults available. And there's the Flux onto the Zenyatta. The Rocks barely missing, but Jam taken down by Optical in the midst of the Flux, even as the Tracer in the back line forces a lamp out from Paul. And it's just not going to be enough, as Zakatar going down, and this Brawl, again, just continuing on point. No resources available for Kingpin. They just have to throw bodies on the point and hope to stall this payload a little bit more.
The good thing here for Kingpin is they are going to get one more contest here because they did get a little ways, about 10 meters into point C, so that point has to capture first before that cart can move. But White Collar Revenge, they're coming up on that Transcendence. They have Window, they have Infrasight, Kingpin, they have the Pulse, they have the Flux, and they... I was about to say, that's a bad pick there. Jam going down, that means that Transcendence not going to be there. D going to go down too, so nope. White Collar is actually going to do this. They're going to capture it here. They may actually capture it here in overtime.
Seal desperately trying to make something happen with the Nano onto the Genji, trying to get that blade out. They're able to finish off Krabby, though. That's a huge pick, but not able to get out the blade in time as Optical and Chance are just pumping out the damage. White Collar Revenge staying in this tournament series for one more map.
We said it at the beginning. These two teams are so close talent-wise. They literally flip a coin here, and that's what we're seeing. I mean, Kingpin, credit to them. They made White Collar work for that map, but White Collar, on both of their attack runs, looked nearly flawless there, getting pick after pick. And Optical, I mean, I can't say enough what he's done on the Widowmaker. The guy's was just a menace on that map. All the praise to him in the world. Without those Widowmaker picks, it might be a completely different map. But White Collar staying in it, and we're going to a third and deciding map here.
I told
I've been feeling just a little bit low. Got to get back to the show and we'll fly. You don't have to feel like you're on your own. No one should have to dance alone, not tonight. You and me, we're gonna write a little history. You and me, just show me love and then you'll see. Memories that we make, they are never gonna fade for a lifetime. We don't give no shit if you wanna hide away.
For the Brawl matchup, there are still a lot of great sightlines if you want to play the sniper comp, whether it's a Hanzo, Widowmaker, or just the Widowmaker, as we saw Optical can handle their own accordingly. But we'll definitely be interesting to see what the tank line is. You know, Sigma's not going to be a great tool to use on a push map. I think we're much more likely to see either a Ryan mirror or maybe even a Junker Queen mirror. Who knows? As I've said many times already, I think Worst is very comfortable on that hero. I'd expect to see them roll out on it, probably with the Lucio Bat backline, but going into the map here, we'll see what these teams are inclined to go with on this beautiful map. This map's gorgeous. It's awesome.
I do love Rome. It is my hope one day. I've always wanted to visit Europe, so Rome is definitely one of my top places to go to. But the map as a whole is, as you said, is just beautiful. Just a beautiful map here. As we take a look at the compositions, these may change, but it looks like we might be going into a Rhine mirror. Teku and Worst both on the right, and that would make sense, especially this first little bit of Colosseo. You're in a narrow corridor. It's very close, brawly, up in your face. So it's just a question of which of these Rhines is going to have the better pop-off moments.
Goes. Right. Yeah, no surprise. Brawl comp going straight to meet in the middle. The DPS difference is interesting. We did see this DPS lineup on White Collar Revenge during Busan, and it worked well for them, but this is Push. This is a different beast, as both teams now meeting in the middle here. Another great wall from Tannic B is going to separate Worst, get them very, very low, but they actually lose out in the end to V with the concussive mine. And now Kingpin is kind of safe to shore up on the neutral space here. Wait for White Collar Revenge to make a mistake, but it looks like for now they're just going to back off.
And Kingpin going in full force there, the Rhine charging in. But it backfires. Jam goes down. Tannic B. Teku is going to go down, but so is Worst. That's 2 players down for Kingpin. And Yahoo so dangerously low here. Is he going to survive? No, he is not. So the rush there kind of backfires there for Kingpin. They do get a few meters, but White Collar are going to win the fight. So good first engage there from White Collar.
Yeah, knowing when to back off there and turn it into a fight win. It really made all the difference there as Kingpin got a little too big for their britches, but we'll see the tire out from the first. No beat available quite yet, and actually it's going to come out right now. I think Kingpin just wants to get ahead of the game here as the tire is searching for the backline, forcing the lamp out, but Yahoo actually dying there as he was just free to shatter the backline. No response from Kingpin. That's an easy cleanup for White Collar Revenge. They're going to keep this bot going forward.
Yeah, and the thing there is Worst also used his, so that's a big ult that White Collar was able to get out of Kingpin. Teku got value with his, and now White Collar, you're coming up on their tie, you're coming up on the overclock, and you have both of your support ultimates. Kingpin's going to have both of their support ultimates too, so not quite an even fight, but as far as supports go, we'll see how this goes.
Teku was trapped, but still wastes no time going in on Worst, trying to convert the pin into an elimination, but Worst is just caught out in the middle of nowhere. They're going to go down to the Tannic B damage and just cleave damage from Tekujin. And without a tank, Kingpin again is just kind of forced to back out here. White Collar Revenge, with 7.5 minutes, are going to cap this first point.
I mean, this is just exactly what we saw on the first round of Attack on Circuit Royale. I mean, this is just a speed run. That first checkpoint's already capped. I mean, so does get the turret there, but does take down Seal and the, so those are 2 big picks right there. I mean, my goodness. Okay, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to jinx it, but White Collar looking really, really good. The Blake going to come out now from Yahoo, trying you get the DPS. Does force out the lamp. Seal going to use that sound barrier now. Does catch all of the members. Isn't going to be enough. Tanikby does go down. So does Paul. And that should be the reset here coming in. But 88 meters for White Collar Revenge. I know there's still around 6.5 minutes left, but that's a ways to go for Kingpin.
And what's huge for White Collar Revenge, they know they have the advantage here. They didn't need to use any ultimates that fight. Kingpin came out with 2 of their own. So White Collar Revenge has a distinct advantage going into this next fight here. The window, though, is going to be out first from Jam. Going to try and find a squishy pick here as Worst is just being bruised and battered, pushed forward and back. Able to block the shatter, though, with a barely alive shield. Nice block there. Teku's going to try and go into the team, but there's just not enough support anymore. White Collar Revenge, easy cleanup. And again, taking control of TS1.
And again, that was just great back off there by White Collar. They're not doing anything wrong right now. They did use some big and a half tire up. And Meister should work up to a sound barrier. Kingpin, though, they're going to have a shatter, and they do have that molten core, so they can space out TS1 things. As I say that, though, Seal does go down. That's a support there, right there, going down. That's not what you want if you're Kingpin.
Yeah, Meister already responding with the speed amp, knowing that Kingpin has no speed of their own, forcing the Molten Core out from the E just to kind of keep the members of White Collar Revenge at the back. Tyre not finding anyone. Yahoo barely able to live. Not sure how that works out, but the does go down to Tanikby in the end. But a great shatter from Worst. Lands 3 members. Lamp forced out, but it's just not enough healing resources. Worst is just going to push the front line back. But someone is pushing this bot forward. I don't know if Kingpin realized, but TS1 is getting dangerously close to the 0.3 capture.
There we go. Okay, somebody does get... That was dangerously close to a C9, and heaven forbid, we've seen too many of those in the Overwatch League this season. But 125 minutes, I mean, I don't want to call it early, but this is just about almost an insurmountable lead here for White Collar with 5 minutes to go. I mean, they would have to essentially win 5 to 6 fights in a row to even get this bot close to White Collar's point.
Kingpin needs a miracle to break out of this neutral zone here. They're going to go out with the amplification matrix, and now a blade from Yahoo. Going to look for Meister, but they're able to wall ride to live. Falling in the end, though. And now Kingpin finally getting some eliminations of their own here. They're able to win a fight and actually continue progress on TS1.
They do, and they are finally going to start to get some progress here. But that was a big ult from Tahu that they had to use. Seal is going to have his sound, so that is a key ultimate. But White Collar, they have that shatter and they have that window if they want to engage here early. So looking good for White Collar, but again, Kingpin does have that sound barrier in the back pocket. Window out now to engage. Flat goes down early, and it's going to be gone in the blink of an eye thanks to that window. And Worst is down. Your tank goes down, so no shatter in the play. And now Seal uses the barrier, but he goes down as well. And this is going to be a flip here, most likely for White Collar. As I say that, Jen gets 2, but he's going to go down. And White Collar, they're just, they can't do any wrong right now.
Kingpin going to be able to regroup, even as Yahoo looking desperately for the Mega Pack in the back line. They will have more numbers here. They're going to force White Collar Revenge back a bit, as their respawns are just better. And they do have ults for this fight. They're going to have shatters on both sides, but White Collar Revenge is going to press go button first with a tire out, finished off by Yahoo with the dash, and a shatter from Worst actually going to help finish off the remaining members of White Collar Revenge. They go down themselves, but Meister now trying to keep the payload stalled. It's just not enough. Kingpin is going to be making progress.
They do get value with that shatter, but that's a big ult. That window. White Collar, they're going to have that overclock more point. They're going to have that sound barrier that they can counter this window with. So looking rough for Kingpin right now, but we've seen crazy things. As I say that, though, Jam goes down, so no window in play thanks to the overclock, and it's rough for Kingpin right now.
And this is interesting. We're seeing a fight take place on the coast side of Colosseo, away from the robot. Kingpin's winning, but Meister says, you know what? I know what the real objective is here. I'm going to hang out with my robot friend, and you guys are going to have to waste a lot of time pushing him back to try and win in the end.
Yeah, and that's actually a smart play there by Meister. with only 2 minutes on the clock, pushing that bot back, that just means that's now more fights that Kingpin have to win here. We'll see if they can come up on the blade. They still have that window, but Meester's going to have that sound barrier. Paul's going to have this window up here soon. It's looking rough for Kingpin right now. At this point, they really do. A window's going to come out from Jam. Lamp has to be invested early as Worst does go low. Both lamps invested and down. Sound barrier going to come out from Meister. Keep White Collar Revenge topped up. That shield going low for Worst. Still an even fight here right now, and Yahoo's going to go down to Teku's Fire Strike there. Just got enough in the tank for Kingpin. His Seal's going to go down as well. This is looking really rough for Kingpin.
And we're approaching a minute left in the match. Kingpin hasn't even captured the first objective on their side of the push map, and White Collar Revenge, they have payload, they have robot control right now. It's up to Kingpin to try and do anything to stop their progress here. They're gonna speed out very quickly. Nice pick from The, finds Optical Crash. The raid boss is dead. Now Kingpin can push into the front line of White Collar Revenge. Yahoo's free to blade to try and find some members of White Collar Revenge, though I'm not sure it's needed in the end, but you'll still find Paul in that fight, and again, regain control of the robot.
They do get control of the robot, but at this point, Kingpin essentially literally cannot lose another fight. They have to win every fight. They want to win this map and go to the grand finals. It's going to be rough, but they do have Shatter. They're coming up on window, and they do have Sound Barrier. Optical going to use that overclock now to try and get some early picks. Shatter's going to go down, doesn't get anything for Worst. The Sound Barrier now going to be invested from Steel. They're throwing everything at this fight here to try and win it, but the Tire's going to take down via DPS does go down. The lamp goes down. It's taken out pretty early. Worst does get Tanic, but the DPS just going down for Kingpin. Let's see if they can win this fight here. It's not looking good for Kingpin. See if he can get some picks. Teku does get pinned. Meister's going to go down to that's a big pick there, so no healing there. Both Lucio's down. Teku does go down as well. There's a scrappy fight going on here around TS1, but that window going to come out. I mean, this just looks over. Lamp going to come out now from Jam. Jam does get Paul, though, with that shot. I don't know how they're doing it, but they're still pushing this bot.
Optical did so much work in that fight, and no one even looked at them. They were just free to pummel damage into the Rhine Shield. Worst going so low a couple of times, and they're going to play aggressive into the backline of Kingpin and try to stop them from even maintaining this pace, but they're going to lose their life for it. Nice response from Lee with the peel, as Kingpin finally has an advantage here. They're going to be getting really close to this first objective, but they have to win on this point. Worst thrown in the air, and no one's on the point!
Oh, no.
Oh, no. That's not how you want to lose in losers finals.
Oh,
a C9.
It has now officially been 0 days since the last C9. Oh, and what's heartbreaking there for Kingpin is they were looking so good there. The Shadow did come down, but it just got booped up in the air, and nobody touches the point. I mean, that is so rough for Kingpin, but White Collar, they did what they needed to.
I've had 1,000 dreams of you, like scenes I do like. I stopped counting, feels I could try. I should try. Hold my breath, I won't make you wait. You're mine for the taking. My owning a house on the lake, far from LA. I'm not the type to obey. I'm not the one you can tame. Yeah, let's get lost in my ways. Ooh, take me where your monsters hide. They don't dance, they don't dance. Daylight, look down, you've got me so high. I think it's safe to say try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I've gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on.
All right, the moment you've all been waiting for, the grand finale of the A-League for our BPL Beta Brawl 2. MFG here, joined by Rain and Hot Dog to take you through it. How are you guys feeling about this?
Good. I've watched a few. I've played against White Collar Revolution a few times. They are scary. So yeah, this is gonna be a good match.
Yeah, for me, I haven't been following A-League as much, so I'm not as familiar, but I caught the last couple of games, and it seems like these two teams, they have very different styles. I'm excited to see how they interact with each other. Obviously, from what I've seen of Sale in the past couple of matches, they've been running this sort of ball comp, versus White Collar, they've been running Sig or Rhine, depending on which tank is in. Very different comps all around, so I'm excited.
Speaking of interacting with each other, these teams have actually faced off before in the semifinals match earlier in the tournament, and it was actually a 2-0 Sale taking the victory there. So I bet if you are White Collar Revenge, you are ready to get revenge and make sure that you are the team winning this grand finals.
Oh, absolutely. I agree. And as a little tidbit that I've sort of picked up on, whenever there's a grand finals that's a rematch of a match that happened earlier in the bracket, it tends to be that whoever lost the first match wins the second one. I'm just going to put that one out there. We had Summit versus Zenith in Season 3. Zenith won the first match. You had Sydney Surfers versus Catboy Crew in Season 2. Sydney Surfers won their first match. I'm just saying, the trends are looking like it's going to be a White Collar win here. I'm not rooting either side, because I love both of these teams. I love loads of the players, but you know,
they're spooky. Like trends aside, I mean, again, they played very well. Tekugen on that tank role has been a little bit spooky, being very aggressive, taking space where they need to. Like that's also to be saying, you know, Sale has obviously, you know, made it to the grand final for a reason. I mean, Tracy's ball is very spooky as well. Dynamic on the DPS. Wisex, I mean, he's Genji. Like I said, this is going to be a good match, no matter how you dice it.
Definitely so. The roster's filled with so many great people, as you guys highlighted, and I'm really interested though to see which style is going to come out on top, because kind of like what Rain was hinting at, like there's going to probably be a lot of key differences as well as similarities in each of these teams' play styles.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the team's rosters, I think blow for blow, each role is answered by the other team. You got Chasey on one side, you got Tekugen and Krabby on the other, you got Wisex on one side, but you got Optical Crash on the other. Like I don't think it's going to come down to individual play. I think it definitely will be a compositional factor that determines who wins this match, and I think it will maybe come down to individual pop-offs, because you never know. In these grand final situations, the nerves are high, the emotions are running. Someone's going to pop off. It always happens, every time.
I think you're right, but I mean, like, I said this like in my last cast as well, actually with White Collar. I mean, they just play cohesively as a team. You know, being able to play well, keep fights going much longer than they should. I mean, that just gives you an advantage in any situation. White Collar have been able to do that consistently. I haven't seen enough of Sale to really know how they gel as a team, but I know kind of with that in mind, White Collar is looking a little scary, like I said several times already, going into this matchup.
Now we get to wait and see where our first map will take us. But if we want to look at the map order real quick, this will be our setup for this 1st to 3 tournament, reminding you that it's no longer a 1st to 2. We see already we're going to be starting on Control, then moving Hybrid, Push, and then if needed, we'll go on to Escort and Control. I just realized my name is now M Fuzzy Kanji.
Not wrong.
But with this setup, we see what we're going to go to Nepal first. So I guess this is also a good segue, both talking about the map and predictions. So based on Nepal, kind of which team gets to start off with the momentum first, who do you guys think is going to be able to take this all the way?
For me, looking at Nepal as a start, I definitely favor, on 2 out of the 3 maps, I favor the ball comps that I've seen Sale running. I definitely think they have a distinct advantage there. You know, there's a chance that if we go to Village, the Rush comp could come out, and, you know, Sig Poke is kind of strong on Sanctum. You know, there's definitely chances for White Collar here, but I give the advantage to Sale. And if they can pick up this first map, I think going back and forth across these maps, it's going to be very difficult for White Collar to come back. So I think I'm leaning towards Sale.
Absolutely same. Sale is just going to be able to play these very, very annoying, just kind of buzzy comps, just kind of going around, heading the back line, being aggressive, having these crazy dives. A lot easier than I think a White Collar is going to be able to react with that slower composition they have. They have another tank aside from Takugen. I mean, he is able to play, Sigma as well, but I just don't know if there's going to be enough of an answer kind of with either the Sigma or the Reinhardt to really answer what Sale is going to be thrown at them.
Well, I did this for the B-League Grand Finals, and I guess I'm going to do it for the A-League. I'm going to do the underdog pick then and say that White Collar is going to be able to, again, same joke, enact revenge. Because it's always nice to kind of root for the funny that might not be the best on paper, but can definitely surprise you.
That's true. I definitely think there is some like X factor to, they're playing something we don't expect. How do we deal with that? And it being the grand finals, maybe there's a little bit of a scrambling in your brain. You don't think clearly enough about how to deal with it, and it catches you off guard. There's always that possibility as well. So I'm not going to say. I think this is going to be a 3-2 slobber knocker between these two teams, but I think Sale will win out in the end.
Yeah,
it's a new word, slobber knocker.
It's a good one.
Said a lot
like
in
it.
esports sometimes. I thought
Beyond
I'd
vocabulary.
bring it to the BPL sphere. Slobber knocker.
I like it. We now get to wait and see when we'll be ready to dive in. Before we go in, I can tell my story because I told Rain I would do it. I made this really good bowl of ramen for lunch, and it involved cooking vegetables, so I was really proud of it because Rain came in here talking about like some other food related story, and they just glossed over the glory that is MFG's ramen bowl, so I had to bring it up.
Somebody burned burgers in my building so bad that they set off the fire alarm. That's a way better story.
No, it's not, but it is a fun story. Hybrid maps, because that's where we're going to head after Nepal, and depending on which team loses this one, they get to have the pick. So that could definitely be one of those scenarios where the momentum can be easily flipped if the losing team is that much better on the hybrid map they pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, winning that first map in a long series like this is going to be crucial to getting some momentum started. I mean, it really is, addicting winning. People will say, winning is addicting as is losing. If you lose that first map, you usually tend to lose more maps later on in the series, So they're going to have to get some momentum established pretty early on in the series.
Oh, MFG's just gone. No, never met. We're alone now. Hot dog.
We've been left.
Yeah. But, as we suspected, ball comp coming out from Sale, I don't think they'll keep the Bastion. I think that will change. But as we suspected, ball comp, heavy dive. You got the Lucio Mercy, sort of Arab dive style, with the Genji, with the Pharah. I'm liking it. There's a pause straight away. That's not so good.
Yeah, that's not optimal. Not optimal, I would say. But now we're back.
Fantastic
we get to hang
start.
out more. Yeah,
so
this
how do you think about the series so far? How do you think about
you know
how it's
what?
gone?
I mean, I'll be honest. If I think anyone watching knows how this is going to turn out. So after that,
yeah,
whew.
Scenes here on BPL mainstream. But I thought White Collar would probably run something sort of rushy on this comp, but they're showing sort of Diva, which is not something we've seen a whole lot. Some teams have been poking at it, bringing it out here and there. I would say that I think that
he ran it once. Takugen did. Does Paul have his screen as the player?
Yeah, he's just POVing in the player cam. I appreciate it. I think it's a funny meme there.
I very much like that. But yeah, he's busted it out once, and I feel like it worked pretty well. But then I think the other team went Zarya into it and worked well. But in any case, I digress. Yeah, it is a much more unique choice.
Yeah. I would say that I don't think it's as terrible as a lot of people seem to think it is. I think it's still pretty bad, but I don't think it's like throw pick bad. It's not Hog last year, It's not the absolute worst. I think they can absolutely make this work. It's just going to come down to the value you can get from the D-Matrix, especially since they're playing up into a Pharah. That's something we need to take into account. The D-Matrix versus that Pharah is probably the best single tank utility that we have in the game right now against a Pharah.
Yeah, absolutely.
That will be the X factor in this situation for me, is that D.Va versus Pharah play in particular.
Absolutely, and we finally did get that go-ahead. Taikugen already on the fight, on the point there, chasing off the ball. Like you're saying, yeah, just using that defense matrix to keep that Pharah at bay to not get as much damage. Just chucking it in, chasing down, being aggressive, and this ball falling dangerously low, is able to get away, chased down by the by pretty much everyone there. Able to survive though. Taikugen's floating around, really not doing a whole lot. This fight is just kind of again going back and forth, but Mr. Simsexual able to get chance, not having that DPS on the side of White Collar Revenge. That's going to make it very tough to get a lot of presence on this point, but as I said, they are able to capture. It looks like they just kind of sit on the point as Sale walked away, but they are able to take out Taikugen out of the equation, and this should just be cleanup, theoretically.
Yeah, I would think the fight is mostly over for now. You know, famous last words, but you know, please tell me it's over. Okay, yeah, they're disengaging. They're disengaging. Sale have cleanly won that first fight. They gave up a little bit of percentage, but it's always better to win the first fight than to get the first cap. That's not to say that it's bad, but you know, you in the long run, it's more advantageous.
This is still kind of going. They are okay, maybe not. I mean, 30%. I mean, I don't think that's I don't know, man. That's significant. That's a lot.
Significant for sure.
Yeah.
And, definitely a blunder by Sale. Yeah, I would rather have not done that, but they'll be back at 30% before you know it. And yeah, like we saw, that ball from Chasey coming dangerously low doesn't get taken out. And I think if they're able to convert that kill, that turns into a completely different fight, because otherwise he's not able to kite the rest of the team around, and it becomes way easier for the DPS on White Collar to find their own value.
Yeah, and Pharah is still being aggressive in the skies with that pocket, popping in damage. Wisex's finding Optical. That's really, really bad here. Already White Collar Revenge on the back foot. They're going to have to decide if they want to back off. And Taikugen finding Chasey might be the go-ahead. Meister able to cut off Pharah's ultimate there on the side of Sale. It is, again, back and forth as we've seen every single time. Mushroom able to get that res off on Mr. Simsexual, which immediately turns into a kill on Meister. White Collar Revenge, they've got to reset here, I guess. I mean, it is still, they're still aggressing. This is still crazy that they're putting ults in that. That's
Yeah.
very strange.
Odd choices there from the DPS. They use both the EMP and the Pulse Bomb into that. You know, the D.Va Bomb comes out earlier for the remake. Fine, that makes sense. But
Yeah.
you've already lost like 3 or 4. You use your DPS ults for not much gain, and now it's 70% of the point for Sale, and they've got the big ones. They've got the Minefield, they've got the Genji Blade. You've got Beat and Coalescence to deal with them, but will they be enough?
We're gonna have to see. This Lucio out in the open, almost gonna die. Was able to get the beat off. That's huge. Everyone White Collar Revenge, a little bit of extra life in their veins. Throwing in the Coalescence as well, using it to get a couple of DPS picks there. Paul finding the value in that ultimate. Looking like this might be the chance that White Collar Revenge need to retake this point. 96% and counting up for Sale. This is just continuing to go their way. The longer this goes, the worse it's looking for White Collar Revenge. They need to be definitive here and get this point cap, and they finally do. 30% to 99%. This is last fight territory. They need to lock it down.
I think it's a very intelligent decision from Wisex to not Blade there. You know, in the heat of that fight, maybe, as I was going to say, you use both the support ults on the side of White Collar, so now you can come in with the Blade and win this fight cleanly now with the new Blade.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to find Paul. Optical Crash, though, does find Mushroom. They are equalizing it, but Simsexual throwing it in. Falls dangerously low. Oh, man, finding Taikugen's mech, though, that is a huge pick. They are going to try to equalize it. Optical finding the Pharah on the side of Sale. That is huge. Just going to chip away at Chasey. Hopefully finding that pick for them to keep this percentage going up. Falling dangerously low, the DPSs are on Sale. I mean, this is looking like a fight they're going to have to leave and just kind of recontest here. Oh, but as I say that, that's huge.
And Chasey still dies anyway. This is tragic for Sale, because now you don't have a really good re-engage with that beat that you could have had for your last fight, whereas now it's 80% on the side for White Collar, and now you're on the back foot.
This is just an eternal... Oh my gosh. Again, back and forth. Chance and Optical Crash finding their Finding their targets. Tekugen finding the healer on the side of Sale. Again, now Meester falls. This is just back and forth constantly. Wisex is 1 health. Paul finding the pick. This is going to be a fight win for White Collar Revenge, I believe. It is 99%. They do find the recontest there. Farah is able to, or Echo is back there along with Mercy. That could be enough to potentially win the fight or get Sale at least on the cart there, or the point there again. But Tekugen finding Mushroom. Not having a Mercy on the side of Sale is huge. And now Ball is dangerously low. Tekugen coming alive. Those are exactly what we need to have happen. Getting those picks. Now they need to get this Dragon Blade out of the picture. Paul throwing in the Coalescence, doing the deed. And now it is a 1-0 on to Paul. Very well done by White Collar.
Very impressive. I think that was a very grimy point. No clean fights. Every single one, you were going back and forth, back and forth. The res comes out, the beat comes out. No clear winners one way or the other right from the start. And I think it's a pretty big blunder on Sale's part to not only invest ultimates where it's not ideal. I was praising them for choosing not to do that before, but then White Collar, they're able to anti-play that. They spread so far apart that Wisex is only able to get 1 with the blade, and that means that that whole ultimate that you were banking on this one last fight, it only gets 1 kill. Tekugen's able to trade it out immediately after, and all of a sudden you're even, you're down ults, and you lose the map.
Absolutely, and as Ahi says in chat, it's just a tank gap. I don't know, man. This is pretty even. I don't know if it's tank gap. It is. I
wouldn't make that call just yet.
It is pretty even here as we go into this next fight. Farah and Mercy once again on the side of Sale, chucking in damage. Very mobile, very floaty comp with the Lucio Mercy. They need to have a lot of value very fast, or else it's just very tough to keep a fight going. Farah throwing in damage, not really able to get a whole lot. Mercy falling dangerously low, needing to back off. White Collar Revenge is playing their comp very well, putting damage on the Farah, and now Chasey is well following Tekugen. Very well done. This is going to be a fight win for White Collar as long as Farah doesn't get too much value. Maybe even
D-Mac.
Oh man, he's just eating it up. He's just
absolutely going crazy. And as we pointed out, the D.Va versus Farah matchup, he is hounding this Farah Mercy so hard that Mercy has to play back, and Tekugen dies unfortunately here, but he's been playing this really well so far, where he's been hounding this Farah Mercy combination so much that they can't do anything they want to. You normally want to hover above the fight, get the kills. You can't do that when there's a D.Va in your Mercy's face. You have to peel back, and they're going to lose this fight here because Teku gets taken out. But so far, I think the D.Va pick has absolutely worked out for them, so much so that Chasey has decided to join them in the D.Va train.
Yeah, I don't know about that ultimate, but hey, I like the spirit there. Able to win that fight as well, equalizing the point pressure, or point value rather, so it's 20% to 20%. They're keeping everything going. Actually, I say that Chasey does swap to D.Va. I just my brain just skipped over that. Was that recent? Already at 77.
He only just decided that he wants to be on the D.Va train as well. Yeah, he wants to be on the D.Va train.
Yeah, I mean, Farah being very aggressive there, finding Optical. Meester, though, does do a whole lot there, finding Chasey, and now with Mercy out of the picture because of Tekugen just hounding him. I mean, that's going to be huge, and probably a fight win and a cap for White Collar Revenge. Just getting a few extra little picks here, cleaning it up, and now going up 21 to 50%.
Again and again, Teku taking out this Mercy, bullying this Farah out of the sky. It completely nullifies the entire point of the Sale composition, where you and your Genji, as a Brawl or a D.Va, are trying to capitalize off of the damage that your Farah is doing, but your Farah is not doing any damage. So really, you're just sitting there as the Genji swinging around a wet pool noodle, for all he cares.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Remake there, Tekugen able to get back in the fight. Chasing down this Lucio, not having that that health pack is going to be very annoying for the combatants there. Chance demeching Chasey, not going too well after that pick, and now 50% to 50%. White Collar have been able to equalize very well here without investing a whole lot of resources, it feels like. And Farah finds Meester. That could be another opportunity for Sale, though, to come in. They are going to be aggressive. They're pushing towards the point. They are forced, Optical is forced to use the EMP and hopefully just slow them down a little bit. Wisex able to demech Tekugen, and Chance falls to Chasey's bomb. That's going to be the opportunity that Sale need. They need to walk towards point here and cap. Yep, 50% to 75% now.
Yeah, I feel so bad for leaving you to talk for so long, but it's so hard to tell in these two comps where the fight ends.
It is like I'm trying to end me talking early, because I'm like, I need to give him a chance to.
There's no way to tell when the divide between play-by-play and color time is supposed to happen, because there's people dying constantly, mostly due to Tekugen and his constant barraging of this Farah with this pressure. You can't let your Mercy sit properly in the sky. You can't barrage rockets into the enemy like you want to. It's very well played by Teku. And Mercy is down again.
They need to do a better job of peeling for this Mercy, and now with that sound barrier and a blade, Wisex needs to make something happen here potentially to keep White Collar Revenge from taking this point back. Tekugen finding Pharah and Wisex. There's no DPS on the side of Sail. This is potentially going to be the last fight here of this, or one of the last fights rather of this map. It is 80% now going up.
Sail get the chance to reset. They have one more fight, but Chasey demeched right now and getting staggered. That is disastrous for Sail. If he can't get his mech back in time, this might be curtains for this map, because we're already 1-0 up on White Collar. If Chasey can't get a mech back into this fight, what are you going to do? Because your only ult is this barrage. Without a DM to protect it, that is not going to do anything.
Yeah, they are able to get overtime here. And Mr. Sim Sexual finds Meester and Optical. That is huge. 2 picks already. Wisex, though, is taken out of the picture by Paul. That could be potentially the answer they need, but it doesn't matter because this Pharah is raining hellfire from above, demeching Tekugen as well. That could be the opportunity they need. It's going to be a very slim margin they need to hold, so potentially this could be going toward a third map here on Nepal, or third round.
It's dicey. There's no ults on either side. It's going to come down to a clean neutral. You've got the Sombra for the touch, so there will be no chance of a C9, but it's going to come down to individual pop-offs here. Can Tekugen take out the Fire Mercy again?
They throw in the EMP, is immediately taken out of the picture. Optical sent back to spawn to meet out with Paul. It's looking like it's going to be a map 3 here on Nepal here, and now just a little bit of cleanup. It is, again, back and forth. Chance just trying to do what he can, trying to pop off, find a pick, but Wisex outplays him as Chasey demechs Tekugen. Now with a beat, just for good measure, looking like it is a, yeah, it's 1-1 here on Nepal.
Through rain, shine, and the power of Tekugen's will, Sail have brought it back to a 1-1 on Nepal, and we're now going to Sanctum, where I think the ball comp definitely wins out, in my opinion.
I'd say so.
But
let's see,
honestly, the parity between these two teams, where it is coming down to these individual plays. You know, Teku is able to take out the Fire Mercy. That means a 1 fight for them. Sail, they're able to get into the backline and kill Paul and Meester. That's a 1 fight for them. There's no way to tell off the bat which of these teams is going to take this, and I love that for a grand finals.
Yeah, Chasey actually electing for the Junker Queen. What do you think about that?
Interesting. It's not like a rushy, brawly comps aren't really the play on this map normally, but I think I can see the value if you're intending to play it on the right side from this point of view. You know, in that small contained room with the health pack and on the point rather than on the left. I can definitely see the value there, but it's going to be a change of pace for Sail for sure.
Yeah, Optical already going around trying to get into position as this next fight starts. Junker Queen throwing in the knife, trying to walk in. Not able to get a whole lot, just all of this damage from each side. Tekugen being so aggressive on this D.Va, walking in. Now, with a Chasey weakened, not able to do as much damage, not able to do a whole lot of help either. Tekugen finding Lucio. Wisex does equalize and find Paul. It's now each one is short a healer on both team. And now this scrim is just continuing to go on. Chasey finds Optical and demechs Tekugen. Now Tekugen, oh man, maybe. No, I was kind of hopeful. It was looking good for White Collar at the start of that fight, because you know you take out a healer early, and Tekugen with the mobility of this D.Va is able to come in. He's swapping over to the right, and he's seen the light. He thinks, okay, it's Brawl time now. I can play my main. But you know, Sail win out in the long term there because you relocate the fight. You don't take it on the stairs. You take it all the way to the left here on that health pack, and that's just perfect Brawl material. Yeah, I mean, speaking of Brawl, I mean, Tekugen locking in on Ryan, that's what you love to see. They're going to look to see if they can beat, to see if they beat Sail in the neutral, and they're already getting a pick ahead. Wisex not going to be in the fight for a while. Tekugen does eventually fall. Mr. Sexual able to get the pick as Sojourn, but Optical, now it is just a back and forth brawl once again. Chasey finding a pick right after a gamer falls. I mean, this is just messy. In all that craziness, they did get the point, though. It was 10% to 35%. Yeah, I think it's a good comp choice from White Collar to go to the Ryan over the Junker Queen. A lot of people prefer the Junker Queen, but you know me, I prefer the Ryan. I think in the close quarters engaged, there's just a lot more you can do with the hammer, especially into a Junker Queen rush. You know, she's got the scattergun, she's got the knife, she definitely has her utility, but in terms of just straight out damage output, I think the Ryan wins every time. Yeah, I like this aggressive rally, walking in, trying to make something happen as Wisex dashes up, trying to just get a little bit more value here with that blade, or building up the blade rather. Paul throws in. They did double support all. That's not what you want to see on White Collar Revenge. They are really throwing themselves on the back foot, but Chance is able to find Mushroom. That could be the opportunity they need to keep this fight going. 45% and counting upward as the Sojourn finds the May on the side of White Collar, but it doesn't matter. Meester equalizing now. It is again just a scrum on the point. Tekugen finding Wisix as Paul falls. They are falling in the favor of White Collar Revenge. They are continuing to rack up percent here.
And not only is it the Rhine outputting more damage in the close quarters fight, but Paul on this Moira, able to weaken the Junker Queen, makes her damage nothing, essentially. Like we've seen so often, these weakens from Paul make it so that nobody can die to the hero that are weakened. And, Moira is really strong right now. I think it's really an oversight on Sale to not be running her.
I mean, that's gross. Mr. Simsexual out of the fight. They have no Ashe. That is, that's rough stuff. Yeah, this is just going to be a fight here to 90%. Just walking, waiting for someone to just kind of walk forward. It doesn't matter. May throwing in the wall. 93% is absolutely going to be last fight here. They do have a touch, potentially. Yes, they do get the touch. Now, it is going to be a shatter coming in from Tekugen as Wisix finds the blade kill on Meester. It's going to be a whole lot of hammer throwing. But it doesn't matter because Sale has found a way to equalize it. Not the Tekugen falls as well as May. They're going to have to stay on cart here, or point rather, and cap here. Bring it up from that 35% they have. Paul able to escape as Sojourn falls. A nice pick there. It is looking dicey for Sale, but still winnable.
Definitely. I think critically there, both of the ults from White Collar, the Sojourn Overclock and the Earth Shatter, neither of them get a particularly huge amount of value. And now because of that, the economy is swinging back in Sales court now, where you've got the Rampage coming up for the Junker Queen, you've got the Rally coming up soon, you've got the Bob coming up soon, and with only 50% left on the point thanks to your early capture time, this has definitely become a situation where Sale can hold out.
I definitely, I mean, I can see it. I can absolutely see it. Chasey under pressure on the point, just forced to yell. Doesn't matter. Optical Crash and Chance, they are walking in with Meester's speed. That might be the death knell for this team, unfortunately. Tekugen trying to just clean it up here. They need to cap here, and they do. White Collar Revenge, 99% there. They need to just clean off this point, and they win. Cameraman falling. Not having a Lucio on the side of Sale is huge. Chance has come alive in a lot of these fights right when they need them. Break falling dangerously low as Chance finishes them off with the help of that Lucio. Now a huge beat. Man, this is just looking more and more dismal of a prospect for Sale. White Collar Revenge throws in the poor Bob, throws it into the drink, and now it is just, again, clean up. White Collar Revenge getting the map win. It is 1-0 in the series.
You cannot understate the value that the last May wall we saw from Optical Crash onto Chasey got. Neither of his healers could peel for him because you're running a Brig and a Lucio. He's dead. He's straight up just dead. He yells all he wants, but you cannot deal with that as a Junker Queen. And I think that one play decides this whole map. Because if he doesn't get that wall, if Chasey's able to relocate to his team, there's definitely a world in which we can maybe use this Bob, use these the Rampage, use these ults to take this fight in a more ideal situation, and Sale could have won it out, but that's just not the universe that we live in. White Collar, they take it 1-0 up, and RIP Bob. I hope he has a good time.
Yeah, man, that Bob had a rough one. I mean, man, the May play was really key in a lot of those fights. Having those walls right where they had them, it was kind of the silent killer in a lot of those matchups. A good situationally aware May being able to split fights up, be able to delay fights from starting. I mean, that's huge. I think there was one fight at least where it pushed the control percentage up another like 5 or 6%. It was really just good play.
Critically, we didn't see Optical on the May that whole map until the very end. Because he'd been on the Sombra up until then, and I'm going to be honest, I didn't see a huge amount of value from that pick the whole time. You know, you had some EMPs that they were able to clean up. You know, it's whatever, EMP is still EMP. But overall, I think if you're going to run this rush comp, if you're going to make that choice, it's such a necessary decision to also swap to the main. So I'm glad they did it for White Collar. That definitely was the winning decision. Like the Rhine worked out on its own pretty well, but then we saw it get put onto the back foot once Sale sort of figured it out with the Junker Queen comp. The May comes out, and that seals the deal for me.
Yeah, they definitely, just like you said, figured it out. I would definitely say, kind of with that, they both cleaned it up after that first map. I think a lot of it was them kind of just figuring out, like, you know, what's going on in this matchup.
Getting the chance to read your opponent, psych them out a bit.
I think that was a lot of it. Just figuring out the tempo. But yeah, White Collar Revenge able to really figure it out, understand the flow of Sale, and able to just clean up a lot of those fights in a, again, very scrappy way. I think it's gonna be the name of the game, like you're saying. It's gonna be a lot of us doing a little bit of each other's job, because it's just these fights just go on for so long and they just never really end.
Yeah, frantic.
Yeah,
especially if they keep these comps with the mobile tanks, the mobile DPS, the sort of, I would say, the classically like the Brawl heroes for the support, the Lucio Moira, not so much anymore. We've been seeing it a lot with these mobile comps running this Moira, because the fade lasts so long and takes you so far. The speed boost is so important to get your less mobile heroes across the line. That's just the ideal comp, unless you're running a Pharaoh or something, in which case obviously you run a Mercy instead. But really odd. Really odd, and I don't know if that's going to change, because of the 3 hybrid maps that we have available to us for Sale to pick, I'm leaning towards the idea that they're going to pick Brazil. I don't know how to pronounce the actual name of the map, but it's Brazil, the Brazil one.
Yeah, it's the one in that spot, that area, the zone.
Yeah, and that map, obviously, as we've seen time and time again, very favorable to these air heroes. You know, not third point, not so much, but the other 2 points on the map, very favorable towards Pharah, very favorable towards Echo, very favorable towards Ashe, that we saw Dynamic
Ashe,
running right at the end.
Ashe Sojourn is just gross on that map.
And not so much towards Rush. A lot of teams not dealing with that, despite Hybrid generally being the home of Rush, what with King's Row and Eichenwald and maps like that. So I think an intelligent map pick for Sale here would be the Brazil. I could see them potentially going to a King's Row or a Midtown, which are the other 2 maps, in the pool, because, you know, Midtown is kind of the same. There's a little bit of a skybox there that you can use air characters with in these mobile comps. I can see that working out. King's Row, I don't think it's the best choice. I think it's possible, but it really, for me, it's going to have to be that Brazil pick, and it just comes through this confirmation. They do pick Brazil. I'm not even going to try. I will offend somebody.
Our brains are just too wrinkly, Rain. We just knew. We could figure it out. Let me see.
I could tell.
It's Paraíso.
Paraíso, maybe.
Paraíso.
I'm sure somebody will correct us if we're wrong.
I feel like it's Para, and then there's the I.
Sure.
The I is the accent. Paraíso.
I'm gonna roll with Brazil.
Okay. That works. That's accurate. And look how beautiful it is, man. I mentioned this last time I casted this map. It is just, oh, that water. I wanna go for a swim, dude.
If there's one thing Blizzard knows how to do, it's making parts of the map you never go to look like you want to go there.
That Blizzard polish is a thing, man. Blizzard polish is such a thing.
Overwatch was so polished that it was successful before it even came out. You know, that's just a thing that happened.
It's interesting because like you look at some like games and characters like that have existed purely on IP, like Sonic, for example.
Yeah. That's a big
but I think Overwatch is not quite in that area, but a lot of it is. I mean, it's just a beautiful game, and a lot of that survivability is on that polish. We're going to Sigma and Doomfist as the tank picks here for White Collar and Sale, respectively. It looks like.
Well, I wouldn't lock too much onto Sale because they're on the attack, so of course they can change whatever they want.
I believe.
But the White Collar defensive comp being the Sigma, I can definitely see being one they use, because like we said, the Ashe, the Echo, no Mercy, which is interesting. They're running with Ana Zen with it, but you know, you're taking these long sight lines. I think there's definitely merit to this White Collar comp. Sale, they're rolling out with the Ball, the Brig Zen, very much what Sale's cup of tea is. You know, you're right, you got Chasey on this Ball, he can roll around, he can make the chaos, and meanwhile you're waiting for Reborn and Schneepy to get these snipes in, maybe Dynamic to come in. I think Chasey is stuck. Chasey is stuck on the cash.
That is oh my god, he still gets away. Hair of his teeth. 41 health, man. That is so unfortunate.
Blizzard fixed that cash register. It's broken.
Yeah, not a whole lot going on as Meester finds Mr. Sim sexual. Now I think it's just gonna be a reset. Yeah, all we've really seen so far is Chasey get stuck and Genji dying.
Yeah. I mean, that's all that really happens on this first point. It's kind of like you approach and then all of a sudden the fight breaks out. There's not really as much setup, it doesn't seem. Crab it and with a nice pick onto Mushroom, even further stalling the Sale re-engage. For me, it's going to have to be off of, you know, Reborn gets a pick, Schneepy gets a pick, Chasey gets a big value slam that allows some sort of engagement from Dynamic. I'm not a huge fan of this comp from Sale on the attack. particularly because the backline is so vulnerable, not to dive, but to poke, which is what White Collar is playing. And you're on the attack. You have the chance to swap this up without, too much of a consequence. And Chasey gets taken out already again.
You can't do that. Like, you just can't do that. I mean, Mr. Simsexual does find that other pick on Ashe, but I just don't know if that value is worth it compared to the ball here. Krabby does continue to exist, throwing in spheres, getting a whole lot of damage. And Mel, that's big though. Genji does find Meester, a huge pick, and they do get that transcendence out of Sail. Gonna have to walk towards point and just kind of fight there. And like you were saying, the fight just kind of happens all of a sudden. Now Genji on there pressuring the Echo, finding chance. Now just being a menace in the backline, finding Ana rather. Paul Falling's gonna have to be another pop-off moment here for this Genji, and they just gotta walk off. Yeah, they won the fight. Cap it. Do it.
Massive for Dynamic. He's able to see that Meester's out of position. You get a Discord in there, you get the dash in there, you get a couple of slices. He's dead, and that's a perfect one fight, but it's looking like they're going to recontest here with the Transcendence.
Yeah, they are. They do stop it at 2 there. They do have the Blade out as well. Anti and immediately picked off. Reborn, though, finding chance. That's going to be another fight where it's just their counterparts falling. Chasey falling as well as Mushroom. Reborn, but Meester is getting picks. After the dust settles, White Collar Revenge gets the win. They're able to stay alive here with about 6%, 6.3% on the
It's
the
expensive. It costs them the Transcendence, the Nano, and the Bob. And so, but on the other side, Sail, they invest both DPS ults and the Rally, and Schneepy swaps off to a Lucio. They say, I'm sick of being a stick in the mud out here, just in the middle of nowhere, getting poked at all the time. I want to go in. And so I think that's a good idea. I think that's a good, intelligent decision.
Yeah, and they're going to be aggressive here with this duplicate as they find Genji. Chasey falls as well. Man, they are doing a really good job in handling Sail's aggression. And now with that blade from the Echo duplicate, it is just kind of game over for this push. 22 seconds remain on this clock here. They're going to have to make something happen and make something happen fast. Now, Reborn falling, that's not what we want to have happen.
And you've got the minefield coming up from Chasey, but other than that, there's not really many tools that you can use. That's a tool that you can use, though. The enemy tank being taken out of the fight. That is definitely an advantage in your favor. If you don't push this on Sail now to get onto that backline of Meester and Paul, I think it's over if you can't take out these supports.
Chasey falling as he just kind of rolls through with the mines there. Doesn't matter what Mr. Simsexual does here, I think, as they do find Meester as that pick, but it's going to be so tough. Chance finally pulls the trigger, gets him out of the fight, and now it is a very tough fight, very tough hold there for Sail. It's still doable. It's going to have to be a full hold of the largest proportions.
Absolutely perfect play from White Collar Revenge, and like I was alluding to in the, I guess you could call it the pre-show to this, it definitely comes down to composition. Sail, they're running with this sort of anti-dive backline with the Brig Zen, the ball. It's a very standard ball comp where, you want to let your Zen take the sightlines and just go for a pick on somebody, basically, where you let your ball slam, you shoot a volley at them, and they're dead, hopefully. But that never came to pass for Sail, which is unfortunate for them. Perhaps because of the geometry of this map, there was no real way to get the Zen into a position where he could unfettered take pot shots at people. As such, I think it honestly is just better to run some sort of dive comp like we've seen Sail run now, of all times, with the Winston, rather than this sort of ball comp, just a straight dive with a Winston, an Ana, and a Genji, something like that. I think I would much rather have preferred, but that's not the universe we live in. The one we live in is where White Collar have basically full held them. Not entirely. It's not drawable anymore, which is good because I want to go to sleep eventually. But it is definitely an uphill battle for the side of Sage to actually hold this, and they've gone with this sort of defensive dive comp, a very classic Tracer, Genji, Winston, Lucio, not Ana, Moira this time, but basically the classic dive comp, which into what White Collar Revenge are showing right now, I think is a very good choice, because you can just obliterate this backline of Meester and Paul. Like, you get the sleep dart out, you get the anti-nade out, but other than that backline is just going to fall over to a Winston dive.
I agree. And I'll even say, you know what? I think sales are work cut out for them. If they full hold this, I'm gonna gift a sub. There we go. That's my line in the sand.
Right there.
I know. Krabby Adam on Doomfist, just kind of walking around trying to make something happen. Chance falling. I mean, hey, that is a good start, but Optical Crash finding Reborn, that is a rough kind of thing to have happen. But it doesn't really matter. Chasey jumping in. Sale's looking actually pretty good on this push. Krabby Adam forced to walk out, and now Mr. Simsexual just continuing to get a little bit more ult charge at 61%. I mean, that's some good ult charge.
Pretty much exactly as I said. You dive on this backline, and immediately White Collar Revenge say, okay, you want to dive on us? Fine. We'll go heroes that are more difficult to dive. We get the Junker Queen out, who's just going to, is it Carnage? The axe? Just going to Carnage you, make you bleed. You got the Moira, who's just going to fade out. I think this is another intelligent as hell comp swap from White Collar Revenge.
Absolutely. Chasey forced to jump back after the try to walk in as Mr. Subsexual falls dangerously low. Chance picked off by Chasey. Really good job with these dives. That was something that I've consistently seen against, just kind of against them, or with them rather, is they're just so coordinated with the dive, so tough to play into. And now just trying to keep this this aggression at bay as White Collar Revenge continue to walk in. They are able to take some ground from where Sale is holding, but at this point it just looks like they're ready to jump in once again. Schnippy under a little bit of pressure as they invest the Primal Rage. Chasey able to stay alive as they do finally have that sound barrier ready just in case that they need it. And they do find Meester. I mean, this seems to be another fight win for Sale. 2 minutes on the clock. This is a great defense so far. I mean, it's a little bit of late.
Dynamic goes in with the blade and kind of feeds a little bit, but that's okay. Happens to the best of us. You've still got plenty of ultimates on sale for this defense. Half your time is already taken off the clock, and they haven't even gotten a tick yet. So you're in a good position as Sale. The only thing is, for White Collar Revenge, you know that you just need to win one decisive fight to win this map. So I think it's good that they're banking up ultimates. They're not using anything, even though you maybe could have invested the Sojourn ult there. Just bank up your ults and go for one big fight. That's clearly the better way to do it.
Absolutely. I mean, they've got a minute and a half left. Mushroom throws in the Coalescence to match, or not to match, excuse me, as Paul gets closer to theirs. Meester as well coming in on their ultimate, and man, Schnippy throwing in the beat there. That's going to be very tough for White Collar Revenge to walk into. Not a whole lot coming out of it. It looks like finally are able to find Optical Crash as Reborn falls at the same time. Krabby Adam getting a lot of value out of that engagement. Throwing in the blade as well as a sound barrier. This looks like to be the opportunity that White Collar Revenge needed. Chance finding a pick with Krabby Adam finds Chasey. Not having any tank pressure on the side of Sale is going to be very tough to fight with. And now White Collar Revenge looking like they're going to finally win here. Now it's 2 picks as Tracer goes onto the point. Reborn trying to keep it alive. Recall invested, having to get off the point there. Ball able to make it back. Chasey keeping things alive. This could potentially still happen for them. Falling dangerously low, not really able to keep things alive with the amount of shields they have. Now, oh man, Reborn falling. This junk ult as well coming in. Doesn't get anyone, but it doesn't really matter, I don't think, as Meester finds Schnippy. There's not going to be a whole lot of healing on the side of Sale. And now White Collar Revenge finding it. It is now 2-0 in this series.
Very unexpected, but, White Collar, they're playing it well. They're making the intelligent comp swaps. They're playing the speed, the tempo of the game exactly as you would expect them to, where they only need this one fight. They're saving up their ults. And it was as I believe you misspoke when you said that they were matching, but the point that is actually good is that they didn't match. They, on Sale, the supporters use both of their ultimates without White Collar Revenge using anything, and don't get any value from them. So when the re-engage comes in with their own Coalescence and beat, there's so much more value there because it's the later beat. It's the later Coalescence. You now have, not the onus, but you have the advantage. You're on the front foot, I guess, as a phrase. You can be on the back foot. You're on the front foot. You're putting your best foot forward.
I'm not gonna lie. For a second, I thought about still buying a sub from someone just to throw them off the trail, being like, "Oh wow," because there's a delay. So I was like, "Oh man, I could just destroy everything." Be like, "Whoa, what happened?" But man, that was a good fight from Sale, though. I mean, they made it interesting. I think it was a little bit. Little bit close. I think they could have, if they were able to get that last 5 meters or 5% on that point, I think it would have been, it's still a very close map, and it's unfortunate it ended as fast as they did. But White Collar Revenge, they're just scary. They're consistent. They're able to find a game plan and just kind of, adjust where they need to and commit to it.
Yeah. And I absolutely agree. The scoreline of this series does not reflect how close these maps have been. Both. Yeah, let's take a short break, and I'll analyze later.
We're back. We did it. We've survived the break. But tell me, what were you talking about, Rain? What were you talking about in the context of this match?
You know, I hate to be a blue baller, but I honestly have forgotten. It was ripped away from me so fast. The train of thought has left the station.
That's unfortunate. Well, I mean, we can at least talk about, you know, Sale. I mean, I feel like they're still in this series. You know, I think one thing that they need to work on, that kind of their albatross around their neck, is this ult economy. You know, it's just something that is really leading them kind of down the wrong path. They don't need to clean it up. As we go into New Queen Street, they need to do what White Collar Revenge is doing. They're going with the game plan, not over ulting. They're doing 1 or 2 ults, calling it. If they win, if they need it, they'll do another. But yeah, it's just
especially on a map type like Push, where every inch matters, where it's not just like pressure on a point, pressure on a payload cart. Literally every inch in either direction can decide a game, and we've seen that happen not only in this tournament but in contenders, in OWL. At every level of play, the objective is like the #1 priority in Push, and the #1 way to get the objective is to win clean fights every single time. Not something we've seen out of this series so far. You know, on Brazil had a couple of clean fights because it's a lot more of a structured map, I think, rather than a control. But overall, these fights have been so back and forth. I think if Sale wants to have a chance to come back and maybe try and instigate the reverse sweep, it is going to have to be a case of shoring up these ult usages. You know, Get the nerves out. You're 2 maps in already. You've got nothing to lose. Get the nerves out. You know, you don't need to invest into lost fights on the off chance that you'll win them. Just hold it back. Play it intelligently. Play the objective more often than not, because, you know, we've seen them giving up control percentage, giving up point capture when they necessarily don't need to. It just needs to be cleaned up all over from Sale. And Chasey showing the Orisa here. I think it's unlikely, but I think that would be
I'd be surprised.
Fitting end if we roll out on the Chasey Orisa.
It's gotta be Ball.
With this comp, yeah, it's gonna be a Ball comp.
Swap, please. Please tell me it's a joke.
Into Teku's Rhine comp. Again, as we've seen with the BAP this time, not the Moira. They're electing for the lamp value, which I think is a good idea. Again, on Push, you just want to win these fights cleanly. You want to try and mitigate any potential deaths. Oh, that's a powerful first move from Chasey.
Don't do it to him like that. I mean, yeah, 2 picks immediately. I mean, just keep talking, man. It's not going to be another fight for me to really compensate
that's
on
true
here.
enough. What is there to analyze about that? Chasey go kill. He knocks 2 off the map. It's instant, but... Sale, they re-engage with another ball slam. It's over as easily as it began. Nice spray onto the ground from Chasey. He knows he popped off, and we do too. He's 70% to our mines already. This is incredible stuff from him. Really showing that it's not, in fact, a tank gap, not as clearly as it seemed to be anyway. And they're gonna get a lot of they're gonna get a lot of pressure on this bot straight away. Teku, he swaps back to the D.Va. He thinks, you know what isn't broke, don't fix it. This was working for us on control, let's just give it another go here into what they're playing.
Yeah, absolutely. And Wisex trying to build something up here, already halfway to Blade, but yeah, Tekujin finding camera, that's big. And now Paul falling though. I mean, this again is so back and forth as we've seen all evening here. Optical Crash finding Mushroom, and feels as if, you know, Optical can really just kind of make it happen where he needs to. Dynamic finding Tekujin as Chasey falls. There's no tanks on the field here. Just a little bit of a scramble on the point, trying to make it go one way or the other. Dynamic finding Meester. This seems to be a fight win for Sale, but again, these fights have gone on so long, it's really tough to say, but White Collar Revenge walking away with it, trying to get out of this fight and back to safety.
I think it's symbolic that Teku swaps to D.Va and immediately is able to int onto the backline and get a kill. Nice pulse bomb from Optical Crash. But yeah, like, the swap to D.Va, this mobility of just, I'm going to get on your backline and there's nothing you can do about it. It worked for them on Nepal. It didn't work on Brazil because they weren't running it, but it worked on Nepal very well. And now they're thinking, okay, they're on this mobile comp again. Let's do the same thing. Let's do exactly the same thing, where I'm just going to, control it was the Mercy. I'm just going to harass the Zen, which is now swapped over to Lucio. And oh my god, Chasey is actually rolling the Orisa.
What is going on? What is going on? What is he cooking? Optical Crash finding Wisex. This could be a very large advantage for White Collar Revenge, able to continue to walk in here. Throwing the Javelin doesn't seem to get a whole lot of value out of it. Chasey starting to establish himself in front of the payload, making sure they don't end up taking the lead here. a lot of pressure just thrown on Chasey here, able to continue to walk on and use a little bit of ability here. Not a whole lot really to be said there, just continuing to walk in as EMP potentially going in. It looks like he wanted to, missed, but he is able to finally get it, able to get a lot of value, it looks like, able to get a few picks, but Sale needs to kind of capitalize here.
Meanwhile, the bot got kind of a little bit kidnapped there by Sale.
Yeah, this is just, again, it's so chaotic. Wisex's able to find Takugen, and now they're just continuing to push it back once again. Sale looking good, I would say, overall.
EMP to lose the fight, this seems to be the way it goes. But yeah, I'm not... correct me if I'm wrong, but did D.Va eat the Orisa spear? Did that happen?
I believe so, because it felt like Chasey wasn't getting
did
alive.
nothing. It was right on the money, and the spear just disappeared.
Yeah, and Meister does have this beat ready to jump in if they need to. As they already get 2 picks, they're not going to need it. They have both support ults. Optical Crash coming alive for the team. Mushroom following is huge. Now this Reinhardt is so low. Takugen eventually did swap back off the D.Va there. Decided that, yeah, we need to keep it the OG, keep it real here. Yeah, I mean that's the fight win for White Collar.
I think that's another good swap where you see the Orisa come out with this sort of medium brawl comp that Sale have run. It's really weird. I have no idea what to even call this with the Orisa, but Takugen sees it and he says, okay, I'm back on the Rhine now because I don't need to int on your backline. I can just forward pressure onto this Orisa and there's nothing she's going to be able to do about it. She'll spear me away, but I'll just lose your speed and walk right back.
Yeah, here comes Dynamic in the backline, being aggressive there. Mr. Simsexual looking good. Orisa thrown in the ult as well. Pretty much, just kind of nothing really happening. As Chasey does end up falling, Tanikby getting a pick. That is huge. Wisex is looking for that blade as well, potentially to end the fight, but it doesn't matter as he falls. Tanikby getting a whole lot of value out of this May pick. Mushroom falling along with Wisex, looking like they're going to be able to get the that advantage on the push distance. Takugen as well, 2 picks. It's just going to be cleanup here as Chasey finally falls here. I said finally falls.
Returns to... no. You've cast him. He's not going to fall. He's out.
Okay,
he's all the way up.
All right.
He returns to the ball comp, into this Rhine comp. It's very much a rock, paper, scissors sort of situation that we've got going on here, where Chasey sees the Rhine, he goes ball, he sees the D.Va, he goes Orisa, question mark, sure, and then back to Rhine, back to ball. Very intelligent play from both sides on that front, but the individual pop-offs from White Collar.
Oh, that's gross. Meister immediately chopped down. Wisex getting Sojourn as well. Does fall again to Tanikby. Man, that is going to be a thorn in their side for sure. Tanikby has been very good about getting those picks, and now White Collar Revenge in the lead. So Sale has to push it all the way back and past kind of where they originally had it.
Crucially, White Collar do get the first checkpoint.
Yes.
Everybody knows that 85% stat, but the fact that they don't have to wait for the bot to scratch his ass anymore.
He didn't get anyone with that.
I believe he hit the ball. I believe Chasey was knocked on the ground.
Well, it doesn't really matter because he's going to get him anyway.
Won the fight anyway.
Gross.
It's, yeah, minimal impact from the shatter, but that's just how it goes sometimes. I know that more than anybody. You're coming in here for White Collar. You've got the May Blizzard. The only ult you've got, you're coming up on a beat in like 30%, so it's not too far away, but you really need to get some value out of this May Blizzard, and seeing the supports that are on Sale, I don't think that's going to be too difficult. Obviously, Mora can fade out of it, Reaper can Wraith out of it, Genji can dash out of it. It might be a case of just getting this Lucio out of the picture.
Yeah, they're going to toss in the Blizzard here, finding a lot of value, as I've been saying. They've been very good at playing this character. Chasey finds Tanikby, though. I mean, that could be huge. It doesn't matter too much. Yeah, Mr. Subsexual following along with Cameraman. This is looking a little bit tragic, a little bit doomed, a little bit rough for Sale here.
And the snowball continues for White Collar. Obviously they only had that one ult to invest, so they only invest that one ult. Chasey, he's coming in on half health. I think that's a great idea. He almost dies for it. But now White Collar Revenge, they've got the support ults coming up now.
Yeah, this is going to be tough to walk into as Paul uses the Coalescence to keep everyone alive and to keep that other Genji away at bay. Just gonna walk it in. Not much you can really do. Chasey walking in trying to be aggressive. It doesn't matter because Paul has a right-click train on him. This is gonna be a very, very important fight. Mushroom finding a pick there, as well as Dynamic with that Blossom. Meester falling, set back to spawn. Now Tanikby on his way as well. They're going to have to push it very fast, as they're still going to have very good spawns there for the side of White Collar Revenge.
Was at the enemy spawn.
Yeah, I was like trying to like process this as I was. No way, I thought he was going to pin them too. I mean, that's a big. That's actually a huge stagger. That's
Massive
actually a
stagger.
gigantic stagger.
Coming into this next fight, that will be pretty impactful, I think.
They really need to get it
especially if
out.
Mista dies here. That'll be
Yeah,
even worse.
they got the checkpoint too. So yeah, they're not gonna be able to fight. It's gonna be at this this corner.
Very impactful. I don't know if I call it a mistake, because how did they even get in that position? But yeah, the dueling Moiras comes out in Mushroom's favor that time, I guess, and you've still got to beat cameraman.
Wisex with the blade, that is huge. Tekujin does find one, but Wisex coming alive. That is gigantic. Dragon Blade being the difference maker. Doesn't matter as Tanik does try to end it, but the exit, that doesn't matter. It is not quite what they need, and Tekujin falls. That's the opportunity Sale needs. A minute and a half on the clock. They need to keep this ball rolling here. Literally and figuratively.
Yeah, quite literally. Yeah, well done. A lot of ults used for Sale that fight. They used the Reaper ult, they used the Genji Blade, they used the beat. They get the capture, so I think, in my opinion... Oh, no, they don't! They don't get the capture! They actually were... They just don't push it far enough. They didn't get that checkpoint, I don't think.
My goodness. Wisex finds Optical. My brain right now. They are going to try and retake this, push it in a little bit farther. Tekujin is just holding shield as he needs to. Chasey trying to be aggressive with the mines that matter as Tanik tosses in the Blizzard. That could be a disastrous mistake for that team. Chasey is so low, just trying to stay alive, able to get that large health pack, but Teku finding a pick as well as Optical. That's not going to be enough. It is 45 seconds. That could absolutely be kind of what sends them out of this tournament.
Mista invests the beat on top of it. Maybe not as well as you'd like. Maybe not necessary, but you ensure the fight victory. Whatever. You know, we're crossing that one off the list. You've still got the Shatter. You've still got the Coalescence here from White Collar. Sale, they just have a Coalescence, and I think it's quite likely that Teku's going to look to shatter him out of it.
It's just going to be a quick Q press here. We are on last fight territory. 15 seconds on the clock. Chasey coming in, pile driving down. Meester falls. Wisex, that's a huge pick. This could be one more fight potentially. Paul throwing in the Coalescence, doesn't matter. Tekujin getting a pick. Optical Crash falling off with a pick on Dynamic. They're just going to keep pushing it in here. There's one person on the cart. Paul, 1 health, or Mushroom rather, 1 health. Chasey falls as well as Cameraman. It is going to be a 3-0 victory for White Collar.
Incredible. The prophecies...
Told you, I'm cursed. It is always a 2-0 or a 3-0 when I cast.
The prophecies will not be denied. The rematch in the grand finals always goes to the team who lost the first time. I don't know why. Somebody get a scientist to figure that one out, but it's clean from White Collar. A 3-0 sweep. Completely the opposite of what happened last time these two teams faced. What more can you say? Honestly, well played from White Collar. A couple of mistakes on Sale's side that they'd maybe like to have taken back, but you know, all credit goes to White Collar for that one. Intelligent comp swaps, individual pop-offs to the maximum, just incredible. Just very well done.
God, man, Teku is just the ultimate beta male right now. The ultimate beta champion.
So true, actually. I was wondering where you were going with that one.
I was trying to be a funny joke, but man, like, congrats. I mean, they did an awesome job. White Collar Revenge, they kept it going. I said before. I mean, they were consistently able to play together as a team. And I was even seeing in chat, like someone kind of was talking about that. Might have been Mr. The Brian Recurve. Just with these like short tournaments, a lot of it does come down to just playing together, right? You get more time in the lower brackets. You get to, kind of learn how each person on the team interacts with each other, and they're able to get more scrappy wins. I think, White Collar, they just mesh together a little bit closer.
And especially when they're playing these close range comps with the Rush. Surprising that they're able to get so much value out of the more sort of brawly, like not brawly in the traditional sense, but scrappy compositions where you've got your Tracers doing stuff over here, your Divas doing stuff over here, your backlines, God knows where. They're able to get value out of those kinds of compositions in such a short turnaround time in terms of scrim time, stuff like that, time spent playing together. That's really impressive as well.
I would definitely say so. I'm just quick pressing buttons here. I'm watching the waiting room just slowly fill up.
Yeah, I can see that happening as well.
It's just like, it's like, wow. It's like watching a leaky faucet. Like, man, it's just not going to end. But yeah, they did an amazing job. Sale, I mean, credit to them as well. I mean, they made it to grand finals. They were looking really strong consistently. Chasey, man, just a scary, scary ball player. Unfortunately, it does seem that TakuGen kind of figured out a little bit how to play into their comp. Definitely not a tank diff. I think they were both obviously super strong. But I think it just comes down to, you know, a lot of it just comp, just understanding that sometimes you got to swap off, play something else completely different, and you can't really specialize and pigeonhole yourself into one thing.
The comp swaps from White Collar Revenge, and not just the comp swaps. Like, anybody can make a snap decision. Oh, let's go this comp because we're more comfortable on it and stuff like that. They took a look at what Sale was running at any given time. Maybe they lost a fight to it, and they thought, okay, that's what they're running. Let's do this, and let's have this specific game plan to counter this composition. And I think that is a very overlooked part of Overwatch team play, is having a plan to actually, you know, you put into place this counter composition, but you need to actually activate like the way that comp counters whatever you're countering. You can't play a poke comp and counter it with a dive if you're not going to actually dive properly or dive with the right targets. If you spend all your time looking at the Sigma, for example, you know, it's just not going to work. But in the case of White Collar, they knew exactly what their comps were supposed to do.
Well, we got some friends. We got some friends in chat. In the Discord chat. Let's get our friends in here. Let's get our pals. Vina Eller.
Just all of them. Just bring them all in. Get them in here.
All the how you guys? How are we feeling?
Well, that was kind of easy.
Yeah,
It
was a bit anticlimactic.
It looked kind of easy from our perspective out here.
Yeah, no. Once we played Hayden and Grands, we just
effortless.
Once we played like Hayden and Grands, we were just like, oh yeah, we already know this is going.
He has to get second place. It's like a law.
Yeah. I mean,
So I kind of going into this, were you guys like pretty confident from the start, or like just kind of just like loading in? Like, what were you guys feeling like it was gonna be as easy as you say it ended up being?
So we came into it. We played this team earlier today. Actually, we played them pretty close. We played them pretty close. We didn't have optical, and they played a bunch of comps that we had never seen before. So it took us a little bit of time to figure it out. And at that point, we were playing them pretty close, but they won. So we were pretty confident coming into this that we, you know, had them figured out, had them downloaded.
Sure.
Knew everything that they were gonna do.
Yeah, and we were saying the whole cast that these comp choices that you were making to try and counteract what Sale were doing, very intelligent. I like the way you were doing that a lot. Was there just one of you in particular who was making those calls to say, oh, let's swap to this comp, or was it a team effort?
I would like to claim responsibility, at least for the Diva.
That was gross.
I told them as a random idea because they were lost about the pharmacy. I said, "Go this, guys." They tried it. They won a map. They said, "Yep, we're playing this for the rest of the day."
Also, literally best team comp name I've ever heard. It's just 6-man, but with 5, so we just call it 5 guys. It's great.
It's true, actually. I didn't put those two together, but yeah, Tracer and Sombra, you're just without the Winston. It's literally 5 guys. Wow.
Yeah. Also, I'm just saying, we came into this tournament, everyone was playing JQ Rush. We pull up Reinhardt. I don't know. I was seeing the top
We
6,
literally
and it was
played
just
Junker Queen once. One time.
Yeah, the one time we played it
were
today,
fucking
like
chatting
5 minutes
out.
ago, was the one time we played it.
Wait, hold on. I have a meme. Hold on. I need to post
Yeah,
this.
we're
I
the
made a
alpha male
meme
meme.
literally. I made a meme when we found everyone else was scrimming Junker Queen. It's the clueless guy sitting down saying, "Today I will one trick the Junker Queen comp," and then it's just the defeat sign. So, like,
kind of Mr. Meme Lord.
We definitely stuck to our guns, and I'm really happy that we pulled it
He
out.
had the vision.
I mean,
He
yeah,
had the
you guys
vision.
looked good out there. I think one thing I said a lot was how cohesive you guys were playing. I felt like you guys came in with a game plan consistently. I mean, obviously, again, you changed it when you needed to, but overall, you guys looked cohesive, which I think was a big factor in how well you guys did.
True. I would also like to say,
Go
like,
for it.
everyone on our team like pretty much knows each other. Pretty much, like, I know Paul, I know fucking Chance from SYS, I know
Optical and Teku, everyone knows each other. So we all like going into the game, into the team environment. We all respected each other and willing to listen to each other, and that also translates into the game where we're like, if Teku calls someone, we'll all look and we'll all respect him and not try and ego him. And like when I call, everyone will look, and whenever anyone calls, anyone will look. And I think that really benefited us in the game because this is a tournament, but it's also a weekend tournament, and just having teams that have like good bonding is more important than just having like star 4,400 players try and get frags whenever they go.
Sure.
I'm so glad. Like, I'm a newbie here. Like, no one knows me. This is my first BPL, and
that's 2K player.
Yeah, I'm literally 2K's tank warlord. I got picked up randomly, but everyone on this team respected my calls. They listened to me. They had no issue like valuing my opinion. They held me to the same regard as everyone else, and I couldn't be happier because it worked. And yeah, we win.
Why do people happy to that one? I've just got one last question to ask. You know, we've heard about the second place Hayden curse. We've heard about the second place Teku curse. I invented a new curse earlier in the cast where if you rematch, then the loser of the first game always wins the rematch. But
yeah.
Teku, my man, how are you feeling? The big W, you finally got it.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I think it's really cool that it happens when Brad and I finally team up. Like, I think that's super cool. Like literally our brand was, yo, we're just a bunch of 9 to 5 lads now. Like, what if we just made a team based on that? And like, you know, it's like but we still got the gas. We still show up and we still win. Like, that's crazy.
So true. Man, oh man.
Look at that team history.
I don't know if you can see the feed, Teku, but just showing your illustrious career.
Oh
man,
God,
you've been around the block a few times.
Yeah. I would like to say, if you scroll back up in BPL General, I did curse Chasey with the power of BPL World Cup Team Corn. So I would like to say that Corn did play a part in winning this. The curse seems to have worked. The hell that team was appears to have been able to coagulate into much like a Moira Weaken Orb.
Ooh.
I thought it was supposed to be a good. Isn't it supposed to be a good thing?
If you think Corn was a good thing, then you're missing out on the history.
I'm so confused. I got lost in the sauce. I'm not gonna lie, but you know what? You know who didn't get a loss in the sauce was you, Teku. You did it. You got the W. You did it.
Stuck to it.
Sweet. Well, any final words as we wrap up here?
To anyone who is ever like, man, I'm never gonna get better or win a tourney, get a job, touch grass, get a therapist. There you go. Those are your 3 keys. There you go. That's how you do it.
Based.
Just be happy.
Step-by-step instructions on how to win BPL.
Also,
you heard it here first.
Maybe support players are okay. Maybe pick up more support players. Wait.
Weird.
Who would have thought? Maybe.
I don't think
maybe your support players shouldn't flex over to DPS.
Maybe having a stable backline is like super awesome and allows your DPSs to pop off.
So
overrated. Hold on. I'm basically a league bear.
Nah, man. No way.
Tanik, I love you.
I love you too. Beat drop as mister.
I'm gonna say words afterwards. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you for gaming. Twas a pleasure, White Collar.
Big GG's to Sale. I mean, like we meme about Hayden like getting second again, but like, how does this dude keep coming back to every single finals? Like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, they were able to get one with Summit. I'm sure they'll get another one again. That's like a standard that captains should strive for.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough.
Well, there we go. I can hear myself. Anyway, big thank you to you guys for participating in this. Finally, the win. But enjoy it. Go, I don't know, sleep so you can go to work tomorrow or something.
I'm going
to
buy
a single
butter.
drink, a single beer, and/or a single shot of whiskey.
Gonna buy butter. Well, there you go.
Butter.
Thank you, White Collar Revenge. You're free to go. By that I mean leave now.
Get out.
Okay.
I'm crying.
Goodbye, jeez.
Let me insert me and Toxic so it actually looks like we're here. Why can't I hear myself? Okay.
Yo, shout out to.
So true, actually.
God, that's
so true.
Dude, he's spitting.
He's spitting. For real. We've done it. Another tournament in the bag. This one, as of course you know, has had so much work put in by Toxic and everyone else behind the scenes. It's gone fairly smoothly. Yeah, we run late, but other than that, it's not like we've had any
I don't think there's any
dramas.
reason. Like, I feel like there'd be no situation where it wouldn't run late. Like that's
Exactly.
inevitable.
It's gonna happen, and it's not gonna be too bad. And thank you for the 3-0 so that we can end fairly early. It's been a really awesome weekend. We've done a crazy amount of streams. Here should be a full list, but it very well may not be. A list of all the staff from all the different matches, all the different streams. We had 3 streams every single day with full production on all of them. Joey, a big shout out, has been doing the C stream all by himself. He's been dealing with casters, he's been observing and producing the match all by himself. So big shout out, has done a lot. Peak has been running the B stream and has done God knows how many hours on a B stream. But also thanks to everyone else who worked behind the scenes. We've had 5 observers for the last few matches, because why not? And it's been a great time. And thank you to especially all the casters who have to deal with us moving things around and everything else that this entails. But I've been really happy to welcome so many new faces, especially on casters. Be getting their first reps in Overwatch 2. Hopefully our semi-professional setup has been helpful to you and you've been able to enjoy the games. We've definitely enjoyed them from behind the scenes. But also, big thanks to everyone who played and captained. These things don't happen without players and captains, and it wouldn't happen without this community. So, thanks, I guess.
You're welcome.
All of you.
Thanks, you guys did this. But there we go. White Collar Revenge, they get their 3-0. Teku gets his win. Hayden gets his 2nd place. All's right in the world. Yeah.
Balanced, as all things should be.
Exactly. And also congratulations to Nightmare 2 for the B League bracket. I'm just going to show it again just because we move things around. Actually, in fact,
there were some great matches in the B League too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah.
Bracket equals B. Oh, I need to change that. Bracket. Oh no, it needs to be a lowercase b. My bad.
I thought me pointing it would activate it. No,
that's not.
There he goes.
This is just not the B League bracket.
Yeah, damn it.
B League.
That's just not.
Sale. Yeah, they didn't know sales of B
Sale
League.
for
Dude, I
B
can't
League.
believe White Collar's B League. That's crazy.
I don't know why that didn't work. Anyway, that was fun as well. I hope you enjoyed that. We had the B League pretty much all on the B stream today over the weekend. I think that went pretty well. It's you kind of have a B League's always been tight and knit, and it's been nice to keep that on the B stream. So I hope you enjoyed that. We'll be having a form out later for your feedback on how the games have run, how production and casting's gone, and all that kind of stuff. In the next few days when we wake up from our comas. That'll be great. In terms of what next for BPL, we're just gonna vibe for a bit. Overwatch League's still going on. Obviously, we have a lot of people who are working, literally, the captains of White Collar Revenge. So we'll see. We are looking. I am interested in another season of BPL, like a normal season. Weekly matches. We've been talking about it a lot. There's a lot of things we have that we're cooking. What are we cooking? We're not a. I was gonna make a joke of. Wait, the bracket works now. It works. Cool.
I was gonna laugh if it was still A League. I would have laughed so hard.
That'd be
It
so
works,
fun.
and it's A League.
It works. Yeah, and here's the A League bracket, just so you remember. Yeah, we're not getting a we're not cooking a 6th place finish. That was the joke. Yeah, so cool things coming. Just stand by, and we'll see what happens. I've got to go to sleep because tomorrow we've got Mid-Season Madness, and that starts at midnight my time. So that's gonna be fun.
Catch those Z's, Solomon. Catch those Z's.
Yeah, that's all. Thanks everyone. This has been a great stream. Brad.
I'd like to say thank you everyone for just being in BPL because I love doing stuff for tournaments and things. And like at the moment, I'm working like 7 days a week, and then every time I'm coming home and I work on BPL, and then I go to sleep, and honestly, I love it. I fucking love working on the BPL stuff, and I really appreciate everyone who wants to participate and do things because I don't know, it's the most fun thing I think I work on in my whole life. So,
go.
So sweet. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, thank you so much to Tux especially, who spearheaded this. Well, he shouldn't have been because he has been working 7 days a week. But that's how it goes. Anyway, that's enough yapping from us. Cassis want to go home because
I'm already home. I'm home. I'm in my hot dog zone. I'm good.
No, he's
I'm on the grill.
He's at the shop. Yeah, he's at the grill. But yeah, we'll see you when we see you. Good night,
Later.
everybody.
Bye.